Good morning, everyone. We are going to be heading into the action here in the CCT Series 17. Obviously, I'm Zola, joined by the wonderful CMD. Charlie, give us a wave, and look, why don't you give us a little bit of a rundown? How are you feeling today? How are you thinking today's games are going to go?
Yeah, I mean, look, we got to watch some great games yesterday. We got to see 3 teams get that spot in playoffs. And now we're really coming towards the end of our time here in the Swiss stage. As this is it now. This is the sort of the 50-50s, isn't it? It's you got the teams at the 2-2 records. We've had a lot of teams drop down from that 2-1 teams that I think we sort of looked at on paper and think, yeah, they should be able to get this spot in playoffs. But now it's do or die. We've got one last chance. All of these teams have no second options. Seen some teams battle their way from these negative records. But I mean, it's all what's on the server today. We've got some brilliant games coming up. If we can look at today's schedule, I mean, even the Swiss stage, we can look at it like this, to be fair. I mean, look, we've got 3 games today. Sashi OG, GTZ, Alliance, and Sinners Fireflux. I think coming into this, I was looking at a lot of these teams, a lot of the teams that we're going to be watching today, and thinking, I reckon a lot of them can make it to playoffs. And now we're at a spot where not all of them are going to be able to.
Yeah, I think actually the vast majority of this Swiss stage, you're already including the players that have already, or the teams that have already been eliminated. I think a lot of teams could have a really good argument of progression and kind of the possibility to make playoffs, but we haven't seen it from everyone. I feel like Monty and Nine probably the two teams that we're going to be talking about the most about their kind of disappointing Swiss stage endeavors. But as he's touched upon, Charlie, we've got some big games today. Obviously, kicking things off, it is Sashi versus OG. And I think this one is going to be quite an exciting game because both of these teams, I believe, they've got 2 games of their 4 that have been forfeits. Favourably for Sashi, 2 of them have been forfeit wins. For OG, it's been kind of a 50-50 split. Bit of an interesting one, bit of a weird one. Very rarely you'll see a team half their games have been forfeits, but Sashi, the only 2 actual series that we've seen from them have been 2-0 losses, so it's not been perfect, has it?
No, I mean, not at all. Sashi have had some difficult times, to say the least, I think, here in the Swiss stage. You look at their game versus Monty, that was the closest game that they had. They lost 13-10 and then 13-2. And the fact that that's the closest game, I think it speaks volumes. They played against Bait in the opening round of the Swiss stage, only able to get 6 rounds overall in that entire series. So, obviously, like you mentioned, we've only actually seen them play 2 series, but in those 2, they've only been able to walk away with 18 rounds. That's not great over 4 maps. I think you look at it like that and you realise, okay, there's been some big problems here. Sure, they've been lucky with some of the forfeit wins that they've got. They've been able to make it to this spot, but at the end of the day, you can only play what's ahead of you. And they're in this 2-2 record. It's time for them to actually show us what they're about and see if they can secure one of these final spots into the playoffs.
Charlie, recent form, the individuals for Sashi have been very poor. Let's come right out of the gate and say it. Only one player above a 1.0 rating in Xiphon, and it's 1.01. It's looking like a very different Sashi to what we'd expect. And I think it's got to be said, right now, Sashi, it's clear they don't have the individuals on their side. It's clear they aren't performing to levels we'd expect of them. And you just have to look back to the 2 most recent series against Monty and against Bait here. Against Bait, they lost 13-3, 13-3. Against Monty, 13-10, 13-2. So 18 rounds across their last 4 maps. It's not great. It's not positive. It's not confident. And I think right now, if you're Sashi, I think we're going to see a continuance here. But obviously on the flip side, Charlie, we can bring up the OG roster. And I think this is a side that we've seen some fairly recent roster changes in bringing in Spook, obviously Crizzen and Buzz, about half a year ago. I think this roster are performing a little bit better, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, they are certainly performing better, but it's still definitely not brilliant from them. I think a lot of people, I mean, going back a number of years now, a lot of people are very excited to see OG make their way into the CS scene. And yet, it's never really worked out for them. And they now don't necessarily have these big headlining players in their team. But instead, they've opted to go for a bit more of the younger talent approach. And at least there are positives to look at from this team, because it feels like when you had all the big stars, you always look to the team very obviously as underperforming. But with this team, at least, we are slowly seeing that growth. And there has definitely been growth. In recent times, it feels like this year we're starting to see some better results, but we're still waiting for that final push. We're still waiting just to really see what this side is about. You look at it from OG, Series 16, they did go and make their way into the playoffs there. It's Series 17 now. They've got to do the same thing. Both of them, though, have come close. They have really been down to the wire. Now we want to see what this team can do. Can they progress? Can they make it into playoffs cleaner? Can they have a good run in playoffs? It feels like we're still waiting to truly see what this team's potential is like. I don't think we're going to see it for a good few months still. But, like I said, it feels like there's positive signs. And I do think, like you were mentioning, the roster change, the addition of Spook, for me at least, feels like it's been one of the most clear-cut upgrades that this OG team's made in a while. It feels like it's added a very good level of balance to the team, as well as Spook's individual level.
Yeah. Look, I think the vetoes obviously are going to be quite an important factor. I feel like when you're looking at the vetoes, I don't really know Sashi. I feel like you just have to look back at their recent games. They've been banning Anubis a lot, which has been a bit of an interesting one because they haven't really played too much Dust either. In the games they played Train, it's not been too positive. Obviously, the vast majority of maps that Sashi have been playing recently haven't been great. Obviously, Nuke, seemingly one of their best maps. You just have to look back to recent form. It's not looking perfect at the moment, but I think that's just Sashi in general. I think the ability of the players just aren't really there. Something that we've seen throughout the kind of the historics of Counter-Strike, Charlie, is the brilliance of Danish in-game leaders. That's something that's going to be on display today, obviously with Iceberg against Crizzen. I feel like when you look at individual performance, when you look back to that kind of Mouse NXT side, obviously we watched quite a lot of Crizzen back there. I feel like Crizzen can provide a lot of firepower when kind of called upon. Yet for Iceberg, a 0.84 rating, that's one of the lowest that I've seen in quite some time, especially at this level. So I think right now, the calling from Sashi is going to have to be on kind of another level, because not only have OG got kind of a great firepower in-game leader, Crizzen's actually been excellent in the calling department as well. So I think this is going to be a really tough game for Sashi. And we see that Nuke, we see that Mirage. The only two games that we've actually seen Sashi play here, they've both been Nuke and Mirage. They've both been 2-0 losses. I don't really know what you do if you're Sashi. This is not looking great for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's not perfect. I mean, that's the thing. Like you mentioned, we've seen them play Nuke twice here in both their games. It's a map that they want to play. OG don't play a huge amount of Nuke, but they're a competent enough team on it. We saw them recently play about a week ago against Fnatic here as well, where they lost it 13-11. So it is a close and competitive game. I think you touched on sort of the individual's ability. And sure, yeah, Crizzen can have some huge clutch moments. Iceberg can as well in his own right. The issue is, I'm never looking at a player like Iceberg and being like, oh, your stats are pretty dicey, gotta see you step up. It's the rest of the team that we really do need to. You mentioned Zyphon being the only player to have a bit of a positive HLTV rating over these last few months. I mean, Zyphon's got a ton of experience in his own right. I mean, starting from that Astralis talent, really made his name, though, in that Copenhagen Flames roster. And then it feels like he's just been... Well, it felt like it was always going to be a bit of an uprise for his career in the Danish scene. It feels like it has slowed down slightly with him sort of in a most recent team. But he's still super young. He's still only 21. We still know what this guy can do on his own. It just feels like, I don't know if it is just a bit of poor confidence that is coming out of this Sashi team right now, but it feels like the most basic thing that we should be able to see from these guys is at least get a few kills here or there, but that's just something that the whole roster right now is really struggling with. For sure, Iceberg isn't going to look a lot better in that. It's just we need to see the individual step up for Sashi, because Iceberg can call as good a game as he wants, but if your players aren't hitting any shots, it's not going to matter.
I've got to say, Charlie, what's happened to Lucky? Where's he gone? You look back to his 2024. It was all right. He had I want to say a 1.1 rating across the whole year, something like that. It was pretty decent for an AWPer. He completely dropped off a cliff. Where's he gone?
I mean, this is what I mean. It just feels like it's the whole vibe around this Sashi team right now, and it feels like we need to see them. Maybe, honestly, get into playoffs. That could be a big confidence boost for them. But Fred, we're going to find out if they are going to be able to make it to playoffs after this series. It is Sashi versus OG on their map selection, but OG with the first kill. Quick trade back as Crizzen in the heaven tries to see if he can find anything. Couple of missed shots, and he's forced to back away.
Early bomb plant here, Sashi. Important kills here, but the retake looks good. Buzz somehow surviving currently in Altex. He's been able to bring this 1v3 down to the 1-on-1. Spook now will connect the final shot. No quarries, no really dangerous moments. Obviously, it comes down to the 1-on-1, but it's salvaged by Spook. I think if Sashi won that pistol, I think we'd all be saying, look, that was a monumental blunder. But OG, they deny any talkings of that.
Yeah, a bit of a hectic pistol there. Things look good initially for OG, but yeah, it's like you said, clutch got brought close. Couple of missteps for OG, but it is stabilising around victory, and we are seeing a force buy out from Sashi. Took down 4 players, got a bomb plant. It's a decent enough second round investment for a team that lost the opening round.
Yeah, not too bad at all. Couple kills in play, couple Mac 10s. Utility not perfect, but I think that's their last worry. Elevation here from Buzz. Nice jiggle from Altex. Head armor on everyone though here for OG. Prepared that if there is this investment, this, why risk it? Especially if they're against Glocks. I feel like that's where things could get even scarier. I'm liking this setup already though. Crizzen A lot of the time from what we've seen from Crizzen in the past here on Nuke is a lot of the time he'll get himself into vent or try and get down towards the lower site early on because I feel like he wants to kind of retain some control towards outside from secret. So I think if we can see Crizzen in this position more often, Sashi, they've got to try and manipulate the A-bomb site a little bit.
Yeah, no casualties yet, which is at least a good thing for the T's. Util's thrown outside. Crizzen kind of a bit of a 1v1 here, possibly. Is up against the bomb carrier. Opening kill goes the way of the T's, though. Fiku on the rafters does find a double, and Crizzen finally goes to strike and still gets found by the low HP Xiphon.
Great kills coming through.
How on earth has that gone the way of Sashi there? Because if Crizzen finds that, the chance of that round diminishes significantly. The bombs drop there. There's not a lot of time on the clock. I can't believe that's happened.
Yeah, the fight in A main as well. I feel like we should have seen a lot more from OG, but look, it's a great response from Sashi. And already we love a bit of a force by war, don't we?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. One of my favorite parts of the game. Moto on the scout. 357's in play. Fiku with the MP9. And the hit starting to come through, but it is just a bit of early util. Back and forth, thrown out. Still, Sashi seeming interested just to linger and hold for a lobby push, and they've got a good idea of it, as you can see Buzz and Crizzen. I've already started to occupy the trophy room. Good piece of real estate for the CTs to take. And they are just holding. There's no need for them to actually look to push anything more off of this. Moto's got information outside that so far no one's crossed. Crizzen is going to be having a look. I don't see a huge need for this, though. As like I said, they've got the information that no one's crossed outside, so you pretty much have all the info that they are in lobby. Yeah, there were chances, like you said. I really think they honestly should have just remained passive into lobby. They had deep positions, just stay holding them. No need to go that one step further. But Sashi are successful in the force by war. They are the team to take the early lead. Just up against the eco, they should be able to find their third. Huge response after losing that pistol. Iceberg will clear out player main. Looks to progress with this Mac 10, wants to farm a bit of cash. And nice clean anti-eco for the T side. But finally we're going to get to see OG back on their prime weapons. Crizzen just holding outside. Lucky Not moving an inch, though. There are still 2 players here. Crizin is going to face a decent amount of contact, so we'll just drop the smoke and play it up in vent of Iceberg. Opens up all this room for Sashi, and the round will be taken off of that. 3 remaining OG players. The best option is just to keep these weapons alive into the next. Yeah, nice couple of kills there at the end from Fiku, but Sashi, their main goal was just to remove all the weapons from OG. As you can see, they've had a great start to this game. A start that we haven't really seen from Sashi in a while. And you can see, players are stepping up all across the board. Got a great amount of money. Iceberg sitting on 11k. So this is exactly the start that Sashi needed. I'm back underway now, round number 6. Just the pistols and the half buy for OG. Moto making sure to keep a bit of extra cash in the reserve so we can bring out that big green. I do think that'll be a big difference for OG. Getting Moto on the AWP, adding a bit more stability to this CT side. Because you can see right now, not really many kills that are coming through firstly, but a nice kill from the players in secret. Spook will take down Iceberg, or down low HP, but it is still like a few kills found. This is an interesting call from Sashi. They're going down towards the lower site. This is where majority of the CTs are. The more they're going to be 2 deep for Spook. You can find anything else. We'll get a dink, but it's the M4 of Buzz to find absolutely nothing. Yeah, we did see Moto just evacuate that bomb site to save the M4. Fiku, I mean, his job was to try to get a kill. 2 players fell to the bomb there, I believe. So, not too bad. I mean, look, you've got to slowly whittle it down somehow. It'll take a while. It's not going to be something that will be done overnight. It's going to need to be done over a good few rounds. And OG, if they start to go on a streak, eventually they will be able to. But the issue is, it's 5-1 already on the T side for Sashi. This is the start that they've been dying for as of late. Opening kill goes the way of OG as Crizin gets that opening duel towards outside. FQ wanting to help towards outside. Kristen will fall there for the time being. You've got Buzz deep towards Hell, but the T's have already crossed. All down towards Secret. Just apart from one right now. So this is a great bit of space. Spook is down here on the lower side, so it's not completely undefended for OG. Lucky's up. He's still going to be a threat in this round despite his HP, but Buzz catches him out. Timing's perfect, just as Lucky jumps. That's when Buzz finds the kill. And bomb will be defused there. Round is going to be successful for OG. And it's a great hold towards the lower site from Spook. 2 kills there. Big turning point from him. I mean, that's the thing. Anything they get from here is a huge bonus, and will just make their life so much easier going into the second half of things. But you certainly don't want to completely take their foot off the gas, because we know that they have had their own issues as of late. So this does feel like one of those games. Just as many kills you get will only be a good thing. Spook re-peeking into an angle that's being spammed. Iceberg will find him due to that. Even again. Ooh, the CT's desperately wanting to drop down the vents. And there's so much util on the CT side. There's a smoke coming out. Modo posted up anyway. Bomb will get defused. And 3 survivors. Yeah, I mean, you can see the money now of Sashi. It is at a point where it will be broken in the next round, but it took 2 rounds with no one surviving on Sashi, as well as the round before them only having 1 survivor. So OG really had to put in the work to drain Sashi's economy, but obviously it's all for nothing if they can't win this round. Yeah, I mean, what a game. Top performer right now from him. Brilliant showing there. I mean, Fiku, he's going to feel hard done by all that hard work for no end reward. Yeah, that's a real shame for him there. Because actually, they find 6. And they deny OG pretty much completing their streak of rounds. Because that would have allowed OG losing that round. OG a minimum going to be finding 5. We'd have a 5-5 scoreline, and if OG could manage to pull off the final 2 rounds, you'd look at that in the context of this game as a 75-half in favour of OG. You think, okay, that's big turnaround, still a great chance, but now with 6 being the best they can get, I mean, Sashi, regardless at the end of this half, going to be pretty happy with the performance. Oh, a lot of information gain there. They heard that drop. You can back turn for the time being, and when you're trying to wait a smoke but still having your back turn, that's a risk. Information gain now though. Spook tries to support Moto from the back of the bomb site, but it's Buzz who emerges from heaven to help. OG will bounce back instantly after losing the last, and now they will finally be able to break the money of Sashi. And the loss bonus not being great, at least on Oltex, I suppose. It will be the eco anyway, just for the last round. But yeah, even the next buy, it's not going to be perfect. Decent bit of damage there to Buzz, but Buzz completes the quad kill. OG will find 5. On around at the half hit. Sashi, minimum going to be drawing things as we switch over. But if they can manage to find this final one, moving on to the CT side of their map selection, got to be feeling pretty good. The final round of the half here though, and instantly you can see we've got Ifo trying to cross down to Secret, does do so at the cost of most of his health. A lot of chip damage being dealt by the CTs, but Crizzen not ready for Siphon to actually swing onto the main position. And a 2-on-2 hit. Moto, a lot of success found in a really tough position, but opted against going down. Vent knows what it means. Dropping with the AWP's never going to be easy, but Lucky is still holding his nerve here. and gets taken down. He holds for too long towards Vent. Just expecting someone's eventually going to come. Modo completes the triple in that round. And a really tough position for an Orbit to find themselves in towards that Vent. I mean, great work from him to honestly find that many kills.
I think it's got to be said as well, Spook baits him in massively. Not only taking that contact away, obviously he goes down, but I think the fact that Spook is seen towards, you know, close squeaky, I don't think they're expecting a player in Vent as well, or at least close by. But look, OG were quite far down in that one, Charlie, and they brought it back 6-6. Okay, yeah, CT side of Nuke, you're not really going to be happy with 6 rounds, but when you take into account that it was a 5-1 scoreline, I don't think they're going to be bothered in the slightest.
I mean, I still think this game, honestly, there is still a contest to be had here. I think this pistol round really will dictate some things. I think if Sashi go on to win it, I'll be a little bit more concerned for OG, but if it's the other way around, I definitely think there's still a game on our hands.
Look, Charlie, we can look at the stats for OG. Their T side on Nuke is pretty poor. Less than a 37% win rate on their T side of Nuke. So, not the greatest of stats, but I'm sure they're going to want to change that up now. And I'm liking the look of this pistol. Sending plenty of players down secret. Already we've seen a rotation from Cabby. Lucky now aggressing. All going to be about timing, but great find from Buzz. Alltech's going to opt for the same. Crizzen now. And the game plan for Crizzen is to be a bit of an aggressive player here down on the A bomb site. And obviously, the actual play from OG is hitting towards B. Steps out from Alltech. Fire has to go the way of the CT, but the fact Buzz wins it, it's going to be a tough 2 versus 4. And it's kind of a double fake. I think last minute we see a rotation. Iceberg swinging. Really struggling to find Fiku, and Spook with a quick trade. All on Cabby now.
Yeah, honestly, Iceberg lucky that you found one. OG took so long to actually be able to back up the player on the back of the bomb site. Eventually the trade came through, but a trade that probably should have come through before the death even occurred. But a 3-on-1 hit. Cabby knows where at least 2 of the players are, but Spook's made his way closer. Great find there onto Buzz. Cabby finds the second as well. Spook has the choice, fight or flight. Goes for the peak as soon as he hears the reload and does come away with the kill. But 1v3 fought down to that 1v1. Scary times there for OG, but a pistol round victory. And I think so much of that success came off of Buzz's 2 kills there in Hap.
Look, that's both pistol rounds going the way, obviously, of OG. Both of them being 1v3s brought down to 1v1s. Both of them being won by Spook in the one-on-one.
Will both of them be followed up with a force buy, though? No. This time, Sashi will concede. They're just going for the eco. I want to push their luck. Look, they already ended up going for the force in the first half and ended up getting a lot of success from it. Maybe don't want to have it go the way of OG this time around.
Well, look, I think right now, Sashi are going to feel confident, although they're currently trailing. They're on the favoured side. They had a very good T side. I think there's no need to kind of throw away chances here. A lot of players towards outside here from Sashi. Same can be said for OG and Crizzen. Going to be a real attempt to make some money here with the Mac. Down towards Secret is Fiku. Not the cleanest of shots, I've got to say. Iceberg will find Crizzen. So we've already seen a casualty. We can see a Mac 10 be retrieved. And I think now we are seeing OG just ensuring bomb goes down. Get the timer on your side. And force Sashi into the B-bomb site. Ooh, Fiku's taking a lot of damage here. We'll get one, and Buzz denying Altex any chance to save or any chance to make any money. Elevation here from... Ooh, Buzz dropped down low as well. Buzz and Fiku very close to losing their lives there. But 4 survivors. It was the 4 rifles that lived as well. Just the Mac 10 of Crizzen falling. OG now, though. There's a 5-1 scoreline for Sashi. It's now 8-6 in favour of OG. A great response.
Yeah, I mean, look, they finally found their footing on the CT side. Got a few rounds on the board, winning this second half pistol. Not going to look too deeply into it for Sashi just yet, in terms of if there's any worrying connotations behind it, but We are going to need to start to see some of their successes early on here before things do start to slip out their hands.
Important round it.
And they're elevating Spook, but Siphon playing passively here around credit.
Iceberg would have heard that. He's going to look to peek. There's no smokes down. Such an unnecessary decision here. Important find from Buzz. Brings it back to the 3-on-3, but OG, that's just, it's embarrassing to see, I've got to say, Charlie. Oh, how has Chrism won that fight? That is ridiculous. Altex, he's going to be very disappointed in that one. Lucky taking some control here towards Trophy. It's the right decision. It's just whether Buzz is going to be ready for it. Molly coming down towards Secret. Iceberg forced back. Would have actually quite liked the idea of Iceberg pushing through that, but into A main they go. Oh, the flank comes through and Lucky gets the double. It puts Chris in the low HP in the clutch. Important round from Sashi. Great round from Lucky. But there were so many mistakes made there from OG. Not only was it so odd that they decided to go down Secret without a smoke, but we saw, I believe, what, Krisen? He was here towards A for so long, yet no space was taken. Same can be said for Buzz. I just really don't know why they just sat towards Squeaky and no one's worried about ramp. No one's kind of taken any space towards A. Far too static from OG, and it's given Sashi their first round here on the CT side.
Yeah, certainly were a lot of mistakes there, but it's a fast hit towards ramp. There are two defenders here. Cabby with the MP9 finds a double and does so much damage to the third. And one of the easiest ramp holds, I think, Sashi are gonna have, but Krisen with two. Still a lot of HP on him as well, so have a real contest here.
Yeah, starts this clutch out nicely. It's final two opponents to split as well. And it does seem like Iceberg is going to go looking here. It's got to be very careful from Iceberg. Zyphon's taking control towards the lobby, not seeing anyone. Now needs to be slightly worried about the idea of outside, of the idea about heaven. And if Krisen decides to go late back towards lobby, it could work really well because Zyphon, is he going to expect Krisen so late? Oh, Krisen. The reloads come through. He's giving away his position here. Oh, that's poor. I've got to say it's poor.
I mean, look, he wanted to reload his gun, so he goes as far back as he can, but it just takes too long to do it, so by the time someone finally pushes up, that's when the information is given up.
Look, there was weapons down. Either you do it straight away after you get these first few kills, or you've opted not to reload. He's had so much time that he could have reloaded. It's unfortunate. Obviously, it was 1v4. We never really assumed that OG were going to win it, but this is what OG needs to be very worried about. Tech-9s were in play. Krisen. Smoke's been dropped for the vent play. A lot of utility sent here. The elevation from Iceberg can catch him out, though. Zyphon finding Spook as well. Already we got to play it down towards Secret. Buzz trying to survive here. Iceberg going to send out the HE grenade, and Modo down to 8 HP. Fiku on the heels here. Cabby. Nice triple in this one from Cabby and Sashi. They take the lead now. I don't really know why we're seeing these continual forces here from OG. But it's not worked out well for them.
No, it does make you think maybe feeling a bit desperate in a game like this, but when the scoreline's still very up in the air, still very close, it does make you question a few things, but they've gone for the eco finally. And this is a round that we're not expecting them to be able to do a lot.
Yeah, a couple pistols have been invested in. A little bit of util as well. What are we thinking, though? Sashi take it here on Nuke? They've now got the lead. They're on the CT side.
Now, yeah.
Yeah.
They're going to be able to hit double digits. I certainly don't think it's confirmed still. But they are going to be feeling probably in a pretty good spot.
Yeah. Iceberg still leading the lines here of the server. 17 and 11, having a good game so far. As you said, though, I think for Sashi, it could be a real confidence booster for all the individuals if they do make it to playoffs. A ramp play. This could be a bit of a risk. Christian is still here towards top main, holding for any rotations. Gabby silently backing away. Christian's still holding. Christian. He's not had any rotations, yet he's called for his team to go back towards lobby. An interesting call here. Spot the player on the back of the bomb site. There's one in heaven. There's two on the back of the bomb site as well. First is found, but they didn't realise him about the second. Christian's on top of main. He's not heard anyone drop down vent. He's not spotted anyone towards secret. Why is there no acceleration towards ramp? I thought the call was excellent. I thought the idea to head towards ramp, to head down. Christian's got all the information that they aren't rotating. Why have they gone back to A? It's such an unnecessary decision.
Yeah, I mean, it is an interesting one, but it also... I mean, the best way I can look at it is maybe he's just thinking, I've seen no presence towards outside, no one's looked to drop down secret, or no one's emerged from anywhere around there. Maybe they've already all backed away, and it's a bit more of a gut instinct play instead. But, yeah, unfortunately it didn't work out on that occasion. Weapons are in the hands of OG again, and this is feeling like one of their final attempts to show us what they've got on their T-set of Nuke. And so far, not a huge amount. One round since that pistol and anti-eco.
Yeah, Lucky's on the AWP now. Ready, we've got a couple players down towards secret here from OG. No rotation as of yet, so OG can look to try and take some control here. They've got to do it silently, though. There's no value in going loud and dropping smokes and volleys and stuff. Nice find from Modo. Altex now, he's had a really tough game. 8 and 12. The fragging department alone is still single digits. Looks as though he wants to take this fight, but kind of realises, well, my teammate's gone down.
I think he was doing it just to pick up the molly, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, maybe. Double ramp setup, though. Zyphon and Cabby. Close proximity to one another. I was just trying to gain this information, but the swing comes through. Lucky finds Christian down as well towards secret. Man advantage goes back the way of Sashi. OG, it seemed like they were very split in their decision making. Altex from top hut able to find Spook. Lucky now in main. And OG, they look lost on this T side. They really do. This is not what I expected from OG, not in the slightest. But they look very out of sorts here.
Yeah, Fico's definitely going down after time.
Yeah, I don't really know what Beak's going to do here, but let's find out. Yeah, we'll fall.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's a better way I could describe it than they look lost. Look, they find the opening kill. It looks like they go for a hit towards ramp. They lose one player. They back away. It looks like they go for a hit towards outside, or at least one player tries to catch time, and they lose a kill. They slow down. And then you just see Spook slowly creeping up the vent. His team aren't even ready to burst onto A, by the way. Spook goes down, and in all that time, you've had Fiku and Modo just transition from going towards ramp to going towards A, but with no actual idea. Yeah, it felt very, very mismanaged there. With no real... It's almost as if everyone was given a different idea in the team split at the same time.
Yeah, exactly. And look, Lucky had an AWP as well. There was two players down towards secret. Where's the trade? Secondly, when we see Buzz fall, there was two people in ramp close by for OG. Where's the trade? You know, although they're going into a double ramp setup, they if the trades work well, they take control of ramp. It was a disappointing round from OG. And let's be honest, I think when it comes to demo review, there's going to be a lot for OG to talk about.
Yeah, I have to agree. It is a force buy again from OG. Don't want to give up 12 to Sashi. Burst out towards A, and they will go 1-for-1 on these initial trades. A couple of their players have been chipped away at. Smoke drop tries to give Zyphon a bit more room to play around, but the spam's good enough to find Crizant.
Yeah, Spook gonna go through this as well. Can take down Zyphon with the AWP of Lucky. Nice find, aware of Spook's position. He will back away here now. Lucky's in a good position here, though. Spook will get one here. Oh, I like the fake steps. Lucky's not seeing him. Spook's in a great position here. Lucky. Is he going to push in, though? He looks like he wants to. All about timing, but it goes the way of Lucky.
And Sashi, one round away from closing things out on their map selection. So close now. Round 21 could be the death of OG here on Nuke. OG, this is it. Khalil's on a lot of them as well. Crizant loses the opening kill. You mentioned OG struggling with opening kills. Crizant has been the player to give them up in majority of these rounds, sadly. But it's a 4-on-4 here. OG with some speed behind them. Drop down to the lower site. Buzz loses the fight to Cappy and its advantage. Sashi, Fiku will grab one back. It's back and forth.
Yeah, Fiku looking to get up in the face of his opponents here. Pawn fine from Iceberg. Mono's got to go huge. We'll get the double now. Tap of the bomb to force Zyphon in. Wide swing, but Zyphon finds. And there it is. Game, set, match. Thoughts on that one, Charlie?
OG, disappointingly, just didn't show us anything. Just didn't show us enough on this map number 1 at all. We did get to see them slowly make their way back into things in the first half, from a half that they look very out of. But look, as soon as they switched to the T side, you mentioned that their T side is pretty poor. They went on to win the pistol, the anti-eco, and very little since then. It just wasn't a great display, sadly, and OG have no one to blame but themselves. Sashi rightfully deserved to win the game, and they did so in a pretty dominant fashion. I mean, look, they won 16 rounds in the first 2 best-of-3s that they've played here. They've already won 13 in this one. They're about to break the record for what they've got in this Swiss stage so far. So, Sashi, at least we got to see a positive start from them, but can they continue into map 2?
Yeah, look, Mirage is going to be an exciting one. I think OG have tried to pick it as a bit of a counterbalance, realising that Sashi are quite poor on it. It's one of Sashi's most played maps, though. So although Sashi haven't looked great on it as of late, it's still a map that they're well versed on. So I think right now, Sashi, they're going to be feeling confident. I think OG were very lost there on Nuke. When it came to opening duels, weren't looking great either. So I think there's a lot for OG to work on. Obviously, they've got a bit of a break now to kind of reconciliate and I guess change their tune. But Mirage, going to be an exciting one. Sadly, we will be jumping to a break beforehand. Heading back into the action, Charlie, we are going to be heading into the second map of the series. Obviously, it is a bit of Mirage. So, thoughts on Nuke? How do you think that kind of go for Sashi? I think it was fairly impressive. It was a nice response from the get-go, wasn't it?
I mean, look, it's what they needed. They needed to have some sort of success so far here. I mean, it's been a pretty miserable Swiss stage for them in terms of at least the games that they have played. Like we said, they're lucky they got forfeit wins to be able to put themselves here. At the end of the day, it's not their choice. It ended up being that way. Now it's time for them to really dig deep and show us what they've got. And already, winning map number 1, that's exactly the start that they needed. Pressure is now on OG, because obviously this is not just a spot for playoffs. This is also an elimination spot as well. So it's very much up in the air. OG, though, like we said, they're moving on to their map pick. We need to see them turn things around. Because, sure, there were a couple of glimpses on Nuke, but it always felt like as soon as Sashi won that force buy after OG's initial pistol win, that Sashi just had a really good start to their T side. Finished up with 6-6 half. They lost a pistol round, didn't lose a round since then. Brilliant stuff from Sashi. OG, sadly, not the same. Like I said, it was just glimpses. But, we have to say, Fred, obviously, Sashi did have a couple of names that were stepping up that you sort of pointed out as players you wanted to step up. People like Iceberg, you didn't think was having a good enough game recently. Lucky as well. Both of these guys finished above 20 kills on map number 1.
Yeah, Lucky played really well. I was actually very impressed with Lucky, but Iceberg, yeah. Definitely 1.52 rating was really, really impressive throughout that game. And I think it's the type of performance that if Sashi can continue, they certainly have the chance to find things on Mirage. Obviously, we look back to the most recent results from Sashi on Mirage. 13-2 loss to Monty, 13-3 loss to Bait, 13-2 loss to Paravision. So, clearly they've got problems with Mirage, but is it really a map that you should be having such problems with? It's one of the CS classics, right? I don't really know why they're struggling so much with this map.
I mean, that's the thing. It's actually like to play the map. It is their most played map. In terms of recent months at least, but like you said, yeah, they have been having some big issues. I mean, the fact that they're 3 most recent series, they literally have got 7 rounds in all 3 of them combined. Yeah, it's not great. It's been a difficult showing for them, but maybe it is just due to like the lack of confidence, the lack of sort of form that they on. Maybe a map victory here on map number 1 could be maybe what installs a little bit of extra desire and motivation into them. Might be what they need to give them the push onto map number 2 to maybe see what they can do, see if they can do any damage to OG. I mean, the thing I'm looking for Sashi mostly is honestly just a competitive game. Because I think moving on to Ancient, which on paper is a lot more 50-50, is something that we have seen some better things from Sashi, at least as of late. And I'm hoping if they can keep sort of toe-to-toe with OG, maybe that is what they need to be able to bring things over the line on Ancient. But, I mean, look, it is Mirage, like you said. It's a map that is played. It is known by every single team, pretty much. Even if you have Mirage as your Instaband, you'll still know how to play it to a certain degree. I'm hoping that Sashi can show us some things on this map. But equally, OG have to turn things around. Otherwise, they are going to be facing elimination here in Series 17. And, I mean, that feels like it puts this team 3 steps back.
Yeah, like, I think for OG, obviously, we look at that game yesterday. I believe they had to forfeit their most recent game in CCT. I believe it was what, a forfeit loss to 500. I want to say. Yeah. So they had to forfeit that game, which is never a great sign. So I think right now OG, if they were able to play that one, they've got a decent chance of winning. Don't get me wrong, 500 are a good team, but they've had 2 chances now to make their way into playoffs. The fact they could, fall is a tough one to watch. But, Charlie, predictions on this one. Do you think Sashi has what it takes?
It is a difficult one. I think Sashi, I think they can. I will have to favour OG. I've liked a lot of the stuff I've seen from OG recently. But map number 1 is certainly not something that they'll want to remember too much. But I think they can have a chance here. I mean, this is a good pistol round right now for OG. Look, you lose the opening kill, but Sashi have made a big gamble towards middle. So they are playing this one retake. They do have a smoke and a defuse kit, so they do have time to play with. And obviously with that man advantage that they found towards middle as well. But it's what can they actually do from this?
Yeah, hefty retake here from CT. Zyphon finds one. Important find from Fiku. Iceberg quick there, and Iceberg just going to stick the bomb. No chance for denial as the final player in connector. And Sashi, a great retake. Absolutely excellent. I love the speed at which they just get the smoke down, get the defuse off. Very nice start here for Sashi.
Yeah, I mean, on a rifle round, on something like that, sometimes you can see a lot of people grouping up in the same position can just get shut down, mowed down, with a lot of util coming their way, and it feels like, oh, maybe they should have split. But on a pistol round, I actually really like when a lot of people just group up and hit the same place together. You got OG, where Mirage has a lot of angles that you need to cover on the actual bomb site, and yet, so it splits their attention, but just having 4 players emerge from CT, just overwhelming, is great stuff. And great find from Zyphon as well onto Crizant to get that opening kill for Sashi here. And of course, we did mention that on map number 1, Crizant was the player to give up a good few opening kills to Sashi.
Like a good few is a bit of an understatement. It seemed like nearly every single round.
Yeah, hoping it's not going to be the same case for him here. But it was obviously the force buy for OG. Do have some weapons in play. Well on outside towards B early. Have set their sights towards the A-bomb site for now. It's starting to come over, and Spook finding the kill onto Lucky. Cabby in sandwich goes 2 for 1.
Yeah, excellent from Cabby that. Even with those kills coming through early doors for Sashi, Cabby's double really gives them that chance here. And Iceberg, he's got a teammate by his side. Ultex just needs to try and just survive, allow, and bait Iceberg a little bit. Buzz here towards triple. Oh, Buzz finding that kill. Spook is just making his way towards the B-bomb site. Just going to look to get the bomb plant. It's only a chance here for Spook.
And Iceberg's already hit.
Ooh, that step's going to have been heard. Iceberg looking to swing, and it's a 1 versus 1 now.
No time.
Yeah, unfortunate that. Iceberg realizing, look, I can swing out. Doesn't matter whether I go down or not. It's just the idea that he's going to have to get off the bomb. Bit of a doozy though from Sashi. He's got to be said. Although they win the round.
Yeah, it gets probably a little bit closer than I felt like it should have at times. I was impressed that Buzz was able to find anything. Initially, you saw Zyphon towards stairs, but so hesitant to actually peek on out. And in doing so, Buzz, who was literally basically just directly in front of him, back turned the entire time. Was able to take down his teammate, but again, the force wipe from OG. They like going for these plays, and you can see why. A 3-on-3 now, but Cabby elsewhere takes down Crizant, so it is still opening kills and man advantage to the CT side. Buzz trapped towards balcony, but OG don't want to press the issue too heavily as Sashi will just back away.
Important kill from Buzz that. Brings it down to the 2-on-2. Great information there. Elevation now from Buzz. Cabby just needs to sit and wait. There's no need for Cabby to do anything else. Iceberg will get 1. Important trade from Cabby onto Buzz, and we will see Sashi continue. And just because there's 1 survivor, it seems like for OG, they're thinking, well, we can break their money again. We can do it. We can finally break their money. Just opt for a half buy, opt for an eco. You've got to just take your medicine, really. You've got to just accept. Let's just give them a round, and then we can have a full buy.
I mean, that's the thing. It gets difficult for OG because their loss bonus keeps on going up, so the buys keep on getting better, and they know Sashi, each round, they're far from perfect. I mean, the buys aren't too far off one another. Sure, OG's is worse, but not by a huge margin at all, but it's just Zyphon finding the opening kill here. I do like the speed that we are seeing from OG, though, and Cabby completely caught out.
Yeah, Fiku's look good at times, especially when it comes to kind of looking for these openers and really surprising his opponents. Nice find from Ultex though. Important kill there.
I was catching off Siphon. Tries to go for the flank. There is a player in connector there. Wasn't spotted, I don't believe, but it is a full stick of the bomb. And the stick isn't going to come through. It's so close to doing so. And OG finally, they will win one of these rounds. It was about half a second, maybe not even that on the bomb. So close to being won just by the defuse itself. But it's the speed towards A. It's Xiphon getting caught out on the flank. And it feels like Sashi, maybe they could have looked at it as, we'll play this one a little bit slower. We've got time, we can play it in the 3v3, but they've opted against it. They sort of felt like they always desired to go for that ninja defuse, always desired to stick the bomb. And maybe that cost them a little bit, but they had a couple of players very low, so maybe that was also the justification for it.
Yeah, nice from OG though. It's good that they've kind of got around on the board now, and look, as we said, eventually they will break the money of Sashi if they win around like that, and they do. You know, it's a force buy. We've got pistols. We've got the one rifle on Xiphon.
I mean, that's the thing. It would have been dire from OG if they weren't able to make it work, because you're gambling so many rounds. That could hinder you so heavily. You're basically potentially giving up 5 rounds to Sashi if they lost a round like that and lost it cleanly. But BQ will find Iceberg, but just goes down to his own molly.
Yeah, and then Xiphon and Lucky, they've rotated in on time. What is this game?
4-5-7 thread and 1 for mass. What is that? Biku finds the kill. Must have just miscalculated when his molly was going to disappear. Almost 100 to 0 to his own molly. I mean, look, the CT didn't even get an assist.
Yeah, absolutely ridiculous. It just seems like OG, in a moment where they should have taken a round, a moment where they can kind of bounce back and look to reset Sashi fully. It would have been an eco, it would have been a round that they should have won. It's just so silly. Important trade from Crizzen, though. Ultex finding Buzz, though. Big kill from Ultex.
I mean, Xiphon will always take on 1-for-1 there. Sure, he spotted part of the first play, but instantly got so heavily blinded. Basically found that kill fully blinded.
This fight's everything in window. Lucky against Crizzen. Right now, look how much space has been taken. Iceberg's heading towards under. Spook's ready for Cabby, though. Oh, Crizzen! Surviving, winning the fight there. We will see Iceberg take him down, though. Important kill. Now this 2-on-2. Ooh, Iceberg. Steps are coming through. Iceberg should just back away here, though. He will find the pick. How is he still alive? He's onto a USP.
Wow.
Boys! Every round has some crazy chaos within.
I mean, this is certainly, this is a game for the neutrals right now. As long as you're not a fan of one of these two teams, this is probably one of the most entertaining games you'll watch in a while. I mean, this was madness. Gabby with so much space, Spook with an excellent read, though. And how on earth is Iceberg? Yeah, like you said, I feel like Iceberg should have backed away as well, or tried to. But he probably looks at it in terms of, if I try to back away now, they'll catch me when I try to back off down the stairs. He probably views it as, I've got to fight my way out, and does absolutely brilliantly. Not just to find 1, but to take down 2. And it's a 5-1 start for Sashi. OG's money is in a tough spot. It's good loss bonus, but you can see Buzz is still fully investing. It just feels like I mean, look, it's not. It feels like we haven't seen OG have a proper buy once, other than probably the round that they finally did get the win on. The round after that, the one they lost to the 5-7s.
Yeah, right now OG, although they were expected to take things here on Mirage, it's a 5-1 scoreline currently, and I think Sashi, they're not going to be feeling too bad about this.
No, I mean, I'm sure they're probably a bit surprised by the way in which they are winning these rounds.
A nice HE grenade, Iceberg just looking to disengage. Aggression coming his way, but nice find from Iceberg, doubles down, and that's the bomb dropping, that's the hero rifle falling. The kill feed gone all blue, and Sashi victorious again.
I mean, finally we're going to have a near enough good perfect buy. I mean, Buzz is still limited because obviously, like we said, he fully invested. Probably was gambling that the bomb plant's going to be a minimum, but I mean, a kill wasn't even found, let alone a bomb plant. Really good defense there from Iceberg. Excellently. I mean, that's exactly how I love seeing people play B. It feels like you see so many B anchors now that aren't particularly comfortable on Mirage. Sort of just look to fight their way out. That's not really the point. It's dropping you till it's delay and trying to buy time and give your team space to rotate in. But not only that, he goes on to find a couple of kills as well, which is great stuff from Iceberg. We've got Modo on the AWP. See if anything can be done. Zyphon through the smoke, gets caught out. And opening kill, OG.
Yeah, Cabby looking to go towards under. Lucky will find him in window. Kristen now looking to push, but found by Iceberg. Cabby still towards lower. And although Modo does have the AWP, not in the greatest of positions to strike. A fight coming down here towards B. Fiku. Modo doesn't get the kill instantly. Does find, and now we are going to be seeing the bomb maneuver its way towards B apartments. Same goes for Buzz.
I don't think there's a chance Fiku's ready for 2 players to be out already on the B-bomb site. So look at that, the minimap. Modo instantly turns around and going to be setting the sights elsewhere.
Yeah, the biggest problem is right now OG have no information about mid. They have no information about A. Looks like they're going to creep their way up short, which I actually don't mind this call, but Vortex needs to be cautious. Oh, gets the dink, not the kill. Still holding here towards Connector. Weaponry switch now, Buzz. Searching for something on the B-bomb site. Lucky. He's got a nice angle here. Still plenty to clear. Minimal time. Lucky. Oh, Lucky's been spotted. The AWP could just post up on the angle. Smoke drop now. Oh, great find from Lucky. Mad advantage. It's a 1 versus 2 now for Modo. Lucky can just sit and wait. But it looks as though Lucky's going to try and fight here on his own. And that kill's now given away. Cabby now looks as though he's being held. Reposition from Modo. There's minimal ammo here remaining for Modo. That's not going to bother him. Why do we see Lucky peek on his own there? His teammate's half a second behind him. It's just so unnecessary. This has just been a game of mistakes. It's as though they're playing CS and they don't have the experience of, 3-4 years playing at this top level. It's a 2 versus 1. Your teammate's coming from market. Just wait for him. You can go together. It's tough from Sashi, but they're punished in that round because of it. They can't keep making these simple mistakes.
Yeah, I think it makes it slightly worse, the fact that Lucky does jiggle and get the information that someone is there. If he sort of jiggles and no one's there, then peek, you can understand, like, okay, he's just trying to clear this space. But the fact he jiggled, gets Modo to spam off a few bullets and then gets the info, just gives up that 1v1. And Cabby's not close enough to instantly go and swing. He has to continue shifting, has to wait for a time being. I mean, it's still a buy for Sashi, but certainly a misstep in the last.
Well, look, as well, we know that Sashi's T-side is going to be somewhat minimalistic here on Mirage. We know that they've struggled on their T-side in the past. And the fact they couldn't qualify just on the base of Mirage, they've thrown away around. We should be 7-1, should be maybe 8-1 because we're expecting it to be an eco. Right now, this round's looking very promising for Sashi, but still, it's not as though they're in a position where they can say, oh, okay, well, it's just 1 round. It's not the end of the world. They've got to find victory here.
I mean, right now, Sashi will actually look pretty good. But you never want to give OG a foothold into a game, onto a map that we know they have caused some really, really serious damage to other teams on. So it's not so much in terms of, oh, that 1 round's going to lose Sashi a game. It's certainly not. They've still got all the chance to win it. They're still in a great spot here. It's 7-2. But it's just more so, this does feel like a game where we've known how much Sashi have struggled in recent times. They've got like a 35% success win rate in the last 3 months or something. It's not been a good bit of recent form for this Sashi side, so every round feels just as vital as one another. So when they are in such a favoured situation and they do let it slip, we've seen what happens when Sashi do that before. So it does feel like these are the times where you need to take a step back. But OG are calling a tactical pause here. It's going to have to be a bit of a half-buy for them once again. Sashi are running away with things on OG's map selection. And, I mean, right now, take away the part at the top left that says it's OG's pick. I think it would be difficult to tell.
Yeah, definitely. I think OG, they've not looked good enough. Look, you touched upon the fact that Sashi, their overall win percentage just in the last couple months is like 38%, I think you said. The win rate on Mirage is 23. This is why I'm so angry with them for throwing away that round in market. Because we know that they struggle on Mirage. Okay, yes, they're playing a lot better here, but it can slip away. OG find these final 3 rounds, 7-5. They're on the CT side. They win the pistol. That's where the game's leveled up, and we're going to see what happened kind of to OG on map number 1. But Cabby here towards jungle. Nice finds. Not the perfect spray, but enough to do the dirty work. That's a 2 versus 4. We see a lot of these rounds where Hero AK or Hero Galil's invested. And kind of the attempt is to keep the round as close as possible. And a fair few times we have seen them come close. Yet here, just these pistols remaining. Buzz.
Prison will find Zyphon, has been brought down to half HP, has still time to play with. I think the chance of winning the round is going to be slim with no weapon able to be retrieved just yet. Might be able to just see if you can find a kill or 2. Oh, there is a weapon. Not a lot of time, and the bomb under the control of Sashi, it is still going to be near impossible task. I'm like the idea of spam and just honestly hoping you get a bit of luck.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea. Smokes off the bomb, in fact. That's not where players could have lined up there. I had solid belief there that Kristen could have found a couple kills. I don't mind that Kristen's going for kills over any chance of the round. I think we all knew that the round was never going to go his way. Sashi, though, finding 8. This has been a very positive half for them. Obviously, Charlie, you touched upon in the last 3 maps for Sashi, they've only been able to find 7 rounds across all 3 combined. Yet here, already surpassing that.
Yeah, exactly. They have struggled at Mirage. But so far, it's looking like it's their home turf.
Yeah, definitely.
Still 2 rounds left of this half, though.
But this is the problem.
They probably are going to want to push for something like double digits.
I've got to say, Charlie, right? OG, they kind of picked Mirage to punish Sashi just based on the win rate, but OG don't play all too much in Mirage. I feel like Ancient maybe would have been a better pick for them. I've got to say, Charlie, we're looking like a similar kind of statement to Mirage than on Nuke. It seems like OG are a bit lost here. How is Ultex able to get 2 from under that? It shouldn't be happening. Never in a million years. Flashbang to come through, though. Lucky. Oh, Lucky's fired off and will be taken down here. Kristen, not the greatest of sprays whatsoever. He's low HP, now retrieved an AWP. Still a very possible 3-on-3, but Moto's got to survive, and there's a flank coming through from Palace. Zyphon, got to be a bit quicker here. Spots out 1. Important kill found now. Smokes are down. The fuse coming through, and that is a round going the way of Sashi.
I mean, you got to credit the retake again. They slow things down. They know they've got the flank coming through from Palace.
Yeah, it's excellent.
At your time, you've already chipped players down. Moto's low, Krisen's low. So just slow it down and wait for that 3-pronged attack, and that's exactly what they do. 9 is found, and there's one final round. I don't even think I need to say it's necessary for OG to win this one. I think we all know that OG just need to get some rounds on the board.
You know what the craziest thing is about OG's Mirage? They prefer the T side, Charlie.
Yeah, interesting thing with Sashi as well. So do they.
Yeah.
I mean, exactly. Sashi's are so bad on both sides, actually, so it's tough to prefer anything.
Important opener. Chris has actually found quite a few opening kills here towards middle. Oz could give his life up here to Cabby, though he's got to be cautious. Reposition now from Cabby. Plenty of players making their way up connector. Ultex, I don't know why he's repositioned here. Kristen's found a triple. Yeah, I feel like Cabby, the only chance he had of survival was that Ultex was kind of saving him and protecting him from jungle, yeah.
I mean, much better round here from OG. I mean, Cabby was always in a ridiculously hard spot. There's a player from Palace, players from Connector. One from Ramp as well. He fell dead to rights for anything. If he was able to find one, that would have been great. I would have been surprised if that was the case anyway. But Crizzen really leading by example in that round. And needing to. OG will find their third. The question on everyone's minds, though, is it going to be enough? This pistol round could determine the whole game. If Sashi got to win this, we saw what OG did with the force buys in the first half. I don't think they have a choice but to force buy on the second half if they lose pistol.
Yeah, I think OG, it's a do or die scenario. Obviously, they are the ones one map down as well. This is their pick, but as I said, I feel like OG, the only reason they've picked Mirage is because Sashi have looked kind of weak on it as of late. Yeah. OG maybe needing to be playing their own game plan a little bit more. It's got to be said, maybe they could have picked a map like Anubis. Obviously, Ancient, it's a strength for them as well. This is Sashi's most played map, as you pointed out, Charlie. So, we expected decent things from them. Spook here towards Ramp, really struggling, really missing the bullets. We'll find Altex, switches to the Glock. Buzz an important kill here. One goes down, but it's a 2-on-5. Not really expecting much, but Lucky gets one. Zyphon as well on the late lurk, and Lucky's doing a lot of damage now. Lucky can isolate. This is a 2-on-5. The final players, the 3 health combined, and Zyphon gets one. Zyphon gets 2. 4 kills in total. An excellent pistol clutch there from Sashi. A 2-on-5. Sashi win the pistol. OG, what do you do now?
Yeah, I mean, that's got to be the straw that breaks the camel's back now. I just don't see a way back from OG. They made so many questionable decisions with the constant force buys in the first half. They finally do win the force buy after like 5 rounds, just to lose it against 5-7s. They are in such a good spot here on the pistol to give them a lifeline here on Mirage. You're 5 versus 2. You're in such a good spot, and you lose it. It's heartbreaking for this OG team. Double digits hit now by Sashi. 3 rounds away from running away with this game and eliminating OG. But it is a force buy from OG, and it might not matter as the B bomb site's being breached and the majority of the CTs are gambling towards A.
Let's be honest, right, Charlie? I feel like right now, Sashi, surely to take this now. It'd be ridiculous if it goes any other way, right?
You've been watching the same game I have, and this game feels like it emphasizes the word ridiculous.
Yep.
So, who knows? I honestly wouldn't count anything out in this one. Just because it has been madness. But Sashi, look, they've lost 3 rounds. That's all. They've done such a good job. You certainly would. I mean, I hope you'd favour them to be able to close things out now. But I suppose at least the silver lining, if there is any you can talk about for OG, is they have been able to keep 4 of these weapons alive. VQ might reinvest, actually. It depends on what OG want to do, because it does feel like a kind of game where they'll be buying until the end. And yeah, look, Spook's dropped over an MP9 for him to invest in a FAMAS, so that's probably where this game's going to be looking. But I mean, look, there's at least going to be a buy from OG if they do lose this one, but as long as Sashi plays this one smart, they can close this out in dominant fashion.
Yeah, this would be a big win for OG, though. Obviously, Sashi, you expect favoured here as they got the 4 rifles, they got the full util. A nice idea from OG, though, a bit of a stack towards A. Bit of a default, though, from Sashi, 2 towards ramp, 2 towards under. Obviously, Zyphon towards top middle. I don't mind that OG have opted for kind of a bunkered bomb site approach. Problem is we're gonna have these 3 players towards middle, emerging out of connector. Fully on default, important kill from Spook. Modo can find 2 there with the MP9. What has happened in this round? OG, it's great kills from both Modo and Spook, but it's embarrassing from Sashi. The only angle they need to hold is the ramp swing, and Modo can find 2 there with the MP9.
Zyphon will get swung on by multiple CTs, not able to find a single player. So OG, great amount of money built up from winning that round. Look at what they have already. So, I mean, that's one of the biggest things you need to be able to make any sort of comeback happen. A decent bit of a bankroll. And that's what they've got, at least for now. Still a buy from Sashi, and just 2 rounds away from closing things out here.
Yeah, still Sashi. Look like a promising threat here. They've opted for AKs. They've opted for weaponry over utility, and it might come back to bite them. So they've only got 5 pieces of util. 2 smokes, 1 molly, 1 flash. Or 2 molly, sorry. Big rotations come through.
Also, 3 players towards A now, so Sashi needs to be careful, but Ulcriz's position is great, and Iceberg will find Crizm for free. Not already the re-aggression towards mid, but the CT's going to be ready for Zyphon, seemingly so, but Zyphon still finds 2.
Yeah, and he can just tuck away now, Fiku. He's going to be re-aggressing. A little bit of damage dealt to Fiku. And right now, if you're Fiku, do you give this a go?
I mean, there is a decent amount of money, but, I mean, look, you've got to think what's going through his head. He's in a 1 versus 3. He doesn't actually have any info where these T's are. The bomb's down. Do you rather give a really difficult clutch a go, or save an AK specifically? Because money's not an issue for OG, actually. They can buy, but it's just the fact it's an AK.
I'll be honest, I think, in my opinion, you got to give this one a go. Are OG going to really win 8 rounds in a row on the CT side? I think not. I think in these scenarios, you have to give it a go.
Yeah, I mean, the tough thing is, I think he probably looks at it as, I've got no chance to win this. But probably equally, there's not a lot of chance to win 8 rounds in a row. But it is their map selection, but you would not believe it with just 4 rounds posted after 16 rounds. Sashi, 1 away now from eliminating OG and securing themselves a spot in playoffs, to I think everyone's surprise.
Yeah, especially when you look at it, Sashi, the only wins that they've got in the Swiss stage have been forfeit wins. The other losses have been 2-0s. 0-2, sorry.
Dominant ones. Dominant losses as well.
Yeah.
Great fight from Zyphon in middle, taking down Modo Zorb. And Ada the smoke in mid for Spook to try to get a kill back, but nothing found. He does at least keep things level. Is this 4-on-4, but just a bit of presence made over towards B. No commitment out yet. Still no real inkling as to where Sashi's end goal is going to be.
Yeah, it looks as though they're going to slowly make their way towards A, though, and I don't mind the setup from OG. We've got Fiku just on the B-bomb site holding short. We'll have a quick rotation out of Spook towards both B and middle. Problem is they're going to go towards Palace, and this is the biggest problem. Crizm, I believe, under balcony. He's got to be cautious. He's just rotating now, repositioning. Just going to tuck away towards Firebox. He's the solo defender towards A here now. Crizm with so much work to do. Iceberg still just jiggling. Crizm can go 1-for-1, and Iceberg now creeping his way up. It's a 3-on-3. He can deny any rotations from short. And with all this information, he's going to realise that it's going to be a hefty retake through CT spawn. Elevation up from Ticket. Great double from Buzz. And now it is all on Iceberg.
Yeah, surely not another clutch can ruin this one for the CETs. Iceberg finds the first. No one's on the bomb directly, but Buzz needed to find the kill and will do so. OG survive another round. But you can see how paranoid Sashi were there. Because it was only Crizm defending, they clearly thought, okay, there's got to be someone in ramp. They've got to have this space. So they put so much focus into that position that it just allowed Buzz to elevate himself up, find 2 easy kills, 2 of the easiest kills he'll ever find in this game on players back turned.
Still though, OG with a long road back. 7 more needed here in a row. many are going to be under the assumption that Sashi are going to close this out. A question of when, not if. I feel like a real symbolic moment would be if Sashi do it in this one. 3 players with Kevlar, the rest just pistols. Bit of damage dealt here. Well, sadly, OG, they rip any chances of it away. No eco victory here. A quarter of the way, though.
Yeah, weapon's gonna be back in play now for Sashi. Still, they are a bit limited in utility, and obviously no AWP for Lucky. The fact it could just be any one of these rounds, one mistake from OG, that'll be it done for them here in Series 17.
Yeah, the problem is Sashi are going to have, 3 to 4 full buys, and they're also going to have hefty half buys, because the loss bonus is going to be pretty high. These are all rounds that Sashi can be victorious in. But nice opener here. Spook finding Iceberg, a vital kill back. Zyphon, we saw what he was able to provide here towards Chair a couple rounds ago, getting that double. Viku taking space here towards B is excellent. Exactly what OG need. Oh, missed shots from Fiku. Cabby quick enough. And I say it's exactly what OG need. Giving up the leveled up game, giving the advantage to Sashi. Certainly not what they'd hoped for. Modo, the lone defender here towards A. He's going to be creeping towards ramp. If Modo doesn't get this kill, if he goes the way of Lucky. Oh, nice flick from Modo. You're going to see a reposition from Spook as well. Zyphon's in a great position, but he's got to activate. He can't just sit and wait for his teammates to emerge out of ramp.
He's now in a bit of a tough spot with Prison also being here, so the CTs are starting to clear towards middle.
Nice from Zyphon, he will get one. Prison with a trade, though, is excellent.
Oh, Prison jumping into murder hole. Does he go towards B? That's the question. Will do so, as that's where Sashi are starting to push through now.
Ooh, awkward shots from Crescent. Final bullets will confirm it, though. And Alltex in the 1 versus 2. A big clutch for Alltex. Shoulder to shoulder, OG go. Oh, they line up. I was a believer there. I thought Alltex would have found them both, but Modo with a quick shot. OG, they will find themselves 7. Again, though, Sashi, they were in that 4 versus 3. But it just seems like of an odd decision making. Obviously, it's a great shot from Modo. Necessary kill. It seems like Sashi continued to slow down unnecessarily. But great from Crescent, not only getting that kill in middle, but the awareness to make his way through there towards B.
5 more rounds required still for OG. And even partial buys like this still start to become a concern.
Yeah. Yeah, when there's a couple Mac 10s, maybe even a Galil in play. Alltex, he's lined up the smoke here. I don't even know where this is landing, but I'm excited for it. Maybe a drip smoke out of Palace? Smoking off under. Well, bit of an interesting smoke, bit of an interesting fight. We see the Tech-9s towards middle. Oh, Kristen's got to be cautious. He's missing the initial shots in Cabby. Although low HP here. He's got a Tech-9. Looks to back away. I don't mind this from Cabby. Alltex. He's got himself an AK. Bombs to gone down now, and Krisen going to push through the smoke. Lucky if he finds this kill, he's able to retrieve a weapon. It's on Fiku and Modo. Fiku, the full HP player. Modo, an important kill, although on low HP, still surviving. I would have liked to see him keep the AWP. Alltex trying to isolate, but Fiku again. Second kill of the round. These ones are getting close. They're getting dangerous, but OG still surviving. They are at the halfway point.
There's been so many chances here for Sashi. one kill can turn the round, and it's just these kills are the ones that they're not able to get. And that's the difference. We're seeing a lot of players find kills, but no one's able to double up. And that's what OG are able to do. Moto there gets 2. Lucky had the chance to, just couldn't connect any of the bullets with the tech that he needed to.
And I think as well, you see Alltex in that position. He's trying to wait for this. He's trying to fight before the smoke goes down. I feel like he's in a really good position. He could have just waited it out. Tried to delay, tried to, you know, force OG to tap the bomb, because he's probably finding the kill if he sprays through the smoke at that moment. You understand his want and need to find that pick, but you're right. I feel like there's been many moments, even when we saw Cabby towards under, that kind of awkward fight, obviously onto Chris, and, you know, if that kill comes through as well, we're looking at a different round. OG, though, with the opener here. Modo on the AWP. He's not had the best of games, but having a lot more impact now with the big green in hand.
The opening kill as well. Buzz has been tagged by the smoke, but it's just a mid-swing that comes through from the CT side. Well, not even the mid-swing, it's just Buzz. There was a mid-swing, but no one else needed. Buzz does it all alone. 2 players posted up here towards B, and it feels a little bit like Sashi are trying to do too much. We've seen your win rate on Mirage as of late. This doesn't work. Keep things simple, and you can close things out. But things are starting to get closer and closer. The pressure will mount. It honestly feels like Sashi need to take a timeout and just say, let's go for an A execute. Let's go for a B split. Something like this. Nothing too fancy. Because when they try to slow things down, they're getting caught out.
Yeah, definitely. Look, I think you're completely right. I think the set of A utilities all you need. 4 towards ramp, 1 towards Palace, Molly under, Molly towards bench, smokes all across the bomb site, get the bomb down, force OG into a difficult scenario. I think right now, Sashi are playing their T side far too slowly. They're giving opportunities for OG to find openers. They're giving opportunities for OG to kind of retake middle. I think Sashi, their best chance is to hit with a bit of speed. But you're right, I think OG, they've done really well. They've had far too much freedom here, though. They haven't felt kind of majorly pressed. Obviously, there's been a fair few 2vx's, but Sashi on their gun rounds, it feels like they feel a lot less potent. Because obviously with the techs in hand, we know they're going to look to go faster. We know they're going to look to be a bit more creative.
Down is taken from the Molotov there, inconnected from Buzz. See, this is 5 rounds in a row now from the CT side. The fact that Spook's able to get 1 there just emphasizes, I think, some of the problems that Sashi have been having. You've got 2 players in under, but they're not swinging together. There's that delay. Why is there that delay?
Yeah,
there you go. Instantly, Spook gets taken down before he finds 1.
Yeah, exactly. No casualties there. We would have seen man advantage.
Just a little bit sloppy from Slappy right now. Sashi right now, sorry. But I mean, look, they're still 1 round away from closing things out. The only thing I'm starting to get worried for them now, if things go to OG, I think they're done in this series. I think there's no way you can come back from that.
Yeah, exactly.
Obviously, this was 12-4.
Yeah, crazy comeback it would be. As we said, we've seen some ridiculous moments here throughout Mirage, and already I'm liking what I'm seeing here. The setup's good. We've got 2 towards short. Prison elevated up. Sashi going into the stack. Just so easy.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. It's OG are dictating and able to dominate the map control right now. Because Sashi aren't... Due to them slowing things down, OG are confident taking space late. And when they do so, they get all of this information, and you're allowed to go for a stack like this. This is why I honestly think Sashi just need to go for something quick.
Has Sashi actually
when it comes to slowing things down, they just don't have the ability to control any of the map.
Have Sashi actually gone for an execute yet? I can't think of a single round they've just looked to go for an A hit, looked to go for a B hit. Seems like that's going to be their approach here, but this is a round where they got Tech 9s, they got weaker weapons. Why aren't they doing this with rifles? I'm already giving a prediction here. They're going to peek before the smokes land. Well, there we have it. teaser out on the bomb site before any chance of the smokes coming through. Modo will find his second of the round. Bomb's going to struggle to go down now.
Ivan is here in connector.
Making his time with bars, will find him. Need to deal with the player on stairs. Jumping round the corner. Why is he jumping? Why is he giving himself inaccuracy there? It's just
comes down to round number 24.
And I've got to say it, Charlie. Think back to that. That clutch in that retake. Sorry, in market where Lucky swings 1 by 1.
Yeah. I mean, I did say I wouldn't count out anything here, even when it was that 12-4 scoreline. And I mean, clearly, Sashi is doing everything they can to prove me right, because this has been a tough watch from their perspective. 1 round needed, and they have been getting dominated. They've had a lot of opportunities. They've had close rounds, but if you can't close any of them out, it's your fault, I'm afraid. And this one looks like it's going to be the same way. And it is. Lucky. It's going to overtime. Lucky in the 1 versus 5 finds nothing. And OG, from the depths of elimination, bring it back from 12-4 down. They win 8 rounds in a row. And I will be mind blown if Sashi can show us anything else in the rest of this series. They've had a terrible win rate on Mirage. They've had terrible win rates in the last 3 months. Finally, they have a chance to make a statement. And they need 1 round out of 8. And they failed to convert. I think this is Sashi done here. I mean, I'd be impressed if they can bring things back on map number 3. I think what this will do to a team mentally, I don't think you can recover from that.
Look, Charlie, I think that's one of the worst, if not the worst, T-sides of Mirage I've ever seen. They won the pistol. They won the eco. Obviously, they then won when they had weaker weapons. They had 8 rounds to close the game out. How have they fumbled so hard? So many moments, so many mismanaged decisions from Sashi. They could have gone for 8 A executes, and you'd assume one of them would have gone their way. No wonder they've got a poor win rate on this map, if that's what they have to offer here on the T side.
I mean, it felt like Zyphon was one of the reasons for so much of their success towards middle, having a lot of impact being found. I mean, even this, we didn't see any of this in regulation. They weren't looking to actively get players in deeper positions. They were just playing things really slow, and it was allowing OG to re-aggress in positions. But they do have the opening kill here.
Yeah, big opener. I guess we could maybe chalk it up to pressure for Sashi, but I don't know. I think Sashi. I think you're right. I think they are gonna really feel the pressure, really feel kind of the disappointment that should have been them closing out in a quick 2-0. Nice kill from Modo. Important trade from Fiku. Modo is still here towards bench. He's gonna be mollied off. Still not dealt with, and Krisen close by. Zyphon an important find. They're aware that Krisen is gonna be close by though. 3-on-2 here. Nice kill from Fiku. Zyphon with the trade, and now Krisen emerges. Lucky on the AWP. We'll find him. And there it is, 13 for Sashi. It's taken them 9 rounds to find it, but sadly it's not victory for them.
Yeah, it would only be right if they're able to finally find 13 when we're in the first round of overtime. I mean, the thing is, I don't think Sashi are going to do anything for the rest of this map. I think OG have put on too good a display. I think the confidence and momentum will be on their side. But I couldn't think of a more sort of perfect way for this game to end if Sashi do end up taking it on overtime. The fact that it's been such a wild map number 2 here between both these teams, that just feels how this one would go. I'm also a little bit concerned by that's what we've seen from Sashi a lot, just a player running out mid and getting taken down by a CT and underpass, and yet it's still happening.
Yeah, I don't know how it's just been allowed to happen, or what's the value there. I'm just going to jump out mid and just allow myself to go down. I see no benefit.
It's happened like 7 rounds on their team side so far, and I just don't really understand why we're not seeing a change up for that. Surely have someone throw in a flashbang. Have 2 players go in there instead so you can get a trade at least. Yeah, I'm just not sure, because it's been Spook doing it a lot of time, and he's had a ton of success doing it. Krisen in this one, and it's got the same end result. But 1 for 1 here in the first half of overtime.
Yeah, like I think Sashi, we've seen so many individual plays go so wrong. The amount of times players have peaked before the smokes have come down. The amount of times that we've seen players just swing out mid alone. I think Sashi have kind of, I think they've lost their way here on Mirage.
A good spot
Important
to find
kills.
themselves in now. Moto will grab one back to make it a 2-on-2. He's a splitting massively. Cypher not able to get around the corner in time. A 1v2 for the low HP Iceberg.
Yeah, Modo switching to the AK. I don't know whether it's confirmed damage onto Iceberg, but I really wouldn't mind if we saw both Fiku and Modo look to kind of play together towards jungle, maybe towards middle. Not going to be retaking together, which I do really like.
Look at the util that Modo has. I think chances are we're going to see Iceberg go down from a nade or a molly or something like that. He's just got a full belt still, unused.
Time is ticking, though. Oh, molly towards Palace. Smoke on the bomb. Look for the knife kill. Is there enough time for Fiku to defuse?
Yeah. I think there is just about enough time. It's close, but it does come through.
Why did she go for... I'll be honest. I love the idea of the knife kill. I think it's hilarious. Why did he just use bullets?
I mean, he saw Fiku. That's the thing. He could have taken down Fiku and then looked for the diffuser. It came down to the wire anyway. It's one of the closer rounds we've seen from Sashi on their CT side. But
he's Ivan get one with the tech. He knows a player's towards stairs. He's swinging with Crescent and just jumps around the corner, and Spook can find a triple because of it. I think there's just been so many... Spook can find a triple because of it. I think there's just been so many simple errors that we've seen here from Sashi that really show why they have been on such poor form.
I mean, it did feel like Sashi... It just felt like the team play got thrown out the window a little bit. And everything they were doing felt like they were just losing a lot of 1v1s across the map. And maybe they just needed to take a step back and say, how do we do things together? How do we just do things as a unit? And that's what felt like just those fundamentals got thrown out the window a little bit. But maybe they can pull things off on this CT side. If they want to close it out here, they will need 3 rounds in a row. OG need 2, and they'll be able to bring us onto Ancient.
Yeah, and I think, look, you pointed it out, OG, the fact they made the comeback, the fact they kind of brought it back from 12 to 4, you know, it was a tall order. It was very, very difficult, but they've made it happen. They've made it possible. And now that they're here, it'd be disappointing for OG to lose it. But it's not as though it's a comeback where Sashi were maybe 12 to 6, 12 to 7 up. It was a long comeback. It was absolutely incredible from OG. It was disappointing from Sashi. And you've got to imagine it will take all the confidence and all the kind of the threat that Sashi showed on their first half just completely away. But it really should have been kind of maybe a 10 to 2 scoreline opposed to a 9 to 3. I wish there was kind of like a stat on HLTV. I know on like chess.com, like you can review the game and it says like amount of blunders. I'd love to see how many there've been here for Sashi because
for both teams there'd be millions in this one. Because
yeah.
OG's first half was pretty
very
abysmal
poor
as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's been entertaining CS at least, and I suppose that's of course at least something that I think everyone can at least enjoy. So I'm just hoping anyone that's watching this game isn't a Sashi or an OG fan, because it's probably one of the most stressful games you're watching. Yeah. But for anyone else, I mean, great game to watch.
Certainly one for the neutrals. But look, we're going to be back into the action now. Sashi, they did have a very strong CT side, obviously winning 3/4 of the round. Same can be said for OG. So look, Sashi can still take this, right? They won 1 round on the T side. Is that enough?
Can do so. I do think we saw a bit of a change up from OG on their T side towards the very end, that did make me think, okay, yeah, OG's still in there. It's just everything they were doing initially was getting completely shut down. So I am curious what OG will get to see here, and I'm hoping it is the one that I think we were waiting for all of the first half. If that's the case, I don't think Sashi have a chance. That's a poor start for it. Spook coming from short, and first round surely going to be going the way of the T's. Chris's position, he's going to find Zypher, no issues, and it's the two-man advantage. OG are priming themselves for 15. One round away from bringing us map number 3.
Look, I get the idea of Iceberg wanting to swing. I just feel like he's tucked away in such a good position. Ultex has got to give this one a go, right? There's no downside. There's so much money, and they're going to have to win the next round anyway. Got full utility. I feel like there was a real chance there. Look at the positioning of both Fiku and Buzz.
Sashi, they had 8 map and series points to close out this game. Failed to do so. OG, they have their first map point here on Mirage. Can they do it in one?
I think they probably can. You just have to look at that round anyway. It looks really nice. It looked really good. A great idea of what they wanted to achieve, and certainly got there. And every time there was a lurk from OG, it seemed like it worked out really well. Yet for Sashi, their lurks seemingly were the ones to kind of take the initial contact. But it's going to be this playthrough B. Lucky looks as though he's going to rotate in time. Lucky gets a freebie. The flash is not timed too well.
Yeah, they lose the opening kill and will back away. Bit of HE managed to chip away a couple of players. OG gonna go back to the drawing board as B looks like it is not gonna be the point of contact just yet.
Well, the timing on Lucky's reposition is excellent. Obviously, we see the flashes a bit awkwardly timed. Lucky was blinded by it, but obviously players already out beforehand. Cabby is in a nice position here. See this double peek come through, and Cabby goes down. The combination of Buzz and Spook. Timing, nice for Zyphon to find Krisen. Now this 4-on-3. Swing is good for Zyphon again. Plays with Util in hand. And Modo, a consolation prize in this round. Sashi, they do find 14. They deny OG their first opportunity to find Mirage. And now, Sashi, they've got to win this last one, but Lucky's had a really tough game. 14 and 20. You look at the kill department for OG, it's incomparable to Sashi. Ultex, Lucky, and Iceberg all on less than 16 kills. Cabby with 19. But there's 4 players on OG above 20. But just goes to show that a lot of Sashi's rounds were pretty closely won, yet OG won a vast majority of theirs quite dominantly.
Next here on balcony, we'll be able to find the first.
Ooh, Zyphon finding Spook in mid.
It's all about this fight towards B. What can Iceberg do? He goes down and might give a bit of an avenue.
He does not need to stay here. Backing away is the right decision. Zyphon just jiggling in mid. Could be a cause for concern. Force the Modo. Utility coming through now towards middle. There's a player in con that could go down as well. It's just backed away. In fact, it is Lucky. Lucky repositioning now. Setup's pretty decent. Just backed away. They've given Fiku a timing. Fiku finding Iceberg. Back to a leveled up game. And Buzz in an excellent position. Lucky. Switch to the rifle now. 3-on-3. Yet to emerge onto the bomb site. All three to be retaking here. Oh, through market. Flashbang's coming out. Buzz blinded. Lucky gets a good kill here, but Buzz... secondary factor. Mono finds Ultex and OG. They do take it here. Charlie was a 5-on-3. But again, Sashi, they make big mistakes. They peak for no reason. They're making monumental errors here. Sashi should have closed out in regulation. It was 12-4. And as you pointed out, look, if OG can take Mirage, there's a high chance they take things on that third and final of Ancient, I believe. It's got to be said, Sashi, what happened on Mirage?
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be the thing. A team that already feels like they are low on confidence right now, just due to their recent form, how they've been playing, how their individuals have been playing. Getting playoffs feels like a huge step for them and a really big turnaround for Sashi as a team. The fact that they go on to take Nuke, the fact they go on to be 12-4 up on OG's map pick, this would be a great series for us to sort of finish out and talk to one another about and say, what a great step forward for Sashi. The fact that they can't close it out with 8 mapping series points, they've only got themselves to blame now, and this is going to be a really difficult one for them to try to recover in the break. Yeah, I was slightly favoured of OG coming into this. I'm now pretty significantly favoured to OG. It's still a map that both teams are pretty decent at. I just can't see a way that Sashi, a team that were struggling, seemed like they were struggling a bit mentally before this series, after losing a game in that fashion, even losing it as a 3-on-5 with the 2-man advantages there, it just feels like it's perfect sort of emphasis of what went wrong for Sashi there. Yeah,
definitely a map they're going to want to forget about. You know, a lot of the time we've said that the Mirage is pretty poor, and obviously it's a close game for them. It's a 16-14, but the problem is, people looking back at that game, people looking at those stats will go, oh, it was a close game for Sashi. They kept things competitive. That was theirs to win. It was a 12-4. Yeah. And I think right there, I want to praise OG, but it's not really kind of all on them having good moments. I think there was a lot of mistakes from Sashi in that second half. Obviously, it's brilliant from OG, though. And I think now that they got themselves onto that third and final of Ancient, they can look to really flex their muscles and really show what they have to offer there. Obviously, Ancient going to be an exciting final battleground between these two, but we will have to wait as we are going to be jumping to a break. It's got to be said, a disappointing performance from Sashi in the back end of Mirage. OG have to be praised though. Absolutely great resilience, obviously, to come back on that second half. And now, obviously, with moving to Ancient, a map they're looking a little bit more positive on, I think we can expect OG to take this, can't we?
I mean, they're certainly going to be in a pretty comfortable spot now. Both teams have some decent stats on Ancient, but I think it's more just given the context of how this series has gone so far. Sashi primed themselves to be the ones to advance to playoffs. They still can do so, of course. The fact that they had 8 opportunities to close that game out, fumbled every single one of them, allowed OG to bring things to overtime before actually closing it out in that overtime bout between the two teams. I just think the confidence that OG are going to have is going to be so tough to try to maintain on the side of Sashi, and I just don't know if they're going to be able to show us what we want to see from this side now. Like I said, they certainly can. Maybe they are able to reset perfectly and bring us onto Ancient. I just think human nature and a team like this who already feels pretty low on confidence, I just think this could be a game that really we could see OG just run away with things here. Yeah,
and you look at the kind of the individuals for OG. We got Modo, we got Spook, we got Buzz, all with 40 kills here across the series so far. Real team performance. Obviously, we've had decent moments from Fiku as well. Crizzen, maybe not the best of games. A lot of that is going to be based off the Nuke performance where he went 9 and 19. But even still, right? We definitely should have seen Sashi close out map 2. The fact they haven't, that is going to be their best chance for playoffs over. They had 8 of them. So now I think if you're Sashi and if you're a Sashi fan as well, I think there is a realistic world now where we've got to say OG probably make playoffs. They've got Ancient. It's one of their most played maps. It's statistically their best map. We should be seeing them take things here. I think their first half on Mirage was pretty poor. I think we're going to be saying that. But look, the comeback was excellent. And I think as well, talking about confidence, Sashi are going to be having next to none.
Yeah, I mean, OG have been on some good, or at least some decent form on Ancient that we have seen recently. I mean, just since the start of what has been the new year, they have won 7 out of 9 games. So they have been on some pretty great form. One of their losses being to Fnatic, the other one being to Sinners. Sure, the Sinners one was a bit of a blowout, but that felt like a bit of a unique case. And that's not normally what we see from OG on this map. They normally do win these games if they are going to lose them. It is normally a very close fashion. Just being told OG win the 9th round, so they are going to be the ones to get the dictate side in as well. Yeah, we're going to need to see a level from Sashi, I think, on not just on this map, but in general, that I think we haven't got to see recently.
Yeah, look, I think right now, Sashi, they are in a very, very troubling scenario. I think, obviously, we knew Mirage was going to be an interesting one. Obviously, the fact that OG don't play it that much in comparison to maps like Ancient, and obviously the fact that the likes of Sashi do play it in quite a vast majority of games. Look, what are we thinking here when it comes to OG on Ancient? Because you mentioned that Sinners loss, and okay, yeah, it's a bit of a blowout. It's a 13-4, and definitely not what you'd expect. But you talk about, okay, yeah, they lost to Fnatic. They also bested Fnatic in Series 17 here on Ancient, a 13-5. We had a great game against Fireflux here from OG as well on Ancient. Right now, I think Ancient's a map that OG clearly are feeling very, very comfortable on. And I think it begs the question right now, Sashi, they've got to be feeling throughout the whole of this game that it's already over. They've lost their best chance. Surely.
I mean, that's the thing. They've got to do what they can not to think that, because I think that's what a common feeling around probably a lot of people watching this game is. But it's up to Sashi to prove a lot of us wrong right now and show that they are able to bounce back despite what has been quite a blunderous start to what should have been their playoff run. But it's a decent start here, at least on Ancient, as the first 2 kills on this pistol have gone their way. Vision gets flashed in, finds Lucky. Still favoured for Sashi.
Yeah, Fiku certainly the one to watch here. Emerges out of Temple and finds 2. And Cabby now all that remains. Repositions here. Cabby will find. There's going to be a late flank here from Spook. I like that Cabby's Quickly repositioning now. And will take down Spook. Important clutch, important pistol. Sashi, victorious there. Figu does nicely. Keep it possible, but... Good start here for Sashi. Look, we got word that OG were the ones to win the knife round, as you touched upon. They've decided to start on that CT side. Thoughts on that one?
I mean, whatever you feel comfortable on, and that's how this will go most of the time for all these teams here. If OG are feeling better on this CT side recently, or maybe they're just feeling like they've had a bit more crack on it, or whatever it is, then by all means.
Well, the vast majority of times they start on the T side because this is generally their map pick. I want to say in nearly every single game that they've played on Ancient in the last 3 months, they've always started on that CT side, apart from the one game against BC game, but nearly every game they have a T side start. Do you think that's going to pose any problems?
I mean, I never really looked into too many things like this. They would have practiced this map so many times, starting on both sides. I don't think it makes a particularly big difference, unless it is a map that is significantly more favoured to one side. And I don't really think we're in that spot between these two teams. I mean, OG, they've shown great things on both sides as it is, but it is going to be a force play here from them, and it is going to be a hit towards B. Crizzen fails to find anything with the Deagle towards Cave, and the bomb will go down for Sashi. We have had a flank coming through from not only Fiku, but Buzz is also joining him as well here on this long flank. It looks like it is just going to be a save from OG while trying to take as many weapons away from Sashi as they can.
Yeah, we can see Spook go towards mid as well. It can work quite nicely. Fiku will get the trade onto Zyphon there. And there is so many players coming Fiku's way. We'll get one more. Nice damage there from Fiku. The final players will be saving though towards T-spawn. So Sashi can get themselves their second force buy. It has been denied here for OG. The good thing is Fiku can drop over an Optimodo in their next full buy. Good start there for Sashi, exactly what they need.
Yeah, I mean, they needed something to go their way, so pistol rounds and that second round force denied. Should have been easier time of things, just up against Modo's Scout and Spook's MP9. But I mean, everyone's going to be waiting for that round number 4 now. Sure, a bit of damage can be dealt in a round like this from OG. I don't think it's going to be a round that we're looking at as one that they've got a great chance of winning just yet, but it's going to be the next round that I think we're really going to get a bit of an idea of how this one goes.
Nice find though from Zyphon. Crizzen falling again. He's been in these early altercations quite frequently here, and the vast majority of the time it's been on the other side of it. Zyphon continuing here in middle. Nice find onto Fiku.
Yeah, it should just be an easy finish till this round now from Sashi. Get that bomb down. Do your best not to lose any weapons. And there's no need for people and players to start to get a little bit too aggressive on what isn't necessarily a hunt, but just on trying to actively search for these players, because there's not anything to lose for OG and you doing that. It's just you're giving them things to gain like that there. There was an MP9 and a Scout. Are these weapons that OG really want to be using on the final map? On their first full buy as well? Probably not. They probably will upgrade them. At least the Scout, I imagine, would be upgraded. So it kind of feels like you are just giving a rifle away to OG. It is only the one. It is only that Galil. Buzz will go down to the bomb. So Spook is able to carry this rifle over into the next. And 3-0 start from Chassis, as we expected after they won that force buy. is it. OG really going to be tested in a quick push up the B lanes from Spooky. Finds one, but Zyphon doubles down. Prison and Fico both look to fight towards Cave, but Fico emerges through the smoke just as the T's back away, so opportunity to grab a kill back has disappeared. Ooh, but he is actively searching for more. Zyphon is holding. Fico will find. Zyphon was low HP, so a lot of damage dealt in response to Fico, and Iceberg looks like he wanted to capitalize before just backing away and playing the numbers.
Yeah, Sashi, it's got to be said, right? They've had a really good start here to Ancient. I think we've got to talk about the fact that maybe the loss of Mirage has kind of spurred them on. Maybe it's the fact that they fumbled so hard that they've realized, okay, well, now it's all up to this. We've got to find it here on Ancient.
It's a great call from OG here. It's been YouTube, but not actual presence, so they have silently crept their way towards the bomb site. No presence has been made from them yet, so the T's might not actually be ready for them to be here. Might just consider them saving, which you can make an argument is the good idea, Fico. I can't imagine him finding more than one, and even that is too much for him to handle. The setup was great, the boost brilliant, and Modo's AWP gonna try to be saved, but is surely gonna get punished. Ooh. Modo had enough time just to sort of stare at him there. Iceberg, not the best spray he's ever had, but it's around victory, and I think most interestingly, AWP not being saved.
I don't mind it though. I actually don't. I think sometimes on Ancient, on the T side, okay, yeah, you can look for a boosted kill with the AWP, but I think they know, it's actually know that OG, they're going to have a bit of an interesting buy, whether there's MP9s, whether there's kind of M4s in play. It could just be some pistols. Why risk having an AWP in play? I think Sashi are focusing kind of round by round, which I do really like, actually.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be an interesting game to try to unpack as time does go on, because you think coming into this game the pressure's all on Sashi. But if Sashi continue a streak like this, it instantly flips to OG, and the question starts becoming, we've made this huge comeback happen on Mirage, but just to also fall flat on Ancient. Timing's brilliant there from Iceberg, pushes up, Prison denied anything, and Iceberg doubles down. He's had some really massive moments in this series so far, and Iceberg with a triple, finding Spook. And any chance of this round getting interesting, being thrown out the window, and the 5-0 start from Sashi, a guarantee now.
Yeah, Sashi have looked good. Keeping plenty of survivors as well, which is always excellent in their endeavours for a strong T side. I think we got to talk about it though, right? OG. Well, I was going to say, when are we going to see a tactical pause out of them? Finally, they are operating with one. And it's brilliant. I think it's exactly what we need to see from OG, because Sashi have looked really good. Obviously, though, Charlie, we saw this from Sashi on Mirage. We saw a 9-3 scoreline.
Yeah.
Potentially should have been a 10-2. So, however dominant Sashi are looking, I think we can never be too sure, can we?
I mean, that's the thing. I think even if we see them in a similar position again this game, although I'd like to think they would be able to close it out the second time around, I think we would all have in the back of our minds, well, this is what happened on Mirage. Just wait and see. But I mean, this is what I mean. Look, they're in a good spot for now. Keep on posting these rounds on the board. Keep denying OG any avenue back into the game, and I mean, it just looks like the T side that we're seeing from Sashi so far, they actually have an idea of what they want to do. Where on Mirage, it felt like after things started to go against them, the chips were down, it felt like they looked really unsure of any actual game plan. Very fine from Cabin,
again, though,
Zyphon in the middle. I mean, Zyphon was, I think, the biggest reason as to why Sashi had any sort of remote chance on their T side of Mirage. Most of the rounds won came from him and his sort of aggression and opening kills towards middle. But as soon as he started to slow down and OG started to counter that, Sashi's chance just disappeared. But it's great watching him here again. Having some big moments in mid. Both CTs were towards B, have just rotated off slightly, but obviously Cammy's got all this space towards A. He's had it for a long time. You just need to wait for Sashi to actually make the decision to move on over to that side of the map.
Yeah, they dropped the smoke towards red, and very quick there. I like this from Sashi. I feel like a lot of the time we saw a bit of overcomplication from them, where they were kind of hyperfixating on all the what-ifs and all the hypotheticals, yet here they just realised, well, we've got the kills in middle, our teammates on A, let's just hurry up, let's get the bomb down, let's force OG into a differing scenario, but Sashi with a 6-0 start now. But you really never know, do you?
I mean, that's the thing. Brilliant start from them. And the longer they keep OG out of this game,
the funnier it'll be when they lose, right? When the comeback happens.
It would be, honestly, it would be heartbreaking.
Yeah.
For Sashi. Yeah. I think we'd see some big changes if they went on to have another game similar to what we saw in Mirage and they still couldn't convert it. That would be tragic. But I mean, look, this is the change around I wanted to see from Sashi. A change I didn't believe could have happened. The fact that they have bounced back so quickly into Ancient after what happened on Mirage. I mean, this is impressive.
Yeah, but we got to talk about it like this, right? Is Sashi Mirage? They got a 23% win rate on that map. Ancient's Sashi's second best. You know, okay, yeah, Sashi should have won Mirage, but they kept it very close. They kept it very competitive. Now they're on a map that they're even better at. Should we be so surprised with this? Okay, yeah, there was a massive fumble in Mirage from Sashi.
I don't care if they never played Mirage in all of their careers. If you're 12-4 up, you should be closing that game out.
Yeah, very true.
Like, it could have been their Instaman in every single one of their careers since they started playing, and I would still expect them to close out a 12-4 game.
One round's all you
it's
need.
the fact that they also play a lot of Mirage. It's not like, sure, it's not been going great for them, but it is a map that they play. Brilliant positioning from Iceberg.
How has he gotten there?
Everything. I don't know if he got timing through Donut. I really wish I knew. If he somehow found time through Red Room, but it's Iceberg again.
Yeah, absolutely excellent. Iceberg's been really impressive. Look, I touched upon it right at the start of the series. You know, in the little pre-show, I said Iceberg's had a really tough last couple of months. He's looked very poor, but right now, absolutely excellent. Player that we've got to talk about, Buzz, 0-6. It's a tough watch, isn't it? All that comeback on Mirage.
Ooh, they potentially are attempting this.
But give it a go, right?
See, Cabby's on the other side of the map. Zyphon's position at the back of the bomb site has been enough. Players are still here. Modo's trying to back away. Is going to be able to find the kill and do so. But OG wanted to give that one a crack. They wanted to see if they could surprise Sashi. Modo does eventually go down to the bomb.
I think they've got to.
For Sashi.
They've got to at least be close enough to make an attempt. But Sashi now 7-0.
Yeah, half's a guarantee. Second tactical balls now for OG. I mean, it's a very similar start to what we saw from them, where just nothing seemingly was going their way.
Look, in OG's last 7 games on Ancient, they've been victorious upon 6 of them. I said that the OG probably should have picked a map like Ancient over Mirage, because Mirage isn't really massively a strong point from them, and obviously the sample size for Sashi is excellent. For me, OG, Ancient should have always been theirs for the taking. Okay, yeah, that was that blip against Sinners, and that was a very dominant game from Sinners, and you have to congratulate them for that. But right now, OG, a far cry from what we'd expect from them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's going to be questions about Sashi at the end of the series, whatever happens, especially their Mirage. But equally, I think if OG, there's going to certainly be questions as well, because it's not the fact that they won Mirage, it's the fact that he got to a position where they were 12-4 down on Mirage. Is also
yeah, exactly
done in itself. Great flashbang. Prison's able to emerge from cave. Lucky gets a kill back. Advantage Sashi still.
Yeah, Molly as well.
Players are in the same position.
I love this. They've smoked off cave. They've sent a Molly onto the back of the bomb site. And this is where Spooky's going to have to go hunting here. We'll go 1 for 1. And now Krisen's close by. Krisen's gone loud. Krisen's gone so unnecessarily loud, but it can work in his favour. Fair play to Krisen. Once he started stepping there in cave, to me, that was a lost round, but the trade wasn't quick enough. The missed shot from Lucky. OG, that's first round on the board. Still, though, nowhere near the performance that we expected of OG here.
Yeah, I mean that round should never have gone OG's way. That was just missed shots from Sashi. Lucky not connecting a shot onto a player that he's here and running for a decent while, and then the fact that somehow the second player wasn't there to instantly trade Lucky, lost their chance, didn't do enough damage to Krisen, who's able to back away and then repeat. Yeah, that's definitely a misstep, but there's another one on the side of OG. Fiku just completely caught out. The AWP of Modo does connect one, shot, but it's the trade.
Well, in fact, yeah, the kill feed was slightly delayed there. I thought Modo missed again. Nice from Krisen. Gets one on the MP9, but quick trade from Ultex, and it's a 3-on-2 again. But OG just going to have to save.
See, this is something we were missing massively from Sashi's T-side on Mirage. Something that, I don't know if you've heard of it, Fred, only a few teams do them. Executes. Just hitting on a bomb site. I didn't believe there were real things after watching Sashi's T-side, as they just seemingly couldn't go for any of them. But here, look, it's just basic things. It's nothing fancy from Sashi, but it doesn't need to be. It's good trading. I mean, apart from the round that they literally just lost, they've had very good trading. They've got trading. They've hit their shots. They go for an execute. Good utility to force players off. It is just the basics done right, and it's something that it felt like Sashi couldn't even handle a Mirage.
Yeah, no, exactly. I think right now, OG, they look a little bit out of ways here. It seems like Sashi, when it comes to opening duels, when it comes to every single kind of part of this game, Sashi are very well prepared. The only round that OG have won have been a real misstep, missed shots. And I think we all know that Krisen probably shouldn't have won that one. But I've got to say it now, Charlie. Sashi, they can't put me through this again. They can't have a hefty lead and it all be for nothing. Because already 8 rounds on the T side of Ancient. You said Ancient's not really a map that, you know, is so heftily one-sided. It is fairly even and you know, teams kind of maybe less with a preference regarding siding. But OG, they're 7 rounds down with 3 more to play. Sashi are in a very good position currently. Surely we see Sashi continue.
I mean, that's the thing. It's considering how good a lead this is to Sashi, I'm still staying a little bit reserved. Mainly due to past evidence that we've seen.
Yeah, that Mirage game.
But I mean, look, if we see OG get these final 3 rounds, for example, and then go on to win the pistol round, yeah, we're still in the game. So I think I'll wait to see the end of the half before I start singing Sashi's praises fully again. But OG definitely do need to turn things around and soon. Buzz 0-7 still. Yet to find that first kill. Modo's had a couple of moments. Sure, Fiku has as well, but it feels like Krisen... I mean, Krisen, look, was the sole reason OG even would have won a round. 3 kills found with that MP9. One of them being in it, or 2 of them being in that 1 versus 2 clutch. But other than that, there's just not been a lot to write home about. A lot of these rounds haven't even come particularly close, if we're being honest.
Yeah, it's not been great. I think OG, they've looked a little bit lifeless here, especially in the opening kill department. I think that's where things go really, really wrong.
Well, back into the action now, round number 10. OG have a lot more to show us in this game.
Ooh, Zyphon. A lot of damage from a molly there. Nice find from Cabby, though. Been good on these openers. Lucky finding paths as well. It's a 5-on-3 already within a blink of an eye.
I mean, this is what I mean. Is we're seeing just these brilliant mid takes. Lucky posted up, finds one. It's very good synergy between the mid players and the B players. Aware of what they want to do, and they're just executing it perfectly. Moto is posted up here with the orb. The bomb's made its way towards A, so it just could be this A split onto Spook. And if that's the case, going into a one-man defended bomb site. Actually, they feel in a good spot, but for now, Spook doesn't have too many players to contest with, but still, it's the 1v1 iceberg there for the quick trade. And OG, again, don't have a choice but to save. The round's already lost before Moto can find that impact. It feels like it's Moto and Fiku again who are in this impossible round that they just need to keep these weapons alive.
Yeah, Sashi. It's a 9-1 scoreline now. We are continuing this trend where we have to say Sashi, they're in an excellent position. I think when you look at this series overall, Sashi were, I don't want to say underdogs, but they definitely weren't the favourites. We were talking about OG, the form that they're on, the individuals looking far better. Sashi won map 130 and 8. They were 12-4 up on Mirage. They're going to be 9-1 up here on Ancient. Sashi have looked really, really good.
There's one of the weapons going, Modo. Fools as well. No saved weapons, OG. They can go for at least a partial buy, but so they're going all in for this.
I don't mind it, really. I think OG, they want to deny Sashi finding 10. I think they realise that they can look to kind of play a little bit more reserve, but they're not really in the spot to do that. The game's a little bit too far gone.
Well, things are working out here, at least for OG, as a good few kills, and finally the mid take has been shut down. Lucky posted up on the AWP, but is going to be swapping that weapon over to Ultex. And OG finally feel like they found the solution to find 2 at least.
Yeah, thankfully for OG, the investment seemingly has gone well for them, because I think, let's be honest, if things went against OG here, you look at the finances, we're expecting maybe an 11-1 scoreline.
Seconds on the clock, and Ultex searches for something towards B. Fiku is here. Just playing passively. You can see all the room that OG are given. They're just trying to play this one as safe as possible, not let anything slip. 30 seconds on the clock, and Lucky still on the complete other side of the map. Ultex being spotted, and the rotations come through. Lucky can start to make his move somewhere.
Yeah, the problem there is Ultex has got to get at least one or provide some form of chaos. Lucky. Smoke down, Molly landing as well. Bomb plant not going to be easy. Bomb plant not even going to be in the smoke. They look to try and deny it, not quick enough. So we will see OG secure that second.
On around at the half though. Sashi still have that opportunity to find 10. It could also be that 9-3 again. Sashi are doing so good to have the start that they desperately needed on map number 3. Let's see if OG can handle the mid-take of the Sashi side once again. Did it in the last. Can't in this one. Flashbang's too good. Zyphon with a double opener. And Sashi back to normality.
Yeah, absolutely incredible that. I think when we see that opener, the first one come through, it's excellent with the flashes, as you pointed out. Perfect from Iceberg. And Modo now, he goes searching. He can find Lucky. Won't be easy, but he can find him. A double peek can come through, and Zyphon baited in there by Lucky. It's all on Fiku, but a 1 versus 5. Sashi surely to find double digits here.
Yeah, I mean, no chance this is going to be won by Fiku here. As in fact, Sashi will do one better than that they did on Mirage. Bomb goes down and sets that timer in motion. Like he's still here, holding the lurk. Steps have been heard now. Lucky will find the final kill. And 10 has been secured. Sashi, despite failing to convert a 12-4 scoreline on Mirage, they've not let it affect them at all. And in fact, it looks like it's OG, the ones that have been affected by it. Feels like they were the ones who failed to convert a 12-4.
Yeah. Right now, though, look, Sashi, 3 rounds away from closing this out. Surely we won't see any remnants of a comeback. This is a map that Sashi are much better on, much well versed on in comparison to Mirage. Again, though, Charlie, you did make kind of a quite a realistic statement of, regardless of map, regardless of whatever side you're on, if you've got 8 opportunities to close out the map, you should be doing it. So I think Sashi now, although they're not on map and series point, they are in a very good position to take things here. They've got man advantage on the pistol. They don't need to fight anymore. Modo is alone. He's got a smoke and a Molotov. Smoke comes down. So does the plant. We're going to see Lucky very late here. He's going for the full flank. There's no defuse kit. This is going to be really difficult. They're going to be swinging. They need to just wait for Lucky. Although he's so far out of it, there's no need for fighting. It's a 2-on-2 right now. And now Lucky's been heard. Nice find from Lucky, though. All on Fiku. He's maneuvered towards the right-hand side. They're aware of it. And Lucky's just going to stick the bomb. It's a 10-second defuse here. And as he swings, Lucky needs to find the kill. I think he might have it. I'm not too sure, though.
It's going to be tight. It's going to be close. Lucky in this 1v1 has done enough.
Got it. Yeah.
Takes
Excellent
out
there from Lucky.
Fiku, gets off the bomb. And just even with his last bullet, Fiku out of ammo. That really was the saviour there. And Sashi with 11, the force buy undoubtedly going to come through from OG. As we're already approaching round number 14, and Sashi are finding themselves in a very similar spot to they were on Mirage. OG, I mean, look, we're gonna have to question a lot of things that happened here in this series because they go on to lose Nuke. Mirage, it doesn't matter that they won it; they found themselves 12-4 down, and on Ancient they're finding themselves in a really similar scoreline. This is not the OG that we know they can be. This is just underwhelming and disappointing.
Ooh, quick find from Crizzen there, though. Takes down the heavy hitter of Zyphon. Iceberg repositioning now. He gets 2. Lucky finding Spook as well. And Crizzen, he's done a lot of work here. Lucky going to send out the HE grenade. Chips away ever slightly here at Fiku. Cabby. Oh, we'll find Crizzen, and it's Fiku again in this clutch. A 1 versus 2 for Fiku. Cabby spotted him now. Cabby, he's fighting alone. Lucky's not close enough to get this trade. Fiku's out the steps. Just tapping away through the smoke. Nice reposition here from Fiku. Excellent round from Fiku. Again there, though. It's a 1 versus 2. It's a great round, but why is Cabby peeking when Lucky just cannot trade him? They've got so much time to work with.
There if Lucky's actually the first one to engage by him, because you've got the information. If Lucky pushes through the smoke there, sure, that makes sense. But it doesn't really work if Cabby's the one to engage initially. Yeah, I'm not seeing a couple of moments from that, like that, from Sashi. They will go on to lose the force buy after being 2 versus 1 up at the end. So are we going to have history repeat itself here? You hope for Sashi's sake, no.
Yeah, I think, well, I think it'd be a cool series to be a part of. Certainly not for Sashi's standpoint. We're in the same kind of spot. You know, it's an 8-round lead here for Sashi. They're on the CT side. This should be just going their way. every day of the week.
Push up through B. You've got these 5-7s playing deeper angles and positions. Nade is going to come down on the bomb.
Ooh, double nade.
In fact. Opening kill goes the way of Sashi. Still, though, not a lot of util, not a lot of firepower, not a lot of time.
I like these boosts here. We've got Fiku elevated towards ramp. We've got Spook elevated here in cave. Ooh, smoke towards ramp's going to make things tough. The flashes are excellent. The Deagle spamming. We will see Krisen get 2. Fiku finds 1, and Krisen, he does as much work as possible. Cabby. Ooh, it's now just a question of whether Fiku can save here. But he will be able to do so. Was the full buy, though. It's not as though Sashi, it was just a half buy. They did fully invest. I wonder if they're going to go for it again, though, with just the 1 survivor.
I would really hope they wouldn't. I think with a lead like this, you don't need to make a play like that. Yeah, I mean, a little bit unfortunate there from Sashi, because they found the kill onto the cave player, but it's just the fact that they seemed very unaware that a second player was going to be tucked behind the box, even though that is sort of the traditional setup you have for cave there. If you boost someone up, so yeah, completely caught off by that, and it allowed that player, I think it was Krisen behind the box, to find 2. Just Cabby's weapon, though, alongside a lot of USPs in this one. OG should be on the streak to find 5. Iceberg getting taken down through the wall.
Just the USPs around this saved MP9. Cabby's going to be pushing through, found by Buzz. Krisen on this Mac 10, I feel like he's had the Mac 10 and got more kills with the Mac 10 here than we've seen him with any other gun. The Mac 10 menace here towards cave.
Like he picked up this MP9, won't be able to find Buzz though. OG are successful, keeping 4 alive. And weapons back in play for Sashi. So the little bit of breathing room that OG had is fully back to full-on stress mode.
Backed away. Looks like he wanted to drop the smoke to kind of continue up ramp, but not the best of the decisions. Lucky could have been caught off guard there. Cabby does fall to Krisen here on A. Krisen's been good at finding these types of kills.
Ooh, not a great spray we've seen out from Zyphon there. We'll still find the kill.
Same can be said for Krisen, though. Both players missing shots. A fair few. Lucky does have an HE grenade. Look at the health here of Fiku and Spook. I think it's where Sashi have just got to double up. They're just playing the bomb sites as if they're both 1v3s. I think they've got to take a gamble. Or maybe Zyphon needs to push through here towards the B-bomb site. But there's 50 seconds here. OG have got a lot of time to work. They've thrown utility, though, so we could see a rotation come through. Lucky. He's done so much damage, but it means nothing. Lucky could have just been a bit more passive there, a bit more disciplined.
The issue is I think a lot of it was unconfirmed. A lot of the damage in middle was util damage onto Spook. Sure, you might have an idea he's tagged away. I doubt they're going to be aware he's literally 1 HP. As well as Fiku. You probably are thinking if Lucky was aware of that, might have looked to play around the HE grenade a little bit more. OG will find 6 and the scoreline gets closer.
Yeah, look, right now, Sashi, they've just got to calm down. They've just got to cool off. They've got to realise, look, still very much in the lead. Still got a 5-round lead here. We're on the CT side here. We touched upon the fact that this map is fairly evenly split. I believe it's slightly T-sided, I want to say, but ever so slightly. We've got to see Lucky on the AWP. We've got to see a bit more discipline. But OG, they're looking a little bit better. I'm liking that Krisen's still looking for these aggressive fights, whether it's towards cave, whether it's towards B. Same with Modo. The peak towards ramp was really nice. So, OG are still feeling quite confident here, even though they're trailing by 5 rounds.
Still out towards middle again.
Ooh.
Spoon getting punished by the Deagle of Cabby this time.
Yeah, love to pick up that weapon there. Steps going to be heard. Lucky's got all this information. Elevated up here. Lucky gets 1 for free. 2 players with util in hand.
So convinced it was a big mid stack. It's the call from Krisen. Hit towards 8 with speed. It should be empty. It should be open for the taking, and Lucky capitalizes. 2 kills with a 5-7. And just a partial buy might be the round that gives Sashi map and series point once again.
Yeah, and I think we got to talk about it. Look, 2 players with util in hand. Why is no one cleared just on the boost beforehand? Too many cooks in the kitchen there, and now Sashi. They're going to have 6 opportunities to get themselves to the playoffs.
Right round from Lucky though, 4 kills from him, 3 with the 5-7, 1 with a retrieved AWP. Yeah, and Sashi, they've had a lot of chances to do this already.
They've already had 8. They've had 8 series points. They were on Mirage.
And they got 6 more as well.
If they have 14 series points and don't win the series, I think it might be historically one of the worst fumbles we've ever seen in CS history.
The fight towards mid, and he goes the way of Sashi and 3 players, 3 falling. Zyphon gets all 3.
He's been excellent here, Zyphon. Alltex takes down Krisen. And I think that's where we know it is going to be done here. 1v5 for Modo. Can't even get the first. Alltex, a nice double. Sashi, victorious. They will get themselves that spot in the playoffs, and we kind of expected it about an hour or so ago on Mirage, but when the distance there, Sashi, a good series from them though, a little bit more life in them. I think we got to say, Sashi as of late, not been perfect, but a win's a win, right?
I mean, it's a playoff spot, and that's the most important thing. It just shows the turnaround that we saw from Sashi on Mirage in comparison to what we saw on Ancient there. They needed 8 map points to close it out, 8 map and series points. They weren't able to do so. OG take it. They have a single one of them, and they do it instantly there.
Yeah.
Just one opportunity, all it took. They had backups if they needed, but didn't want to let things get out of control. And Sashi, another team confirmed in the playoffs, but that is going to be devastating for OG. They make the comeback happen on Mirage to find little to no success on that final map, one of the maps that they are best on. OG have a lot to look on. They've got a lot to work on as well. A lot of things in the demos that need to change, and probably a couple of team talks as well, because what we saw from them just has not been the level that we've wanted.
No, definitely not. And look, Sashi, they become the 6th side to make their way through the Swiss stage into the playoffs. Obviously, Charlie, we have got another game up and coming. There's going to be a slight delay on its start time, as this one's overrun a little. It is GTZ versus Alliance. And I think what we will do, Charlie, is we'll just jump to a break, and then in about 5-10 minutes or so, we'll kind of kick things off with that GTZ Alliance match. But as said before, we've got plenty more CS to be seen, so don't go anywhere. We'll be about 5-10 minutes, and then back into the action for GTZ versus Alliance. second series of today. Obviously, we had some ups and downs. We had some crazy moments throughout the first one. But Charlie, look, we've got another one on our hands. And obviously, we've got GTZ against Alliance. These were two teams that we got to watch yesterday, actually. So we've had a little bit of an insight on both these sides and kind of their recent games. Obviously, the Alliance Spirit Academy game was very one-sided. Spirit Academy absolutely dominated. Yet, for GTZ against Apogee, there was definitely that kind of chance. I feel like, although Map 2 and Map 3 were a little bit dominant, it wasn't a 2-0. We did see kind of good signs from GTZ, and we touched upon the Vetos being a different one. So, look, how do you think this game's going to go? Are you feeling confident for any side, or do you think it's going to be a bit more of a coin flip?
I'll be honest, I think this one is going to be a close one as well. I mean, coming into this one, once we knew sort of the game that we were going to be doing today, I looked at this and was like, this one to me does scream out as a 3-mapper. I mean, I'm honestly just really interested to get into it because, yeah, it does feel like an interesting one to watch between both these teams. GTZ did, like you said, they had opportunities against Apogee, but it felt like as soon as map number 1 finished, a map that both of us sort of agreed that Apogee probably could have won as well, it felt like it was just Apogee all the way throughout. But I mean, look, in general today, we've got GTZ versus Alliance and Sinners versus Fireflux. These are the final 2 best of 3s here in the Swiss stage. There's 2 playoff spots still up for grabs. And I think both the series that we're going to be watching, equally, all 4 of these teams have the opportunity to go on and take it. But I think let's take a bit more of a deep dive into this GTZ versus Alliance game, as I do think this is going to be a really interesting one for us to cover. Like I said, Fred, I don't think I've got a major favourite, but I think let's start off a little bit while talking about the GTZ roster and anyone that we want to mention. I think the most obvious player to talk about is going to have to be Snappy for me.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, look what I think that perfectly emphasizes why he's obviously one of the newer additions. In terms of, obviously, he has played with some of these players before. They have a bit of a mix of a number of Portuguese teams coming together. But it's basically that Rhino core. And obviously Snappy playing with a lot of these guys previously. And it feels like he isn't exactly having many issues adjusting to this team, is he?
No, definitely not. Yeah, look, I think Snappy played really well. I was actually very impressed with Linko yesterday. A player that I think we've not seen too much for whatsoever. I think it felt like Linko's always a player you look at and go, well, he's probably going to be towards the lower end regarding the scoreboard. So I think right now, I think if Linko can perform well, if we can see kind of the excellence from Snappy, obviously MS had a really tough game. Went 15 and 45 yesterday. So a really tough game for MS. Hopefully we can see a little bit more. I think that definitely was a factor for why things worked so poorly. Obviously on the Alliance side, we had something similar. Uppy went 14 and 29. Obviously not the same lows, but, you know, they're both around the same. They're both performing pretty poorly. And I think here for Alliance, we've got to say, consistency has been a real problematic factor for them because they bested Sinners 2-0. They beat Navi Junior 2-1. And then obviously against Bait and Spirit Academy, they lost, but they lost very dominantly. So I think right now, Alliance are in a bit of an up and down scenario. You look at their last three months win percentage overall, it's a 42.3 in comparison to a 77.8 for GTZ. So I think right now, I think GTZ, although when it comes to map pool, when it comes to sample size, we haven't seen a perfect amount from them, I think they're going to be feeling quite confident.
Yeah, I mean, I think they certainly will be to a certain degree. I think we do need to take into consideration they haven't played a huge amount of games. We saw them win a couple of regional events at the end of last year, and coming into this one as well, they've also had some decent times in certain other events. But this Series 17 here feels like this is their real test, and we've seen a bit of a mixed bag of performances. Look, they lose 2-0 to Sinners. They have 2 big wins against Fireflux and Ecstatic, losing Apogee yesterday. It feels like there's still a lot of unknowns about the GTZ team. We know there is out of the talent that is in the Portuguese scene, this team does have a decent bit of potential, but we just need to really see it unleashed on the server today. But Fred, we are going to be diving into the vetoes here between both these sides. It feels like there's a couple of maybe more obvious bans that we should be expecting.
Well, we got to see. Mirage and Train have got to go, right? In the first order. I think regardless of whoever bans first, I think someone's banning Mirage, someone's banning Train. That's going to happen. Both of the teams pretty bad on the maps. Both of the teams don't play them too often. So I think we always knew it was going to be that. For Alliance, they've got a couple options. They could have picked a map like Dust. They've gone for Nuke, which is an interesting one. Obviously, I said for GTZ, they've got the chance to play Inferno here. Obviously, for Alliance, though, it's their most played map. 18 maps played on it. So GTZ, maybe not too comfortable with that, so they picked Ancient instead. Are we thinking Inferno decided? It probably should be. It could be Anubis, I guess, with the final 3 maps being Dust, Anubis, and Inferno. I'm expecting GTZ to get rid of Dust, but in fact it's Alliance. We'll see Inferno. Okay. Bit of an odd one. But even still, I think these vetoes are, quite fair. I think neither team are kind of perfect on any of these maps. Sample size is, fairly even regarding Inferno's the most played of GTZ. It's the most played of Alliance. I think obviously 20% win rate on Nuke isn't great, especially with 5 maps played, but...
Yeah. I look at it the exact same spot I look at GTZ on Nuke yesterday. Nuke is going to be a game that Alliance win. I don't see a world in which GTZ can win it. Their last 4 games that they've played on Nuke, the highest rounds they have got on it has been 6. Out of the 3 games of the map that they played this year, Fred, remember, they are still yet to have won a round on the T side.
Yeah.
They haven't done anything on Nuke. It has been really, really poor. So I think Alliance honestly looked at that and thought, okay, yeah, undoubtedly, let's pick Nuke. It's a pretty obvious map, and it's one that we're pretty likely to go on to win. So I definitely think Alliance are going to probably be 1 map up in this series, unless GTZ have done some insane prac in the last sort of 12 hours or so. And that always sets up the chance for a 2-0. Both teams are pretty okay at Ancient. I think we're seeing a bit of inconsistency, a little bit more so for Alliance on the map. And we're seeing a good bit of form for GTZ. But I think this one does feel like it screams out to be a 3-mapper. I think there's a lot more of a chance of Alliance taking this one 2-0 than there is GTZ. But I do, if I'm being honest, I think it's going to come down to Inferno.
Yeah, probably. I think, obviously, as you said, the fact that Nuke should be a victory for Alliance is going to make things quite tough for GTZ. At least it's not in the same spot as we saw for Apogee yesterday, where Inferno's not in the play here for GTZ. Okay, yeah, there are the negatives of Nuke, but then there's the positives of Inferno. So, like, I think right now, GTZ, they've really got to work on their Nuke. The fact they've played 3 maps of it, and as you pointed out, they're yet to win a round on the T side is ridiculous. Obviously, they've played 50 rounds in total, 14 of which have been on that T side. Obviously, because Nuke's been picked against them nearly every series. They start on the CT side as expected. But, look, I think it is probably one of the weirdest stats I think I've ever seen on a map like Nuke, or any map, in fact, because it's across 3 maps, Charlie. The fact that they haven't won 1 round on the T side of Nuke is crazy. And I'll be honest, I know this sounds bad, and it sounds like I'm hedging against GTZ. I want to see it continue. I think it's just quite a funny stat.
Honestly, I'd be mind blown if they can keep this one competitive. I would love to see it. I think it'd be brilliant to see GTZ fully turn things around on Nuke. But obviously, game that we watched yesterday is that MS was a player that we mentioned a decent amount yesterday. Sadly, not for the right reasons. Had a poor series there. So he's going to be someone that I think we're going to be keeping an eye on, and hopefully just provide us with a little bit more in the firepower department. But the bomb already getting planted for the T's. And already a 5-on-5 retake. Yeah, MS 15 kills.
Yeah, I've got to point this out. So MS had 15 kills across the whole series. One of their opponents, HFAR, he was able to get 15 kills at least every map. Which shows the difference, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Nice pistol here from Alliance, though. Good start.
Yeah, we'll be going their way. They're just trying to see if they can remove some of these weapons.
Well, I guess all that matters is Alliance just need 1 round on their T side, because it seems like GTZ, they're unable to do that. So that's all they need to get.
Pretty much. Right, game done now.
All jokes aside, I think Alliance, they actually are going to need a fairly strong T side. I think just to start off the series, to start off your map selection, although we've seen that GTZ haven't looked good on their T side of Nuke, it's still a game of Counter-Strike. We can expect, regardless of how good you are on a map, how good you are on a side, if GTZ can find this half, maybe 9-3, 8-4. It's still a real possibility.
I mean, we do need to say as well, Alliance, their games of Nuke have been against what you consider a lot of the time sort of weaker teams. And they have been a bit shaky on this map. They haven't had the greatest of times when playing it. And we've certainly seen issues for them on this map as well. It definitely feels like it's a guaranteed insta-first pick for them, just due to GTZ being pretty poor on it. But I do think, I have to agree with you, I do think Alliance have to show us why they've picked this map, and you can't just sort of guarantee GTZ aren't going to show us anything.
Yeah, obviously as well, GTZ, this is a real proving point for them, because once again, they've got themselves on Nuke. Maybe not really where they want to be, but Charlie, recent form, most recent, 5 games for Alliance, yet to find victory. Five series losses in a row, so I doubt they're going to be feeling all too confident either. Big find here, though, from GTZ. Oh, timing for Rafax. I don't really know why he's not had a look out of lockers before deciding to jump. Avid's in a great position here. MS, though, with an AK. Look at the timing. MS found. Aware that Linko's close by as well. Era, surely to find Linko here. Ooh, Era. Oh, God, Avid will find the kill, but how has Era been able to find that? How has Era not found that kill there? Really disappointing.
Yeah, it's still going to be a really tough clutch hit for Nopez. He's basically being held. He'll be able to be spotted pretty quickly after going out the vent, and I think he just decides to call it quits. Realizes the chance of winning it is slim. So the force by GTZ isn't going to work out on this occasion. Alliance can double up on this T side. Good round from Avid, though. Just so much space cleared and information gained.
Yeah, Nopez will be able to get one before falling, but Alliance is a good start here. I think there was definitely rounds that, or moments, sorry, where GTZ probably could have found more kills there. Probably could have done a bit better. You see that kind of altercation. I believe it was Rafax in lockers there. Could have found that kill quite comfortably. And I think if that kill goes their way, then we're looking at definitely a different scenario, aren't we?
Yeah, I mean, it's always about fine margins around like that. A bit of a tech pause as things stand. I mean, do you have a prediction at all for this game?
I actually was quite impressed with GTZ, how they played Ancient. Obviously, their game overall against Apogee was pretty poor. I'm going to give it GTZ. The amount of games that I've seen from Alliance in the past that I think they just haven't been up to standard. They haven't been up to par. So for me personally, I think I could never really look at an Alliance game and go, oh, I'm confident they're going to win it. I just know that they have far too many issues with this side. Obviously, they have made some recent changes regarding their roster, bringing in Era, who's obviously increased the firepower a little, but yeah, I'd have to back GTZ. What are you thinking? You going Alliance?
Yeah, I actually think I will. I think I will. I just think maybe due to the fact that I am convinced that map number 1 will go their way, and I still think Alliance can show us good things on any day. I do think they're a team that can really be a bit of an underdog in a lot of series, but can have that ability to upset. I think maybe on map number 2, I wouldn't even count them out of showing some decent stuff on Ancient as well, and I think maybe just because of that, I can also see a bit of a world, and maybe Alliance can go on to take this one. I think some typing in chat. We are on pause now, and round number 3 gonna be underway. Is a bit of a partial buy here. A couple of upgraded pistols from GTZ. But nothing too much. Nothing where Alliance should have to worry about too significantly.
Yeah, I just think right now, Alliance, they do still need to kind of keep their foot on the gas. They can't really look to give GTZ some time here. With this being kind of a weaker investment, an MP9, a couple 5.7s in play, I think if we can just see Alliance win this one quite convincingly, build some money, build up a bank, I think that's where Alliance can look to continue, but they've got to kind of continue to condition here against GTZ.
Alliance odds are going to be taking their time. There's no need to rush around like this. Era, great find there. Ready for Snappy towards main, and Era with a triple. Great awareness to find all three. Not even taking any damage in the process as well, and starting to look to push on out now. It is a bomb site being defended solely by Rafak, who just as a USP, and the boosted up MP9 may as well just stay on the boost. Super clean round though from Alliance. Showing us some good stuff here early doors on Nuke. Good discipline.
Definitely. I think this is what we need to expect out of Alliance. Yes, this is their map selection, and obviously we know the real weaknesses that GTZ have here on Nuke. But look, have we seen a full buyout of GTZ yet? No. They opted for the Force, now just the Eco here with a couple 5.7s invested. GTZ kind of yet to prove themselves. The fact there are 5 survivors though for Alliance is a massive bonus. You can just already see the finances are looking really good. Uppy could look to upgrade here. Maybe Twist could drop an AWP over to Era, or at least another AK. I wouldn't mind it. I think it'd be a cheeky way to work things through, but obviously we know that the A bomb sites, a lot of the time when progressing onto it, a Mac 10 can be far favoured than an AK, so maybe Alliance will look to hit with speed here. I feel like that's the brilliance of Nuke. I feel like this can be just a real change of pace from round to round. You can kind of see a bit more of a slower approach regarding outside smokes, or it can just be kind of a quick pop onto A. One of my favourite maps to watch just for that reason alone.
Yeah, still for now, just waiting in lobby. Likely just seeing if they can burn as much of the GTZ utility as possible. It's a map that a lot of the util does get wasted at the start to try to stop these fast pushes, and a bit of pressure is being made towards ramp. You can just see how much of the CET's util has been wasted. They're going through the smoke. Nopej finds the first. Communication looks a little bit slow as Uppy. Slow to turn around, but the kill is found. Refax is AWP. Takes down Era. Twist gets one back, so it stays as this 3-on-3.
Yeah, look, Uppy's low HP. I think Nopej, he's just done so much work there. He's the one that brought the MP9 across. You know, it was a real benefactor saving that, because obviously he's found a kill, he's done a lot of damage, he's done his work with that MP9, but also it just means that he's going to have finances going into the next couple rounds. It is looking like it's going to be a bit of a play through hut here. Uppy still lurking towards ramp. Linko, though, in an excellent position. He's overlooked, and Linko doubles. He's on the low HP of Uppy. And they've got to know that Uppy's low. Nice find from Rafax, though, on the AWP. GTZ. They post their first round here. We've got to praise Nopej, though, massively.
Yeah, good work from him, but Linko towards main, doubling down. Not allowing the instant trade to come through, and then swings back in for the second. It's the first round on the board for GTZ. We know they can do something on their CT side. It's still not the greatest. But I think that is something that is step number 1 for them. Double down on your CT side. Make sure you can, I think, honestly, win the half at a minimum. So we should be expecting a nuke anyway, but for GTZ, it's not always that easy.
No, definitely not. Especially with how they've played on Nuke recently. Look, the best they've had on their CT sides have been 5 rounds, and they were both against Apogee. It's clear that this is a map that GTZ... Look, do they need to just start banning it? I know it sounds odd, but surely they'd have a better time on Train or a better time on Mirage. You think that's a bit of a drastic decision, or are you with me here?
Yeah, I might be with you.
Because not many teams are going to be looking to pick Train that often.
I mean, it is. There's always pros and cons of everything, and I think it always depends on the context. But on a series like this, where things are backs against the wall, maybe you do need something a little bit like that.
Well, look, if they look to ban Nuke over Train, Alliance, they're either picking a map they play 3 times and lost every time, or they're picking a map like Dust, like Anubis, maybe even Inferno. I think a lot of the time you'll see teams have their kind of set vetoes that they stick to. Oh, no, Pej. He gets a double, but he needs to be keeping Rafax alive there. I feel like Nopej, although they go 2 for 2 towards ramp, Rafax goes down for no reason there. He needs to be swinging, trying to help him out. They had no clue of it on him. Nice find from Snappy. But yeah, I think a lot of the time you see teams, they'll have their instabans that they stick to 9 times out of 10, but realistically, they should just look to ban Train here. Ban Nuke, sorry. I see no value. Oh well. Wonder if it'll have that impact, whether we'll see that ability. But Alliance, 2 versus 3 now. They're dropping into the bomb site. MS is in an excellent position. He's yet to get that kill on the board, and he won't find it. Ira on the AWP posted up. And Ira to close the round out. 2v3 gone 2v0. Absolutely brilliant there from Alliance.
Yeah, superbly played that. Love the bait with the bomb, just tapping it there. You can see MS so confident. Oh, they're planting. Let me just grab this kill. And MS starting the series how he started things against Apogee. 0-5. Will be in the showing you want for a player like Kim as of late.
Look, what are we thinking? GTZ, they're already trailing by 3. They've just lost a round that they probably should have won. We know their nuke's not great, but it seems like every series that they're going to be playing, teams are just going to pick Nuke against them, guarantee a victory, and GTZ are forced into a scenario where they've just got to win 2 maps. What do you think the change needs to be here for GTZ on the basis that they want to keep Nuke in play? Let's say they want...
You're saying about sort of needing to win 2 maps. So far, that's what they've had to do for each of their series. They've won here. They've gone 1 map down and had to win 2 off the bounce. They're not really a team that we've seen win a 2-0 for a long time. We haven't seen them win a 2-0 this whole year. The clearest thing that I think you need to do is sort out your nuke. If you're not going to ban it, sort it out. It's that simple. Sure, it might not be easy to fully fix this map, and it might not synergize with how your team wants to play, but if that's the case, I would severely recommend that you do ban it. Because GTZ's nuke is really tough to watch at times. And there's nothing worse when it feels like a team is trying to punish what is clearly a weakness.
Yeah, exactly. As well, again, Alliance just going to find themselves a 5th. Realistically, I feel like we didn't really see too much resistance in this round from GTZ. Yes, there's a couple kills from Rafax and Linko, but it's blessed with a nice double. I just feel right now, I think you're right. I think there's 2 ways that GTZ can go about this. Is actually, let's work on our nuke because it's clearly not good enough, or let's just get it gone from the pool. Because as you said, there's a reason they've not won a single series in 2-0 in a 2-0 fashion. Because they've always got Nuke in there. They've always got the problem with this map.
Yeah, I mean, we mentioned sort of obviously that 0% T side win rate, and I believe that was in reality it was only over 14 rounds. But even that,
still 14 rounds.
I mean, still 14 rounds. I would hope they would be able to win at least one of them, you know. But on the other side of things, they played 36 rounds then of their T side. This is before this series, so without any of these rounds. They've still only won 11 rounds on their CT side. A favoured side, and you're not winning half. You're not winning at least half. You're winning significantly less. So that's the issue. If GTC had a good CT side, it's a lot easier to fix. You can say, okay, we've got a good basis. We've got a good foundation to build off of. But they don't. It does feel like they don't have a lot on this map, and that's one of the biggest issues for them. I mean, hopefully they can prove us wrong here. Hopefully they're going to be able to show us a little bit more. But so far, the start has not been what they wanted. The bomb does get down towards the lower side, and there's a lot of speed here. But a little bit sloppy here from Alliance, considering this is a full buy. This feels more like an eco strat right now.
Why is Rafax just backed away from B? They've allowed the plant to come through. Okay, yeah, Alliance. They're in a 3 versus 5 scenario. It looks like GTZ are just silently rotating down. They've got no speed to this. The bomb's nearly halfway ticked. Yeah, the T's are currently towards the top side. Twister's got so much work to do here. They've not gone quiet. He's able to get one. Can double down. Easiest crosshair placement ever. There's 3 players pushing him. But why has Rafax rotated away and allowed the plant? Why have the 3 CTs taken so long to rotate down that they've got to sprint? Why is there no trade on to Twist? It was a 5 versus 3. It's embarrassing from GTZ.
It wasn't even 5 versus 3. Personally, it was the A-bomb site.
It was just
Twist alone on that B-bomb site. I can't believe he's found 3. When I saw him find 2, I was like, okay, great job, Twist. You've done more than enough. Finding the 3rd is ridiculous. Yeah, that's unfortunate from GTZ. I mean, look, I don't even care that much about Rafax backing away. Clearly paranoid about maybe players looking to push down ramp at the same time. Wanted to make sure he covers himself and doesn't give this huge amount of real estate that can be great for a post plant to the T's. But the issue is, you've got to be able to have some sort of a retake that's going on. Because it did feel like they were slowing things down, which I like when teams slow down retakes. But it felt like they slowed it down to a point where they're like, oh look at the time now. We don't have time. We got to go. And at that point, they just didn't clear anything out. They had no space cleared. They had no idea where these T's were. And the round just fell apart from there.
Yeah, look, already Alliance, they found themselves 6. We're looking at a very kind of usual CT performance currently here from GTZ on Nuke. Linko has found Uppy here, so man advantage will go the way of GTZ, but it might not matter, as there's great positioning here. Bobby's in taken now. Just one defender on the B-bomb site. We will see a rotation come through from Snappy. We are going to see a nade at the smoke as well. Snappy out in the open. Excellent nade at the smoke here. Linko will get one. They've still got to deal with him. Oh, Nopej. Nopej somehow not finding a single kill, but Linko and Rafax now 2 versus 1. Avid is going to quickly make his way up the vent. Had that information that 2 players are here. Very possible clutch here from Avid. Ooh, Avid. He's gotten off the bomb. And now there's a big problem. Avid's got to. He had to have kept the digit punched. To me, it's now done.
Time. I mean, yeah, the fact he's taking so much time now, there is literally no chance. Rafax will just be able to deny his bomb. Yeah, I don't know what the goal is. You heard Rafax, but you know he can't swing on you quick enough. There was about half a second left of that defuse. Oh, of that bomb plant, sorry. Yeah, I don't.
It made me feel like it might have been an accident. Like he might have accidentally got off the bomb.
Even if that's the case, you look towards heaven, no one's there. Okay. Now let's bomb the ball. Now let's tap the bomb. Now let's do something. There's no reason for Rafax just to swing and give up his life there. He knows you're not on the bomb. So do something to make him believe that. another round taken from GTZ. I mean, the last time they played on Nuke yesterday against Apogee, I believe they found 6 rounds at the halftime switch. Which, I mean, is something. With there still being 4 rounds left, you imagine Alliance should be able to find at least a couple more.
Okay, I think Alliance are going to be feeling confident here about Nuke. They've just got to make sure they just play it smart, play it correct. I think Linko does a lot of work in that last one, but MS again, Charlie, 7-8. I don't really understand kind of how a player can have this type of form throughout.
Has been hurt and has been taken down. And 3 kills from MS.
Yeah, it's good from MS in that round, but still, it's not really what we need to be seeing. There needs to be some more consistency here from MS. A 0.83 rating in the last 17 maps is not good enough, is it?
No, not particularly, but it's a start. Hopefully it is a start that MS can look to build on them. And Snappy only having 1 kill just feels so poor from them. The Glocks do find the opening kill. The Glocks find another. Snappy rotates on in to find 2. The trading's not great, but Era will grab 1 more before getting taken down. Full eco got scary at times there.
It's for some reason MS is jiggling with a molly in hand, doesn't throw the Molotov, try to switch the AK, fumbles switching the utility. Just goes so wrong.
Another round for GTZ. Another one for
yeah, nice from Snappy. Excellent from Snappy. I think we've got to praise him getting that quad kill there. If Snappy doesn't find at least 3, I think that round becomes quite difficult. Ooh, speaking of Snappy, a lot of pressure applied. Already we're seeing this speedy decision down towards Secret. Linko is that first responder. No utility on Linko though, and it looks like he wants to fight here. If he goes down, nice trade from Avid. It's unfortunate the twist goes down there. But the trade's good. Keeps them at advantage the way of Alliance.
Yeah, just slowing things down from their perspective. Just waiting to see if GTZ push, make a mistake. They will be given a chance, but Nopej doesn't look to fully commit to the fight. Just get some information and backs away.
Yeah, the problem is Rafax is alone here towards ramp. And I think if he had a teammate alongside him, he'd love to take this control towards lobby, but because he's alone with an AWP, I feel like a bit cautious, which you definitely understand. But he will slowly be taking this control now. Utility making its way through from main. Nopej needing to rotate in. Blessing maneuvering his way down quite quickly towards Secret. It's going to be a play through B. And this is where GTZ, they might just have to save. I feel like going for this one's going to be impossible. Blessing's holding. We'll find MS. Up he takes down Rafax. Money's not great here. Nopej, 1 versus 4. He's got a smoke. Bomb is towards B. 2 players coming from ramp though. 1 from Hell, 1 from Trophy. We'll find Era. Blessing, quick trade though. And we will see Alliance get themselves 7.
Yeah, confirming at least a slight victory at the halftime swap, but money's not in the greatest of spots for GTZ. MS, does he just have... Oh, he does have a pistol, just a 5.7 now. So, I mean, it's a buy. It is an okay buy. You're lacking a lot of utility, and Obviously, things like defuse kits as well. But, I mean, there's always a chance for a round like this for GTZ. If they aren't successful in this one, though, it will be 8-4 for Alliance. Easy kill for Uppy to get. Sorry, for Rafax to get onto Uppy.
Yeah, very simple. You know, we've seen Rafax look for these kind of more aggressive pushes. Lobby control taken, very nice.
Yeah, they've surely done enough to find 5. Just will take down Snappy. There's just so many players here in lobby. I just don't see a world in which GTZ can't win this one.
Yeah, with that kill from Nopej. Now 1 versus 4. Twist has been chipped away at. He's got a smoke. We'll find his first. Aware of the player towards Heart. There'll be a swing from Linko. Linko's got to be cautious. He's been spotted there. There's a molly that can land at his feet. Oh, 1v1s are being given here. What is going on here? Twist. We saw a big moment from Twist towards double doors, getting that triple. In fact, he was on for the ace there, and I'll be honest, there was an argument that could be made. There was a chance. Obviously, though, GTZ, they will find their 5th. Charlie, we've seen GTZ in the 4 maps of Nuke now that they played in the last couple of months, 3 of which they have found themselves 5 rounds on the CT side, yet to post a T-sided round. And they've got a lot of opportunities. They've got 6 opportunities to find a T-sided round, at least. Do we think they can do it?
Ooh,
You'd hope so.
You would hope so. You would really hope so.
This might be their best chance.
I mean, a pissed
as well.
round, yeah, it feels like a pretty solid chance for it to happen.
Not a utility. I like this. Molly smoke, 3 flashes. It's going to be a fast pop here onto the A-bomb site. But, got to be said, the CT's looking good so far. HE grenade. Won't take a player down. 2 on 2.
Oh, wow.
Oh, quick shot from Twist. He's 20 and 7. When did that even happen?
I mean, Twist has been playing out of his mind this game.
Yeah, excellent.
For a player that a lot of people have counted out for a number of years now. I mean, brilliant performance, and
Oh, no.
still, the T-side first round for GTZ in 4 games is going to have to wait.
Look, I think it's got to be said, right? Have people gone... Has Twist been written off for, what, 4 years now? Since he left NIP?
Probably about that time, yeah.
He obviously was on Finest for a little bit. Was on Lemon Dogs, but...
I mean, he's done some good stuff as sort of lead in at times as well.
Yeah, but it's not quite that time on Fnatic or obviously on NIP. Think back to 2013, he was on SK.
Yeah, weird time for SK as well. I mean, having a brilliant show in here. It is just the second round eco for GTZ. Great bit of damage onto Aero, who almost loses a 1v1 to a Glock at range.
He's just got to tuck here. There's no need to fight. There's SMGs alongside him. Allow the SMGs to have their time to shine. Avid will find the pick with a nade. What is going on here? Lopez with the D can find Era. There is a rifle to be retrieved in Garage. 3 kills found here with the MP9s. I'm worried that no one... Yeah, eventually Avid will pick up that M4. Did anyone drop a weapon over to Era yet? Will be uppy.
I mean, surely we see GTZ at least win 1 T-side round. If not, it'll be 4
It's got to be this one, though.
games. No T-side rounds.
This is their best chance. They've got full rifles. They've got decent utility. They're against 2 SMGs. I've got to say, it might sound a bit blunt, if after 4 games of Nuke, you're yet to win a T-side on Nuke, this has to be the worst T-sided team on Nuke. Right? I don't think many other teams are going to have anywhere near a stat like that.
At this level, at least. I think
exactly.
We could probably find 0 rounds against. I think that was T-side. It's a great start here, though. Rafax and Linko both finding 1 apiece. GTZ about to do what we all thought was impossible. Find a single T-side round. And Alliance are giving it up. It's going to be an anticlimactic occasion, but it is going to happen. If we see someone come in for the ninja now, that would be so hard.
Yeah, I think it'd be so tough. I'll be honest though. Uppy is obviously deep towards CT spawn. I genuinely think if Uppy had a kit, he would have gone for it. I feel like it's just such an Uppy play.
Round is confirmed now, and it has taken 4 games for GTZ to finally win their first round on the T side of Nuke. But I mean, it's finally happened. And now we'll see if somehow that sparks a big comeback and they can go on to win Nuke. I still think they're very unlikely to do so. But I mean, finally they have got around.
Yeah, it's I think sometimes it's a weird one because we know that their T-side of Nuke hasn't been great, but sometimes it might just be a round like that where they, I guess you can kind of have that relief, that kind of moment where you go, okay, the curse is lifted.
The floodgates get released and all the T-side rounds
By the way,
going to be coming. Era, great find on a Snappy who tries to take a bit of a timing outside, but instead gets punished. Opening kill going the way of the Alliance Warper.
Yeah, look, Snappy's had a tough one. I think we got to say that, right?
Yeah, I mean, for a player that I really love watching, and I do think outside and sort of these lurks into secrets should favour him pretty well. Yeah, he's not had a great game here.
Oh, great awareness from Uppy. We'll go 1 for 1. Seemed like he wanted to back away there and try and get some util down. 2 versus 3 now. Era posted up here with the AWP. Oh, nice find from Era. Are they going to give this one a go?
Twist is so far away.
Yeah. That's the problem. Era will be found by Linko. All can be saved now for GTZ.
So I think they were saving this.
Yeah, I don't know why Twist was so far.
Finding that kill is confirmed it. I'm pretty sure Twist was towards ramp.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know why he's decided to go into lobby.
I think, honestly, I think the call was probably save it. Era finds that kill and probably just split between Twist and Era in terms of what they wanted to do.
GTZ, though. 2nd round found. Maybe the floodgates have opened.
Yeah, so with disadvantage as well. Was the Era finding that opening kill? So, yeah, good show from him. I think Pleasant. I was going to say just Pleasant. Pleasant and Uppy, they have both obviously been quite quiet this game. Era and Twist certainly are picking up a lot of the heavy lifting, though. But I mean, Pleasant, a player who I think in general on this team really does show up when the team needs him, and often can be one of the players we're looking at as top of the leaderboards. It's surprising to see him just on 5 kills.
I think we've got to say, right, Twist and Era have had an exceptional game. 36 kills combined. They've looked really, really good. But yeah, 36 kills combined. I think the big problem is you pointed out Pleasant, you pointed out Uppy, Avid as well. There's too many players missing. Someone else needs to step up. We need to see a 3rd player kind of come in. Ooh, have they timed the opening of the doors? I think they did. There's a player towards Squeaky. I want to believe that they timed the opening of the Squeaky door and double at the same time, but
the Alliance don't look aware.
Ooh, Pleasant's just seen him. Oh, Snappy, yeah, Snappy saw him. Snappy definitely saw him. 100%. He saw his shoulder. He was slightly out in the open.
Pleasant spotted. Pleasant had no idea whatsoever. Alliance will make it down towards the lower site. The molly going to keep them at bay for now as the bomb gets planted.
Oh, look, you said Snappy
still wants to give this one a go. He's interested.
He's got a kit. He's got an AK. He's on hot form. Don't give him a reason here if you're GTZ. Yeah, you said about how Snappy's going to have a lot of impact on these lurks. He does just that. He gets a double towards ramp. He opens up the B-bomb site. He gives the opportunity here for GTZ to head towards lower. And already I think we're seeing a little bit more creativity here from GTZ on their T side. Something that we haven't seen in any one of these kind of 3 maps of Nuke before today.
I mean, I'm impressed with actually just seeing anything on their T side at all. I mean, it'd be heartbreaking if it's their poor CT side that lets them down.
Yeah, you'd hope not. You really would.
I mean, regardless of what happens from now on out, this is the closest map of Nuke GTZ have had. So I suppose that's a positive.
Yeah, definitely. Look, they've looked a lot better.
Rafax has the AWP out now. Searching to see if he can find anyone towards outside. Era is here. Playing just behind the smokes. Not going to be giving up a kill that easily to Rafax.
I like it from MS. Him and Linko have just silently gone down. Snappy as well. Pleasant. He's got a flash. He's got a molly. Ooh, Snappy's getting this information. Molotov's going to land. Rafax is in an excellent position now. Late here towards outside. You never expect it on an AWP. And Era falling. And now Pleasant. He's got a decision to make. Now that kills come through towards outside, it's going to allow GTZ to kind of have the option to head back up. And I love this from GTZ. They're looking to take some control here. Twist now. And Avid looking to find some space in middle. And Nopej. Great find onto Twist. These lurks have been excellent. I say lurks, it's kind of just discipline from the deeper players. Obviously the main pack down towards Secret, but we saw Nopej and obviously Rafax very delayed. Pleasant now has been given a freebie. Can't double though. Important trade from Rafax. 4 versus 2 now. Uppy already in close proximity. Molly into vent to delay Avid. Ooh, no one's holding double doors. Uppy could deny this plant. Ops against it though. Uppy. Creep out the windows.
Been given a lot of room here, but has finally been spotted by Linko. And taken down. Avid will be keeping hold of this M4.
Sorry, we can see...
Round's already gone.
We could see GTZ take the lead. It could be a 10-9 scoreline.
I mean, that would be mind-blowing if we see them going to actually take Nuke.
Yeah, exactly.
That'd be huge for this team.
A crazy performance.
But don't forget, they were also 6-1 down.
Yeah, obviously.
They only started to post any rounds on their CT side towards the end. They were what felt like already dead in the water on this map, sort of just after those initial rounds or so. But yeah, somehow have been clawing their way into this one slowly but surely.
And obviously, you know, two of the 3 rounds that Alliance have won as of late, they've been the CT pistol and then against the Eco. And that Eco came pretty close. I believe. We saw a couple kills, I want to say. Maybe that was on the other side. Not too sure. I'm kind of just losing my mind at the fact that GTZ are winning T-sided rounds. That's their 4th that they found now. An expected 5th as well. Ira has got an AWP in hand, but this is a side that across 3 maps, across 14 rounds, were unable to win a single T-sided round. Look like a team that, not only this is their home turf, they've got so much creative brilliance. They've got a lot of discipline here on the T side.
Yeah,
It's got to be said.
They will go on to take the lead, and that'll complete 5 rounds in a row if they can do that as well on this T side. But Pleasant on MS just through the smoke. The spam connects.
This GTZ side are unrecognisable to yesterday.
Oh yeah, they looked abysmal on this map.
Yeah, they looked out of touch. It looked like they'd never played Nuke before. It looked like they'd never really played a T side before. It was just peeking one by one. It was making silly plays. It was a lack of cohesion, a lack of kind of understanding. Far better now, though. Obviously disadvantaged here in round number 19. They're going to head their way towards ramp, where Avid is ready and waiting, tucked away in the corner. Problem is, you spoke about this position yesterday. Bit of a one and done, isn't it? Let's see if it is just a one. Avid. Pressure going to come his way. Well, he doesn't even get the first important kill from Linko.
That was one of the weapons as well.
Yeah, luckily Ira is already down towards the lower site, so he can provide some excellence, and Twist is rotated down as well. GTZ haven't decided to pounce here, though. They've looked to play things a bit slower. Oh, we're talking about timing here, Snappy. Oh, missed shot from Ira! Snappy just needs to decide. He needs to make a decision. He's so hesitant as to what he wants to achieve. 3 smokes come down. 1 towards single, 1 towards double. 1 towards lockers. Ira searching for something here. A bit of a spam from Pleasant. Ira will find Nopej. 2-man advantage now. This is where Rafax and Linko, someone's got to find a kill. They both got HE grenades. They know the rough idea of where Ira resides. Oh, it's a 1 versus 4 for Linko. He goes down.
Yeah, I mean, there certainly are some lingering issues for GTZ. I mean, look, their CT side still wasn't good. Regardless of if they brought it back, it still wasn't great. They've won a few rounds on their T side, but I'm definitely not going to get ahead of myself, as we have just seen a lot of evidence of what this team is about. Yeah, I mean, look, the biggest issue was them waiting for Snappy. They waited to see what Snappy could do, and then Snappy started to forget exactly what he wants to do. The Orbs missed a shot. He doesn't know if he wants to push. He doesn't know if he wants to pull out a smoke. I don't know why he wanted to pull out the smoke there. What are you trying to do? Just smoke off that position from the Orber?
Yeah, I don't know. I
don't even know what the goal was, and I don't think he did, and I think that's the issue.
And I think as well, GTC, it kind of reminded me of their game yesterday, where they done very well. They got the kill back. They've got control of ramp. And then they just kind of forgot what they wanted to achieve. Oh, are we going to go down towards B? Are we going to wait for Snappy? Are we going to maybe wrap Heaven? It just seemed like they had a very, very poor idea of what they wanted to do there.
I mean, I felt like they just wanted to wait for Snappy, but that was the biggest issue. Snappy wasn't able to find anything, and he just wasted so much time fumbling utility, and by that point, it becomes pretty obvious in terms of what GTZ are waiting to do. They're waiting for Snappy.
I think the problem was as well is GTZ, they sent a smoke towards single, smoke towards double, smoke towards lockers, which means they can't take any space. They're just trapped on the bomb site. Nice kill from Rafax though. Oh, caught off guard. How many times are we going to see players fumbling utility here on the side of GTZ? It's far too often. Pleasant. Heard him drop down the vent. Twist now on the back of the bomb site. Important kill. He dropped off, trying to find Nopej now. HE grenade to slightly whittle away at him. It's all about what Twist can provide, because he's got a rotating player up Heaven, but Linko creeping up now. Linko can take him down. Now we've got Pleasant making his way up Secret, and obviously the AWP of Ira in Heaven. Nice find from Ira. Nopej now trying to isolate. Flashbang comes through, and somehow Nopej is able to evade. Surely being held by Ira currently. Smoke to land. Nopej. Oh, I quite like what we saw there from Alliance. It's the tap of the bomb, forcing Nopej out. Certainly not going to have the nerve to assume that it was just a tap. And Alliance, they will find themselves 11 now.
Yeah, 2 rounds away from taking Nuke. Certainly probably came down to closer fashion than I think we were expected. There's still some drama in this game. Still another buy for GTZ to bring out. And they're not really having any issues financially right now. They're in a solid enough spot. Pleasant's done a good job to find some opening kills in these last few rounds.
Ready, we're going to play it.
Down the vent. Yeah. Babbage behind. Might be able to catch out a second. Does find Snappy. That's the bomb dropped. And Nopej fallen as well.
This is where MS have kind of got to have gone back and tried to find Avid.
I mean, great stuff from Avid. MS will be able to find it up, but I doubt it's...
Oh,
wow.
Never mind.
Yeah, forget I said that. Uppy will find MS. And Rabag did a 1 versus 5. Yeah, this does feel like this is the beginning of the end. The money's not in an awful spot for GTZ. They do have a number of players you can buy. I think there's maybe 2 that aren't gonna be able to actually get investments out. Yeah, that's a rough one for MS to see there.
Look, he's had a tough game. 7-15. I think the fact that Pleasant has stepped up a little bit here has been vital. Same, Avid kind of continuing on his trend. It's good that the successes of Twist and Era aren't in vain. Not to say that this one's over, but I think we're going on that assumption. I believe they have spotted Pleasant making his way down towards Secret. I believe the Galil fired off there at his position.
Pleasant's going to have a lot of players outside. He's already had a flash thrown for him. Not one this time, so peeks into a whole ton of players. Drops the smoke, the molly comes down, and the smoke will just deny any T's pushing down Secret. Unless they've got a death wish.
I guess they do. Snappy, very quick hit. Well, that's what the MAC-10 can do against a player on low HP. AK retrieved, and Snappy's hungry here. The speed at which he's going looks good, but Uppy, though, he can double down. MS, an important kill. Nopej will find Avid here towards 8. Twist, though. Twist is ready and waiting. Oh, MS. Lucky to be alive. We've seen a couple of those missed shots here from Era. Nice from Twist, though. We'll find Linko. And Twist is aware there's still a player towards ramp. Twist knows that Nopej is here, and he's just holding for it. Oh, Era finds the kill. It's round over.
Yeah, he's going to be telling Era, get on the bomb. Oh, no!
Ooh, timing. It might not matter. He's not sticking it.
Yeah, round's done anyway. Nopej. Gambled. That is not the stick. It's just a tap. Brilliant stuff there. As Alliance will eventually close out Nuke. Like we said, it gets a bit closer than I think we were expecting. GTZ are able to claw a few rounds there on this on the T side. They got 4 in a row. And it at least makes it more competitive than I thought. I think most people thought it was going to be. But, I mean, as expected, Map No. 1 goes to Alliance.
Yeah, obviously Ancient as well. We've seen recent performance from Alliance not been great. They've lost 3 in a row. Obviously, the most recent against Spirit Academy is a pretty dominant loss. And I think GTZ, they're going to be feeling confident. And I think they're going to be very happy with their performance on Nuke. I think a lot of the time we've seen them look very poor on Nuke. At least they got some T-side rounds. I'm excited to see how the rest of this series does play out, though. Because with Ancient and Inferno both on the cards, these are maps that we've seen GTZ have success on in the past, and I think maybe Alliance, the fact that Nuke wasn't so dominant, leaves for a bit of an interesting finale in these final 2, because I think if we did see maybe a 13-2, 13-3, then Alliance, we'd have a question of, oh, are we going to see a 2-0 here? Yeah, the fact that GTZ kept things competitive, I think Ancient should go their way, but obviously Ancient, as I said, it is going to be that second map of the series. I'm excited to see how it does pan out, but we will be jumping to a break beforehand. Look, Charlie, we've got to remind everyone at home, this is a playoff progression game. This is the last game for both of these sides, potentially the last map for both of these sides, as, let's be honest, GTZ, they look better on Nuke, but is their Ancient going to be up to par? Is their Inferno going to be up to par to take it in a reverse sweep type motion? What are you thinking? You think Alliance take it, or are you going to be back in GTZ?
I mean, this is what I said. When you initially asked me for my prediction, I said I'd give the slight edge to Alliance. It was because of this fact. Because I do think they would be the ones to put themselves in a position where they can take it 2-0, as well as also be competitive on Inferno as well. Whereas I just don't think GTC ever really had that opportunity with Nuke being map number 1. If it was the other side of things as well, I probably would have still said, I think maybe Alliance would do it, but it would be done in 3. Just due to the fact that Nuke is that Nuke would have been that first or that second map, whatever it was, it's still a map that feels guaranteed for Alliance. And like you said, it's great to see that we see GTZ making more competitive. It's still a victory for Alliance. It still felt like GTZ would have had to pull off a huge miracle to win that. They didn't have a good enough CT side. And it was the T side that, sure, they found a few rounds. They found, what, that 4-round streak. But it's nothing concrete, and it's nothing that I think is going to be able to be a spot where they're able to go on to take that. But Alliance, Fred, like you said, they've got the chance to take this one in a 2-0 fashion now. It could be the final map at Ancient. It's all going to come down to this.
Yeah, big map here for GTZ. Look, they floated Nuke once again. They've lost Nuke once again. An uphill battle here, but they've got 2 maps they look pretty convincing on in Ancient and Inferno. 2 of their strongest maps. Alliance, they've got a lot of sample size on Inferno, but it might not even get there. CT pistol. First altercation between Snappy and Plessin starts things off very nicely. Twist as well, taking down Linko. And I like the now kind of retaken attempt, but MS, nice opening, can double hit. Close to finding a third. It's down to a 3-on-3 hit. Alliance, they're in a 5 versus 3, but instead of waiting to be fully prepared to retake, they kind of opt to have a bit of a different approach here.
Yeah, the 2 other CTs need to quickly swarm onto Nopesh, but they're taking so much time that it's allowed their teammate to fall. Both players towards ramp. Someone has to tap the bomb for something. Twist finds the first, pushing down to take down MS. Has to get this kill quickly, but MS with the quad kill.
Yeah, obviously if Twist gets that one, he gets 4 in total as well. A great pistol from both MS and Twist. But it's a massive mistake again. Look, Twist, quite a nice kill there through the smoke. Quite a lucky one, but the bomb's only just gone down. It seems like the cave players are wanting to fight, yet the CT players are wanting to back away. Seems a real miscommunication there from Alliance has cost them massively. But GTZ, an excellent pistol. Gotta be said, MS, a big pistol there.
Yeah, huge pistol for a player who's been on pretty abysmal form recently. Yeah. Something like that is just a huge round for him to have that impact. To show that there's still a player in here.
Yeah, across the 22 rounds of Nuke, MS only got 8 kills. He's already halfway there after round number 1.
You look at the series prior, just 15 kills in 3 maps.
Yeah.
It's just these USPs. They're whittling a couple of players away, but it is just minor damage. Well, that's pretty major as Nopesh does get found.
Yeah, smokes are faded now, though. A lot of attention to be turned towards this left-hand side. Rafax, although he's been chipped away, he's still got a Mag 10. I'd quite like to see him get aggressive here. The smoke goes against GTZ massively. Rafax, he will get 1. Can double down. Uppy finding Snappy. Avid falling. Ooh, Uppy finds another. That's Rafax going down. And now Linko. We know the bomb radius is huge here on Ancient. Linko's got to be cautious. Ira's going to find MS, and he will be able to do so. And oh, wow. What have we just witnessed? All 5 players going down.
Yeah, I mean, Ira falls as well, so that's no AK that can be retrieved. But you could see Alliance very early on in that round pretty much decided this one is lost. We're not playing for the win here. We are playing to take as much away from GTZ as possible. And they did so brilliantly. All 5 players of the T's going down.
Yeah, look, if
great chance to reset them instantly.
The game plan from Alliance works out perfectly. It's 5 USPs, or I think 4 and a Deagle, I believe. And it works out really nicely. And yeah, look, Alliance, for the hard work of the last round, they've got to find victory in this next one. Otherwise, it's kind of a good chance wasted. Snappy, he's on these lurks again. Aggressive play up ramp, but Avid and Twist combining. There's an HE grenade as well on Twist that he could send. A flashbang, in fact, is what he's going for first. And Snappy now on this lurk. Uppy's in a good position. Snappy, if he can find this. Oh, there's plenty of players to try and spot him. And Snappy's taking this control. Hasn't got any utility to work with. Blessing will eventually take him down. And Linko needs to check his corners, but he won't. Avid finds it. I think he panic jumps there, but still gets the kill. And it's all on Rafax. 1v4 or 1v3. Make it 2. Twist has been chipped away at. Plesson goes down. 40 seconds to work with. Raffax definitely has time to maneuver here. I wouldn't say he's got time to make his way all the way through T-spawn, but he's going to give it a go. They refight through middle here. These steps are going to be heard, aren't they? Surely Plesson's going to get this information. Yeah, there we have it. We're going to see a rotation from Twist onto the bomb site. Plesson's in an excellent position here.
Yeah,
Twist can try and
want to take this head-on duel. He will just wait for that tap of the bomb or the full plant. Twist emerges now and will find 2 kills from Twist. Couple for Raffax as well in that 1 vs 4. Makes things competitive.
It's a good round from Alliance, though. We got to say it. Okay, yes, it's 3 casualties for Alliance, but it was a 1v4.
That bomb plant would have actually been massive, because that would have given GTZ the choice to eco. But without that 600 sort of bomb reward, they have to force. They don't have a choice.
Yeah, they got to give it a go. They definitely have to. Ooh, a lot of utility damage here. Avid. Free firing currently. Era timing his nade. No swing with the nade. I think the crazy thing for me is the fact that nades now, realistically, I feel like HEs are far more valuable, but I think you've just got to think back to what would have been, what, a year ago now? Has it been a year since nades have been able to blow up smokes?
Probably at least.
Yeah, well, it would have been, what, it's the start of CS2. Yeah, well,
so
a
yeah,
year?
It'd be over a year now. Come on, a year and a half.
So I think now it's just common practice, right? It's the norm.
GTZ pushing towards middle. Pleasant is starting to clear this out, but might get a bit more than he bargained for. Timing's good to find MS. Rotates the support uppy towards A. Player in A main has been spotted. Damage has been dealt to uppy. And the techs are trying to converge. The bomb plant comes down. But the round is always going to be going the way of Alliance. 1 vs 5 and Opej with a P250 in armor. Position smoked off. Bomb will be tapped. And does do a bit of damage to Twist there, but not able to actually find the kill.
I've got to say, Charlie, in a lot of these games that we see from Plesson, I feel like you just have to look back to some of the recent Ancient games. You know, in that game against Ents Academy, obviously, they did lose 13-2, so you understand that, you know, he's not going to have a great rating, but individual performance here on Ancient hasn't always been perfect for Plesson. A round like that's going to really help a player's confidence, though, isn't it?
Yeah, certainly will do.
This is where Alliance can take the lead.
Yeah, and obviously a lot of players surviving in the last for Alliance. They're on the just the anti-eco here.
What a
few
series!
Players alive again, and it'll be great for their money.
What a series from Twist, though, right?
I mean, Twist has been brilliant. Twist has been great. He's always been a player who can produce these levels. It's just people wanted to see it consistently. They wanted to see it more. That was something he used to struggle with a lot. All the way back on the days of sort of teams like Fnatic, but
Yeah, of course.
yeah, he's much more of a seasoned player now.
It's always crazy to me when you've got players like Twist who, wait, his first HLTV team was what, in 2013, I want to say? 2012, actually. November 2012. Which is pretty ridiculous. That's what, 12 and a half years he's been on HLTV. Has he had a break yet? It seems like he's been on the team for nearly every moment.
Yeah, certainly he's been someone to grind. MF did kill in middle there. Well, the A main push could really dictate how this round goes. It's being held by an Opej. Is he ready for a second? Uppy not wanting to take this fight. And we'll just back away, pushes elsewhere. The bomb carrier in Rafax finds the kill into Avid. And it's a lot of individual 1v1s across the map. And GTZ taking every single one of them.
I've just had a little bit of a look. There has only been 4 months where Twist hasn't been on a team. From May 2014 to September 2014, he was without a team. Ever since he has always had a roster. He's always had a team to play under. Quite a long time, isn't it?
Certainly is.
It doesn't look like we're going to be having any retirement parties anytime soon for Twist. Especially with the way he's playing so far in this series.
Hopefully not. Might be having some parties though if they do go on to win Ancient. It's just this 3-3 big HE grenade onto Snappy there. Just a spam through the smoke does punish and take him down.
A little bit of control taking towards mid, yeah. Ooh. Bit of mismanaged communication there. 2 smokes dropped towards middle.
Look at the space the GTZ are taking towards B in the meantime.
Yeah, the problem is they're going to be smoking off towards top ramp. But Twist doesn't realise that already there's players deep towards the bomb site. Twist will go down. Obviously, there are still a couple players here close towards Shelf and the bomb's got across, but there's a fair few flashes. Certainly can work out well. We're going to be highlighting Avid here. Oh, it's a great flash. It's absolutely excellent. Linko sending Nopej in. They've still got to deal with Uppy. Flashbang coming through. Nopej backs away. The bomb's been planted. GTZ. It's a great looking round. But as you pointed out, the over-rotation, very unnecessary. It is a 3-on-3 here still. Ira's still just posted up from Red Room, and Linko, he might go searching. MS, he's in an excellent position here. Uppy looking to spearhead this attack. The flash isn't good, but MS's angle's been made known. Pleasant will get one. Sends the HE grenade out. Bit of a miss nade. Trying to find MS, but there's just not enough time. Save will come through from Alliance. Lead taken now by GTZ. Ooh, MS falls to the bomb there.
Yeah, stays to try to take down Pleasant. Yeah, there was 2 players, Linko being one of them, just sort of making a lot of presence towards B. I think it was Linko and Rafax, just making that presence on B, on A, sorry, and that just caused Alliance to fully gamble away, fully rotate. I don't know the need for why they wanted to do that at all. They already had the advantage, even if it was a full hit towards A. You can surely retake that man advantage. You'll still have donut control. You still have temple control. So I don't know why they sort of gambled that so heavily Uppy through the smoke here. Finds nothing as Avid gets found through the smoke, and it's gone from bad to worse in what might be the final Alliance buy before they have to eco.
Rafax just posted up here, waiting for some aggression down towards ramp. With this being the full investment here from Alliance, GTZ, if they win this one, we're expecting an eco from Alliance in the next. GTZ can maybe find 6, and this is where we might be thinking, okay, GTZ, they're looking pretty decent here. Bit of a spray coming through. An attempt through the wall to find a bit of a cheeky one.
MS is confirmed this is all clear, though. The bomb's going to go back towards A. And any chance of Alliance stealing her away this round has gone.
Yeah, not going to happen now.
Some noise has been heard. Rafax is certainly aware of these players being here, but if he opts to peek towards K, that will be him going down surely to Era's Orb.
What are we thinking? GTZ take Ancient? They're looking pretty good right now.
I mean, it's certainly still very early to tell, but they are in a good spot now. A couple of very close rounds that feel like they have controlled these swing rounds that have allowed GTZ to take the lead. You look at that sort of over-rotation from Alliance, they had man advantage there. Things remained close. I do think we're still in for a very close game on Ancient. And I still think it's very early to predict who's going to go on to take here. But tactical pause now from Alliance coming out. Trying to work out what they want to do with their finances. Because they can invest. If they do, it won't be a great buy. So it might just be the smarter call to go for a partial one.
Look, Alliance, they've had moments of success. They've had real positives here on Ancient, but I think so with GTZ. You know, when you kind of remove the pistol round and the subsequent eco from effect, it's a 3-3 scoreline right now. So I think both sides, they've had their fair share, but again, this is a round that we should be seeing go the way of GTZ, and I think Era's got to be a little bit more in the action, doesn't he? I feel like he's had many rounds with this AWP. I feel like he's had a lot of opportunities, but maybe a bit too timid here for Era. This could be the one. Look where he's playing. Currently towards Temple. He's got Uppy here elevated on platform. Snappy looking to take some control here. Utility coming over. Flashbangs out in the open. Uppy spamming away with the 5-7. Cannot connect. And here it is. Era will get one. Flashbangs are looking good. We'll see a molly land at his feet. Oh, he's sticking around in the Molotov. The HE grenade chips him away even further, and no Pej on the AWP confined.
Oh, this fight for Twist, though, if he can go on to take it. A lot of damage down. Snappy trying to back away on 7 HP, just about survives. And that felt like the call for the T's to go on to push towards B. But Twist showing that this area of the map is not undefended. Plessin now.
Great
Gets
off
one.
angle.
Sticks here and finds MS and the bomb.
Yeah, the problem is as well, is we got the AWP of Avid posted up towards A main, so Nopej just going to be backing away. Twist will eventually find that kill onto Snappy, and it's all on Nopej. The news towards A main, obviously he was the one that got that kill onto the AWP of Era. And Alliance, even though it's weaker weapons, even though it's not a perfect investment, they've got a great chance here. There's 26 seconds on the clock. If he gets the kill here in mid, Avid's going to find the kill with the AWP, surely. We will see that kill come through. 18 seconds remaining now. There's going to have to be a playthrough. Hey, oh, Avid's missed a shot. This could go very wrong. He just needs to hide towards Big Box. There's no need for him to fight. HE grenade going to come his way. 6 seconds. Playing it on kills. A little bit unnecessary.
Oh,
I respect it from Avid.
Twist will find the kill. Nopej falls after time. Money is still very good for GTZ, though, to be able to get another buyout, but things can change. Finances have been really weird here for both teams. They've both sort of just about managed to keep themselves afloat. But if Alliance do win this, then we could potentially be seeing them not only bring themselves back into the game, likely take the lead, and then and maybe even more.
Yeah, although GTZ have looked good here on Ancient, as you said, this is kind of do or die for them, as we did see Nuke in the Vetos, as we did see Nuke in the map selections. Flashbang coming over. Era showing his hand here towards B. Fires off that off shot. Linko, he's playing a bit frantically here towards lower B. I like what we're seeing here, though, from GTZ. They're going to look to try and take some control here towards A. The problem is they're splitting 2 and 2. Blessing can find 1. No Pej, an important trade. Obviously, him surviving is even more important because he's got the bomb on his back. It's going to be a lurk here from Rafax. I say a lurk, it's more just utility presence. Now we're going to go back towards A, though. Very indecisive here, GTZ. Okay, twist. As he spotted Rafax. It's 35 seconds now. There is still a player towards B main. Here's Linko. Util coming over now. Flashbang out. Uppy's got a Molotov and a smoke. Twist needs to survive now. They're going to overlook Donut. And Uppy, there we have it. He gets 2. HE grenade can find. Minimal time here. Molotov thrown. Rafax will get taken down. Because the flash and the smoke were both thrown from CT at pretty much the exact same time, GTZ are under the impression there's 2 players towards CT. And in doing so, it completely baits in Uppy. But Alliance, they will find 5. I don't really know what the finances are looking like for GTZ, but you imagine they're not going to be great. Yeah.
No. So, I mean, look, you've got a choice now. Linko does have this saved weapon, but it feels like you're potentially risking giving up too much if you do go for the force here. So I think you just play around Linko, see if you can find anything, see if you can sort of snatch around the way. Sure, it's unlikely, but play for round number 12, I think. But Alliance fully brought themselves back into this one now. Should be on par to find 6.
Good question. What does Linko do next round? You think it's best to try and save again, or is that a little bit foolish?
I mean, I think it's 2.4k loss bonus, so chances are it's just going to be a Mac 10. Something along the lines of that. Take some space of your team. If you end up surviving, chances are someone's fallen. Look to retrieve their weapon, but yeah, I mean, you could always look to save again. I probably wouldn't. See if you can find anything with your team. It's looking like a decent spot for now. Linko should be able to get the trade. No need. Yeah. And Pleasant's here as well. We'll find Linko. We'll find the second. So kept hold of Donut. And an easy cleanup from Pleasant. Ace found. And a great bit of domination towards Donut. 19 and 6 from the Swede. As Alliance gets 6.
Look, I don't want to take away from the successes of Pleasant. They get 1 kill in Donut. Why is Linko the only gun, the only armored player? Why is he just jumping across with his knife out?
I mean, I think it's just due to how sort of thin the defense has normally been from Alliance on A. They're just assuming, Uppy's alone. Quick, let's take their space as fast as possible. I can try to get set up somewhere. I've got the only rifle. Maybe see if I can take some space towards CT, something like that. Completely caught out by Pleasant's position. Completely shut down by it as well. Final round of the half, though. The weapons are back in play, and Snappy falls through the smoke. Uppy punishes.
It's a nice find there from Uppy. Instantly maneuvers his way back towards A. I like it from MS. He's trying to get himself in a deep position, being held by Twist, but Pleasant's had an excellent game. And it's quite reminiscent to what we saw from Twist on Nuke, and this is where we've got to say for Alliance. If we see Ancient go the way of GTZ, I think we know that Pleasant's going to be a bit disappointed in his team. He's doing absolutely everything you can ask of him. MS will get that kill there, taking quite a lot of damage there in Red Room, but Pleasant still here towards Donut. If I were GTZ, I'd steer clear. I'd head my way towards B. Pleasant's on a tear right now. MS, gotta be careful. Gotta be cautious. MS will fall. Uppy now in Donut with Pleasant. Pleasant's going to look to try and take some space here in middle. Uppy goes down, though. It's disappointing. Era on the AWP. Now anyone going to show themselves. Pleasant's going to go the long way around. We've got 2 players close towards CT, both with plenty of flashes. Utility coming down now, wide swing, but here a nice no-scope, and Plesson in the back lines can find Nopej. Alliance, they will end the half with the lead. And when we take into account here, it was a 5-3 scoreline. GTZ were in prime position, but you take away the pistol, we're looking at 7 out of the 10 gun rounds going the way of Alliance.
I mean, this is what I mean. There's been some very hard-fought battles here, and this is why I think this game is going to stay competitive until the very end. I don't think GTZ are done. I think we will see them bring themselves back in. But, I mean, it's been a great watch in general. Both teams very evenly matched on this map so far. But with Alliance just having a better first half. But we know how quickly things can change in CS. A pissed round and a first full buy victory, and GTZ, they're set on 9.
What are we thinking? GTZ, I know they can keep it close, but the pistol round's going to hold a lot of weight for them, isn't it?
Oh, I certainly will. Oh, Nopej! Lucky to be alive, Plesson. Missed a few too many shots that he certainly doesn't feel like he'll be missing this game, but has done so here. USP in hand. Nopej probably shouldn't have been alive. And still is, and has a chance to find this kill.
Look at the minimap.
Plesson.
Like, he's already done his job. Although he's missed some shots here, he's pulled all these rotations, all the attention here. The B-bomb site's open. Alliance are questioning, wait, where are these guys? Like, what's going on?
Twist just doesn't need to go down. He's doing a great job to keep the CTs at bay, and Plesson again on this flank now. Doesn't need to peek. Rafax.
Oh, but he wants to.
Kept keeping his attention drawn. There's a second player here in Era. Plesson with his third of the round. Second, sorry.
Era's not even going to be needed. Plesson wants this one. Well, I say that Rafax will eventually find him, but it's an excellent pistol round from Plesson. Yes, he gets 2 kills, which is important, but it's just the attention that he takes. The B-bomb site completely open. Alliance, a big pistol for them. It will be their 8th round found now. And look, Charlie, Linko's 2-10. Snappy's 2-12.
I mean, Snappy's the most disappointing for me, personally.
Yeah.
Just because he is someone I look at on this team as that difference maker, as that game changer. Similar how I look at Plesson on Alliance, actually. But the difference is, Plesson is stepping up here. We haven't seen Snappy do it on map number 1 nor map number 2 now. And you're wondering if you're not having someone like Snappy step up in the first 2 maps, I don't think he's going to be given a chance at a third.
Charlie, I don't want to sound rude here, but how is MS the top performer? A player that we've seen such lows from quite consistently. And then the fact that he's the one called upon to have these consistent moments here on Ancient really just goes to show how tough this one's going to be.
Yeah, obviously had a massive pistol round as well in the first half. But Alliance now, they find themselves 9-5. Weapons out instantly. Rafax on the AWP, glass cannon.
I think it's got to be done. Definitely has to be. I think right now, I don't think GTZ are in kind of a position where they can't opt for the correct weaponry. It's all going to be playing towards B. Got a triple B set up right now, and it's Era. He's lining up the smokes. I believe that's a smoke for CT, and then he's going to send the flashes in for his team. It's going to be a fast kind of maneuver between middle and A. Bye-bye, Snappy. Twist. Puts him to rest. And the way in which they like to play, it seems so structured here on their T side. Rafax has been spotted. He's got the AWP. This is where Uppy could just look to kind of aggress out towards A, and it's exactly what happens. Linko will get Twist in the meantime, but Era finding him. It's on Rafax and Nopej. Oh, so much damage dealt to Nopej, and surely they're just going to have to give up this round to Alliance. Charlie, GTZ. This is not the outcome or the expectation of their Ancient. And I've got to say, right, the problem that GTZ had in that series against Apogee was the instant ban from Apogee of Inferno. GTZ, they've got a 75% win rate on Inferno across 8 maps. When you look at their most recent games, they are 5-0 on Inferno in the last 3 months. I don't know whether that's as the team of GTZ or as a core of 5, but I don't know why they haven't looked to pick Inferno. I think that's a big mistake. And look, if Alliance able to run away with things here on Ancient, then GTZ, we're going to have to really talk about that map pool, because they need to just start banning Nuke and maybe sliding Train. And I don't know why they've picked Ancient, but obviously...
I mean, that's the thing. I think if they go on to pick Inferno, Ancient will be this side. It would just be these maps flipped. Both teams are super comfortable on both of them. I think they probably look at Inferno and just think, Alliance like Inferno as well. It's their most played map. Maybe we'll let that one be the third. It's a difficult time for themselves to be in, but Alliance right now on Ancient just have played better. It's as simple as that. I mean, I look at the last round, and I mean, it's going to be really tough for Linko to watch that one back in the demo, because he was sort of milliseconds off being able to be in a flank of a lot of players, where he could have found a lot of impact there, but just missed his time and lost it, exactly. And Alliance went on to overwhelm and go on to win.
Obviously, Nopej has got the save weapon. Currently on the B-bomb side as well. MS going to be rotating in. It seems like even if Alliance go into this stack, I don't think they're going to be too bothered about it. I don't think they're going to be too worried. They've got the firepower, they've got the players, they've got the ability. The problem is, Snappy is in a good position here. He's taken all this control towards A. Nopej has been spotted by Era. Nice find from Era. Nice HE grenade onto Nopej. Oh, okay, gets a triple. Uppy with a quick trade, and now it's a 1 versus 2 for Uppy. I said I don't think it's going to be a bit of a problem for them, but clearly is. Just the tap of the bomb here. Step's been heard. Snap even spotted. Minimal ammunition here for Uppy. He's against the 5-7 with the instant headshot. Nice clutch here for Uppy. A player that we've kind of said maybe not had the best of time in the last couple of months, but a big performance for him in that round. 11-5 now, Charlie. 2 rounds is all Alliance need. And I think they're going to find it.
Yeah, I mean, I was a lot more concerned than I think you were in terms of going into that stack, but I think a lot of my concern left when it was just Rafax on lower. Okay, there's no chance now. Somehow the triple comes out, but even when things look positive for GTZ, Alliance somehow pull it off. Uppy with a big 1 versus 2 there.
Yeah, look, you know, we've seen, okay, Plessum, I want to say he was about 20-7 or something around that mark. He was playing really, really well. And in a round like that where Plessum doesn't find many, someone else is ready to step up. You know, we've got Era 15-6, Twist is 12-8, same with Uppy. Yet, for the side of GTZ, okay, Nopej has had some decent moments, but we've got far too many players.
Oh, shooting at the shadow. Cost Era any chance there. Rafax is able to swap to his primary, take down the final Alliance player, and GTZ keep themselves in it. Yeah, I mean, a lot of fine margins on that one. The fact that Uppy only gets the wallbang headshot, and it uses so much of Alliance's sort of utility to try to clear out Snappy, draws all of their attention. Uppy went on to find that kill instantly. That mid-fight in that round would not be nearly as chaotic as it was.
Yeah, no, definitely not. I think right now we're looking at GTZ, a real point of necessity. Era can get that trade. The bomb could go down here. If the Deagle connects onto MS, we're looking at a very, very costly one. All on Era. Bomb plant's pretty decent. I'm surprised we didn't see more of an investment from players like Uppy or Avid. But, to be honest, Charlie, we see rounds like that where Mac 10s are in play, maybe hero rifles, yet the bomb's still yet to go down. They just had upgraded pistols, and they were able to get the bomb plant. It's not too bad at all, is it?
I mean, honestly, I think Alliance are probably at a point where they are thinking, let's not worry too much about GTZ. Let's not worry about their money. We're only 2 rounds away. Let's just make sure we've got a decent amount of money. Let's make sure we've got everything. A little bit of money in the bank. Maybe someone wants to go for a hero AK if we lose. They want to drop over an ult for Era at some point. That's all an option.
Again, this is where Alliance, I think they need to be a bit more cautious about heading towards middle. It seems like GTZ, their mid defense has been a real promising factor for them. Nade of the red smoke would have been heard there from Pleasant, so tries to pre-fire it a little. It is going to be this A play though here for Alliance. Prepping for it now. Snappy, one of the defenders here. He drops the smoke for MS. I don't know whether that would have been heard, but Snappy's been found by Avid. Avid's had a bit of a slow game, but a nice opener here. And MS trying to back away. Avid catches him off guard, and now Alliance. Sights set on 12 and should be fairly simple. 2 versus 4, make it a 2v3. GTZ, are they going to give this one a go now? You might as well.
The issue is still a lot of utility. Like, it's starting to get dumped out now. There's just not really an entry point, so Rafax is going to be needing the smoke to try to create one.
Yeah, sadly, nothing seen there, so they will just have to save. I think if a kill comes through, they're through that smoke with the ult from Rafax. Maybe we're seeing GTZ give it a go. But Alliance now, they've got 5 opportunities to close out the series and progress to the playoff stage. Will they be able to do it, though? We saw plenty of, we saw plenty of series points for Sashi. Obviously, it was a very interesting one, let's say. But still won the series overall. Alliance now. Whether we'll see something similar here is the question.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a hard-fought playoffs for both these teams. And, I mean, Alliance, who were a side that went 2-0 up in the Swiss stage, obviously going down to 2-2.
Tough teams, though. Tough teams they faced. It was, what, Bait and Spirit Academy.
Of course.
I mean, these are teams that you're going to be expecting to kind of maybe make their way to semi-finals, grand finals. Obviously, previous victors, Series 15, I believe it was Spirit Academy coming first. So, you know, these are big teams, big names.
But it's just never a spot you want to be in. You find yourself 2-0 up and can't manage to actually make it into playoffs. But they've got the opportunity here. They got 5 of them. And it's the double ult that GTZ are trying to use as this solution.
Look, I'll be honest, Snappy hasn't had the best of times with the rifle. Bring out the big green. It might be...
Oh, no.
Maybe just something that can help him on his way.
He's not going to clear this on Pleasant, but he will be able to find Uppy beforehand. So, sure, Snappy goes down. But Uppy being found...
Yeah, I would have really liked...
Bad situation.
I would have really liked the T's to play more discipline there. Because... Pleasant should have been allowed to get a kill. Pleasant's dead, in my eyes. Surely he can't survive here. Nice find from Rafax onto Avid. Pleasant will go 1 for 1. It's a 2-on-3 here. Not too bad, in fact, for Alliance. And Era and Twist still remain in this round, 2 of the top performers.
A lot of presence being made from Twist.
Yeah, I like this. He's got no utility remaining. There is a smoke kill on Era. He's going to need to send it towards CT. It's all going to be a question about Rafax, but... Posted up on the angle now, missed shot. Era inflicting some damage. The bomb plant's going to be big. Bit of a pre-fire there from Era, expecting a re-peek or a reposition. Era now trying to grasp, but simple stuff from Rafax. Big round from Twist now. He's in a good position for it, though. He's close to this smoke. He's heard the CT's emerging out of temple. He's just going to have to hold for Novej. Nice find onto the first. Spots out the second and Twist. Oh, I love the preemptive spray transfer. He knows that Novej is going to be there towards CT. Not easy, but an impressive attempt there from Twist.
Yeah, really good effort. Twist almost made it work. But one thing he has done is made this double off a bit more costly for GTZ to be able to invest. If they do want another one, it is going to be their money once again put to 0 pretty much across the board. And it looks like they've opted against it.
Yeah, but just the one survivor. I think we all know that the finances here for GTZ are going to be in a very tough spot. Obviously for Alliance, as the loss bonus grows, they can kind of continue to invest. One mistake, though, from GTZ. And it is their time in the Swiss stage over. It's their time in Series 13 coming to a close, so... Nice find from Nopej. Twist takes down Limco. Nopej attempting with a flash, but spotted so easily from Twist.
Oh, Molly's a bit deep. It's forcing Snappy forward, but Avid, that's exactly what he wanted. Kill found. Twist smoked off, but Era posted up. Orb Jewel here, not going to come through as MS in the flank finds. Missed shot there onto Rafax, I think onto Avid.
Oh, MS is a great second find. MS is being reflanked by Pleasant, but he's aware of it. Rafax can get the kill. Oh, he's just shy of finding him. Just shy of spotting him. MS just going to hold towards Cave, but MS finds a third. What a retake from MS. And GTZ, they needed a hero in that moment. It was a 2 versus 4. But MS, absolutely brilliant. The saviour here for GTZ on Ancient.
Absolutely. Yeah, 100% there. So much work done. So many 1v1s won. But that's the issue. Alliance, just their post-plant, they were all very split, so they weren't really able to play off of one another. But MS, who we know how much he struggled in recent times, but what a round to step up, and it just brings this game so much closer. Alliance, they probably aren't going to get a better round to close it out than that one.
Yeah, I think that's a really good chance, a really good opportunity that's now been missed for Alliance. And the finances might only allow for one kind of true full buy.
Yeah, still not too scary for Alliance just yet, but it is starting to become that point. Avid through the smoke finds Linko. They seem aware of Nopez. A little bit of damage has been dealt. The second player gets baited in Era, but no bullets from him connecting whatsoever.
Yeah, tough one, that. Nopez is going to look to aggress down ramp. They've not spotted out anything. Avid does have the bomb right now. Oh, missed shot from Rafax. Oh, he does get the kill, and tag onto Pleasant as well. Avid's in an excellent position here, though. He should be able to find Nopez quite comfortably. Aware of a second, or at least gambling there's going to be another. Give me a playthrough B now. Snappy is 6 and 20. Going to be peeking. No trade from Avid. Uppy's got to have a bit of a quicker rotation. Able retriever rifle, but MS finds him again, and now it's all on Avid. We'll get the first. Aware of the AWP's positioning as well. He can isolate this fight. The flash fully blinding his teammate. If we saw Avid find that pick because of Rafax's flash, I think we all know who would have been the cause for the loss of round. Rafax, he does get the final kill, but my oh my, that could have gone very wrong.
Yeah, I mean, if Avid had a little bit more ammo in the gun, certainly a chance he's able to go on to win that. I mean, very close round. A bomb plot is brilliant in of itself, but like the fact that here we are. Final 2 rounds, Fred, and Alliance things us. This is the one that starts to get you worried if they can't close this one out.
Yeah, definitely. And deservedly, I think Alliance, they have had so many chances. It's their own fault. Pleasant, 25 and 17, he's, slowed down massively.
Is he going to clear MS's position? Great flick, great readjustment. And a 4-on-4 once again. Snappy, is he going to push through the smoke?
Yeah, he's going to take a risk here.
Towards A. Uppy is still holding. It's all going to be about time. And as Uppy starts to back away from A main. And doesn't spot. That timing is outrageous. Uppy just left that angle.
Yeah, no one's going to be holding here. This is where Snappy could find a multitude of frags. We'll get his first and the second. That's the bomb as well. HE grenade. The timing on it's perfect. Dome straight onto Twist. And now Twist in a 1 versus 4. Quick shot from Rafax though. GTZ. That's 4 in a row now. They've brought things as close as possible. But I mean, this is
actually crazy. I can't believe Uppy. It's literally the millisecond he looks away is when Snappy emerges from that angle. That is actually crazy how well that works out for GTZ.
It couldn't be better.
Huge step up for Snappy in a round like that. That's 4 in a row now from GTZ, and overall that's 6 out of the last 7 for them as well.
Alliance, this was your chance to close out the game. This was your chance to win it all. What's happened?
I mean, I can't believe that we're about to potentially watch 2 series where teams have huge or big sort of chances to close things out.
And they fumble.
And they fail to convert it. I mean, sure, the one we saw previously, the Sashi one, the 12-4, was certainly something I've never seen.
Yeah, it was a little bit more extreme. This is only just 5 rounds in a row, but still,
Much damage to Rafax, but
it's the T side of Ancient. You know, we should be seeing Alliance close this out. Good setup here in Cave. There's only one piece of utility remaining. It's the smoke on Era. Blessing here, once again, as this lurk in middle. Right now, GTZ. Are they actually going to be able to come back here? Twist is in Cave. Rafax could be given a bit of a freebie here. He is low HP. Missed shot from Rafax. Important kill from Twist. The smoke's come down. The teams look like they want to go through this now. Oh, the lack of an instant trade. Nopej, an important kill. Man advantage still now. Twist on the AWP. He's getting flanked on. Something the Twist might not be ready for, but making a move. Ooh, Blessing needs to be cautious. Missed shot there. Linko quick enough, and now all on Twist, but misses with the AWP, and there's a flank from Ramp, and we will be going OT. GTZ, an excellent comeback. Charlie, what is it with teams crumbling to the pressure today?
yeah, I mean, I can't believe this. They've had the chances. They had a lot of close rounds. They had a 4 versus 2 advantage in a post-plant position that they let slip out their hands, and another round. Again, Alliance, they failed to convert, and GTZ successfully bring things to OT, and we're all square again on Ancient. I can't believe this is the case.
There's 42 seconds to play with here, by the way. The smoke's just landed. I don't really know why they've looked to push through that. And if they are, why don't they send the Deagle through first, jump in out the right-hand side, and then you have the 2 rifles pushing it? It seems a little bit silly, but Snappy getting aggressive here, pushing towards Shelf. MS trying to retain some control. He's fully blinded. Nice find from Pleasant. Twist with a big pick here onto Linko. Twist with many players alongside him. He drops a nade and a Molotov. He's 5 HP, but he's still surviving. And it's going to be this acceleration here towards A. Avid finding Rafax. How often do we see it? A team crumbles. They struggle on the T side. They lose, what, 4 or 5 rounds in a row. And then the second it gets to OT, they win it.
Yeah, I mean, it is just that pressure where it builds up so much. And it feels like overtime just is one of those things where you've got opportunities now. It's all even again. All eyes aren't on you to close it out. And it is just sort of that release of all the pressure, and it's like, okay, let's play back normally again. We're more confident in doing certain things. Yeah, you would hope for Alliance to say they could have done it in regulation. Not the case though, but good round to start things off.
Then we got to say, look, if GTZ can push here to Inferno, I think Alliance are going to feel very worried. Okay, yeah, we know Alliance are competent on Inferno, but again, it's a side that have got many chances to close out the series, to get their way to playoffs.
It's not the fact that Alliance won't be good at Inferno. It's the fact that this is the best chance you will have. This is it. You're on map number 2. Why risk bringing it to that 3rd map?
You're 12 to 7 up. It's Ancient. You know, this isn't a map that's, you know, so heavily CT-sided. I believe it's actually T-sided. It's clear that the pressure is really getting to some teams here. So much utility already used here from GTZ in the first, 45, 50 seconds of play. Aggression down towards ramp here. A late play from Nopej, Rafax, and Linko. Utility coming over, though. All posted up. Era can find Linko. Big find here. Takes down the aggressor. And now, this is where Alliance, they can look to try and reclaim some control here. Aid of the smoke, surely, from Uppy.
Yeah, time is ticking. Lesson's position is great. He can look to take down Snappy, can look to lurk onto MS, but Nopej falls.
Yeah,
The hit
excellent
has to
from
start
Uppy.
coming through now before MS can complete this rotation through. Rafax will find one. But Pleasant finally strikes. Doesn't even need to confirm the second. He's done the damage. That's all that matters. And Snappy here in the 1 versus 4. Being held by Twists. Back on his primary weapon. Or former primary weapon, I suppose.
Yeah, look, I think we got to say that Alliance, again, it seems like they're looking really good here. The longer the Pleasant takes, in fact, the more they overlook. GTZ, they do really well to come back. They win 5 in a row on their CT side. Yet, here in overtime, they've gone silent. They've gone quiet. And I think for Alliance, a real positive here. Because I think we have to say if Alliance were unable, or kind of are unable to close out Ancient, I think we're gonna be speaking a lot of problems for them if Inferno does go the way of GTZ. Obviously, we still get Ancient to see. Alliance can still close it out, but quite nicely for them, they have found 2 success stories here in the first 2 rounds here of their T side of OT. Twist now under a lot of pressure. He's completely alone here. Has he been spotted? Oh, he definitely has now.
Backups arrive, the flashbang's great, and Avid gets a double. Twist's flashbang.
Oh,
excellent. And Pleasant through the smoke, taking down Snappy. Another 4 versus 2. GTZ, it feels like they desperately need this round. But things are not going their way. Rafax's orb's being spotted, no one giving him a chance. And a Molotov dropped. Rafax has to go through it, and he might fall to the flames. 21 HP. Twist wants to be the one to deny.
Well, I think as well, Charlie, look, obviously so much energy, so much kind of mental and physical energy would have been drained from GTZ for that comeback. But it seems like Alliance, I think the fact they didn't take it in regulation has spurred them on for victory here in overtime. That's 3 in a row. That's all 3 on the T side. And now, one mistake from GTZ on their T side will cost them here in the Swiss stage. Alliance, they've got 3 more opportunities. They've had 5 so far. Surely they don't fumble once again.
And I mean, look at it. In theory, it was actually the CT side for both teams that were better.
Yeah, exactly.
Both sides found 7 rounds. And don't forget, both T sides won the pistol. So majority of the full buys did come through on the CT, with Pleasant finding the opening kill. This one's looking good for Alliance. Rotations quickly making their way towards A. Uppy, the A defender, did a good job just to keep himself alive.
Yeah, had a little bit of damage dealt with utility. Nice kill there from Rafax onto Era. One plant attempt. Soon, MS being held, but Twist can find Rafax, and now players out of Temple looking to emerge. Avid very late to rotate. It is this 3-on-3 Avid. If he can find Nopej, big kill there. Uppy's still surviving. 17 HP, though. He's been chipped away at massively. Flashbang coming over the top. MS just half blinded. Still needs to deal with Twist. Great kill from MS. Oh, and he does it again. And it's still this low HP Uppy. And it will be Linko. A brilliant post plant there from GTZ, we gotta say.
I mean, I'm looking towards people like MS again, who's digging GTZ out of these problems. Because Alliance, they felt like they had man advantage throughout most of that round, but just couldn't manage to convert. And it was a basic hit, a fast A. GTZ did find success. Still, 2 opportunities for Alliance.
Yeah, certainly. In the drive seat here, I think we're assuming that Alliance are still going to take things. Or at least under that impression.
A boost up, Era. Drops the flashbang, now peeks into it. Great flick, Twist as well. Oh. Through the wall, Era has a second chance to find, but bullet not connecting this time round. 2-man advantage Alliance.
Yeah, GTZ, They've got a lot of work to do, but Alliance can't mess this up. Avid, he is alone here currently. There is no need for Avid to stay so close in cave. Era will be joining him though. Oh, the molly. Not only does it allow Era to stay posted, but are they sure they cleared this corner? They assume the molly's going to do it, but no. A little shallow, and Avid now fights. It's a 2-on-5. Alliance. They can smell playoffs.
It's
all it
on
takes is
Snappy's position.
Yeah,
I mean,
he's so
this
deep.
is the only chance GTZ can win this. And
Twist is holding for it.
Timing's a bit off, but eventually Twist is going to spot an even worse Twist finds.
Look, MS, he's tried to dig out and tried to have big moments here for GTZ. He's going to have to be the biggest, but goes down to Twist and Alliance. Although they had 5 opportunities on their T side, it took to overtime, but they still find victory here. No major mistake. And they will promote, they will progress to the playoffs now.
I mean, huge victory for Alliance. We mentioned, obviously, they came into this Swiss days. They started things off 2-0, but 2 tough teams knocked them down to that 2-2 record. They managed to step up. They managed to overcome, and a huge result today. And it's the 2 veterans that really felt like the difference maker. Twist and Plesson there on Ancient. Brilliant showing from the 2 of these guys. Great performance, but it felt like they honestly needed that overtime. I think it's just the fact that they make it to overtime, they're relieved of a lot of their pressure, and it just allows them to reset and think, okay, we can do this. We can go again now.
Yeah.
And maybe they just needed to use a couple more tactical pauses, because they didn't actually use that many of them when they were sort of losing that streak of rounds. But a big performance from Alliance regardless. But Fred, that does mean we're sadly going to have to say goodbye to GTZ here.
Yeah.
We also do have one more game up, one more playoff spot up for grabs.
Yeah, look, you know, when we looked at GTZ, I feel like their nuke needed work. We've spoken about how they don't really play Train or Mirage. They can't really have 3 maps that they're not looking confident on. I think that's why they have struggled to make it to playoffs. But obviously, a congratulation here for the likes of Alliance. I think they're going to be really happy with the result of that. I think, I feel like when they were 2-1 as well, I think they might have felt that they were a little bit unfortunate to get Spirit Academy in that kind of draw. But look, they've made it to playoffs. They're going to be very excited. Obviously, you touched upon it. There's another game to be seen. It is Sinners against Fireflux for that final spot. That is the final best of 3 here in the whole of the Swiss stage to determine the last team to make it through to the playoffs. Obviously, that has been it from me and Charlie, though. You will be joined by the wonderful partnership of M&J and Wild Deity. So make sure in about 45 minutes time when that game commences, you guys show them some love. But before Sinners Fireflux commences, we will be jumping to a break.
Welcome back, everybody. We're about to go live with the final match of the day. Now, of course, if you clicked on this stream thinking you were going to be watching Vitality and Spirit, well, because it's the 2-2 bracket, the vital signs of one of these teams is going to be flat, and only their spirits will remain. So at least we've got that going for us, huh, Josh?
And we're not qualified for that. I'm just addressing the elephant in the room. But we have got a pretty banger game coming up regardless. Obviously, Sinners against Fireflux. We're in that 2-2 bracket. We were talking yesterday about just how competitive things are here in the Swiss stage. And yeah, it's not a pretty place to be, right? All the pressure's on one match to decide whether you are metaphorically going home or whether you are making it through to the playoffs. Now, we saw OG punished for their decision yesterday to play the Dallas Quals. They didn't make it through there. And, well, they had to play their 2-2 game earlier on today. They lost it in a 4-3 mapper against Sashi, and they will be eliminated from the tournament, which is a real shame. Alliance made it through, which is nice. They've been going through a bit of a rough spell, haven't they? So seeing them get some wins under their belt is a breath of fresh air, I guess, for the roster. And I think that, it sort of keeps them going a little bit. If you just continue to have these poor results, then it's inevitable that we might see changes and whatnot. But making it to the playoffs, especially if they can have a decent run in the playoffs as well, could be, definitely promising. But the game that we've got at hand, definitely an interesting one. Fireflux, a team that have really climbed the rankings in the past sort of 6 or 7 months. They're now just within that top 50, battling it out against Sinners, who, I feel like they've got all the trophies and medals. They're a tried and tested team. They've been good recently. They made a couple of changes last month. They brought in Peppo, which is a really exciting change and a really exciting player. And I always enjoy watching these boys.
Yeah, Sinners have also been performing quite well, considering the fact that they've been throwing a spanner into the works, right? Like, obviously bringing Zedko back in, and then you've got Peppo, who was pretty much untested, but then when you actually look at him on the server, he's been doing pretty damn good. I mean, obviously it is going to take a while to, get the machine oiled up, and we'll see how things roll on, but realistically speaking, this is some solid progression from Sinners. They're slowly climbing up the rankings. They're doing quite well. So I think Sinners in their current form are a pretty formidable opponent for Fireflux to be taking on, who, by the way, are, sort of trying to do the same thing. They're trying to climb up in the ranks, so you want to have an opponent that is quite juicy if you want to get that victory under your belt. Now, of course, we've got the standings here as well. You can already see the teams marked out in green, the ones that have qualified, and this is the last decision to be taken. If one of Fireflux or Sinners is going to be going straight into the playoffs. And if you look at the playoffs teams, right, they are looking pretty damn good. We've got the Bates in there, we've got the Fanatics, so I'm quite looking forward to this. But before we can get to that conversation, of course, we do have a couple of loose ends to tie up.
Yeah, we certainly do. Well, this final loose end, I guess. We've got some very good teams, as you say. Bait, Fnatic, Apogee, who have been impressive. Spirit Academy 500, who we saw squeeze through yesterday. And Alliance and Sashi, who have gone and just joined them. We'll be finding our final one. We've waved goodbye to some very formidable teams as well, right? Nine, who just yesterday were going hand for hand against Astralis. They went 5 OTs in the second map. Went out of this one 0-3. Monty had a rough ride as well. So, yeah, it's been a bracket of upsets for sure. Some surprising results. We'll take a look at the rosters, though. I do sort of want to talk about these two teams a little bit further and break down some of those changes that we mentioned for Sinners. Now, obviously, you've got B-Stick and Shock there at the core of this roster. Joined back in January 2020. They've been just celebrated their 5-year anniversary within this squad. And B-Stick, just a legendary IGL, right? Brings so much value to this team. Zedko as well, actually joined as one of the original core within that roster in that 2020 period. Took a step out, went and explored other options, then came back last month. Morisco sort of, he's been around for long enough, came in a couple of years ago as well, but not one of those original. And then Peppo is a really, really exciting player. He joined last month. He's 20 years old, so it's not like he's some sort of 15-year-old prodigy or anything like that, but came in through the Sinners Academy project. That was his first professional roster, and very quickly just shone, right? It was very obvious that he was very, very talented, and was it's a bit of a no-brainer when they were making changes during the player break at the start of this year to promote him up, and he's filled those boots brilliantly, right? When you've got shoes to fill, like a man like Oscar, it's got to be a little bit daunting. It's got to be very daunting, I'm sure, as a young player. But I think he's been absolutely fantastic. He's rocking great numbers, and he's kind of shown that the pressure doesn't really get to him in some of these more high-stakes matches. I mean, they've played 2 semi-finals so far since he's been part of this team. One in Frost and Fire, one in CCT Season 16. And, he's kept up those strong performances, even through those sort of harder and more pressured matchups.
Yeah, but I think it all does come down to also the fact that Sinners haven't been consistently making those finals or anything of that sort, right? So I'm still waiting to see how much Peppo is going to be tested in the future. That obviously still waiting to see the results of something like that, but it's obviously a fantastic foundation to be building off of. It's interesting that you mentioned that Morisco, he's been Sinners like maybe a year or two, but then you look back and you're like, damn, he's only been here for like 7 months. At least that makes us realize that Sinners are gelling well enough together that he's feeling like a staple within the roster. So I guess he's got that going for him. Now, look at the other side of the rosters. We've got Fireflux, and they are filled to the brim with talent. Is it talent that has been quite actualized just yet within this roster? I'm not sure about that, but you look at the lineup itself, it's somewhat star-studded. You've got the likes of Paz, who's a bit of a household name, considering he was in Eternal Fire when they were going through all of those roster shuffles. You've got the Turkish man that is Soulfly as well. You've got Skrunk, who's got the experience of... was Skrunk in Big, if I'm not wrong? Like, I'm just trying to quickly scramble here. No, he was not. No, he was in the Sangol project. That's where I remember him from. So yeah, definitely some veterancy, I suppose, but not within like the top echelons of CS.
Yeah, absolutely. Skrunk's a player that's actually got like massive tenure. He's been playing the game for nearly 15 years. Professionally, he had a time on Heroic as well, going back sort of into 2023, 2024, where he was the analyst on Heroic. So then coming into this project as the in-game leader just sort of shows how deep of an understanding he actually has of the game and what kind of value he can bring into the roster. But yeah, definitely a team of superstars for sure. We'll take a look at the vetoes. Dust 2 banned out first then by Sinners. I'm interested to see where this one leans. Both teams have actually been playing quite a lot of CS recently and are very comfortable on the majority of maps. Interestingly, we do see Fireflux sort of entertaining Train in their pool at the moment as well. I don't think we'll see it come up today, but it might be floated as a second wave ban, which it will be. So Nuke gone, Ancient picked into them by Sinners. They've had some great results there. I'm expecting them to take that one in their favour. Fireflux, surely it's got to be the Anubis pick. The door's been left wide open for them. There it is. And that third and final decider could be one of a couple of things. We could see a Mirage. We could maybe see an Inferno. There's Train gone. It's always a shame, but it makes sense. Sinners haven't really touched it. And there you go. Mirage gone. Inferno picked in then. And we've got, quite a balanced pool for these two teams. It could be a real scrap. We might actually see this either go the distance or maybe either one of these teams taking each other's picks. I think we've got quite a contentious matchup on our hands.
Oh yeah, I'm a bit sad that we don't get to see Train just yet, because I feel like all of the tier 2 1.5 teams are waiting for the big dogs to figure it out, and then you allow it to trickle into the rest of the scene. But I wish teams were a bit more proactive about it. Now obviously it's a bit of a double-edged sword, because sometimes you're consistently just going to be running into teams that permaban Train anyway, so I guess it's some wasted practice. But in instances like this one, right, we had Dust2 and Nuke be the first bans, so either team could have actually punished with a Train pick. So I guess in that sense, I would really appreciate it if teams were a bit more proactive with experimenting with the map pool a little bit. But regardless, I mean, with how wide these map pools are for both of these teams, outside of perhaps Train and obviously their permabans, this is going to be a pretty even-steven matchup as far as comfort is considered. Fireflux, maybe not too hot on that Ancient, but at least we know that they've not exactly let their foot off the gas. They have been consistently playing it. They've played it 19 times recently. Have the results been all that there? No. But it's okay. I'm glad they have the experience on it, and I do think that they're going to give Sinners a very tough time. Have we seen these teams play with each other before? I don't think they have. Yeah, they have no head-to-head matches, so that's something I'm quite excited about. We still don't know what kind of dynamic we're going to be looking at, so that's going to be a fun watch for sure. But without further ado, we're about to head into Ancient, map number 1, Fireflux CT, and Sinners on the T side of their own map pick.
We have jumped in straight to a slight technical pause, but we are ready to get going again.
It was a hiccup.
It's a little hiccup. It's fine. Everything's sorted now. And yeah, pistol round about to be underway. A little bit of util invested then for the Fireflux side. Same goes here for Sinners. B-Stick has dropped his smoke and flash over to Morisco. He's up ready to rumble. So leaning over towards middle and the A side.
They've got a tiny bit of util, so I guess they can make it work.
Oh, this is very aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, it's already a bunch of middle aggression coming out from the T's, but then you're also going to see a point of contact here in Cave. Oh, shoulder peek punished. Zekko's going to be denying information, and Sensei will have to bite his tongue, because Peppo is waiting on the other side. 4 versus 5. Fireflux, not exactly in a prime position, considering they're lacking on information on all accounts. Now, the world is their oyster as far as Sinners is considered. Pop into Donut, take it to A. They could even wrap all the way back to B, but they've decided to double down, and so have Fireflux. Here it comes. Soulfly, first point of contact, headshot found. Paz wanted to stay close to the pulse, misses a few shots, but the bomb's already down, and Sinners, they're trying to pack their bags. Paz, my goodness, he's been so good from the back of the site. Might have been a couple of missed shots, but it doesn't matter all that much. Quick tap on the bomb. They're trying to bait them out. Wait for those peaks. Both players have armor, and they're going to try and suffocate them real quick. Some missed shots, but that's okay. Sinners, unable to defend the bomb.
Fireflux just stay so composed there, right? They're actually on the bomb site, but they're willing to give up that space to allow Sinners to have that plant, wait for the rotations to come in and that support that comes with it, and then sort of crunch down. And I think, to be honest, had they have gone for those fights and tried to deny that plant, they probably would have still had the same outcome. They probably would have still won that round. But just their ability to sort of keep their heads screwed on and make sure that they do that in as clean a possible fashion as they can is really important. They get it over the line. They'll come in with a strong buy in this next. 3 rifles out, couple of MP9s. That's fine. Over on the other side of things, much of the same though. Sinners, remember, tapping in those digits gives them an extra $800, and they're going to utilize it. So, elbow smoked. It felt for a second there like Morisco wanted to just charge through it, but
He's going to hold on to his horses.
Yeah.
I've honestly been loving those second rounds recently. I mean, you can already have the money to have a pretty contentious second round, so that's what we're going to see from Sinners. Galil lined up, only sending one out, but, ooh, interesting way to kick things off. Banjo's going to take a couple of scratches, and that's not where the commitment's going to come out from Sinners. Instead, they'll be backing off. Take a moment.
Patience is
Wait
good.
for the info to reveal. Oh, yeah. It's more than good. It yields a kill. And B-Stick even knows that there's a second player coming. I'm pretty sure he saw maybe a pixel or two. Regardless, they are going to be holding for that ramp presence. Paz tries to fight back. Zetko's going to find him. And a 4 versus 3 already. B-Stick charging.
Sensei's got a good position. The flashbang going to accompany their cross, and with a deep smoke into CT. The idea is to go 1-for-1 with the long player. Instead, they go 2 for nada. And a man disadvantaged, 30 seconds on this clock, and they've got to get some wheels on to head over to this A site. Now, Fireflux are going to let them have this. They'll clear out the corners. They still think it's going to be a late B hit. That's not the case. So the digits will be tapped in, but there's no util for Peppo and Morisco to hold on to this site, and they're outnumbered and somewhat outgunned. Fireflux now on their way over.
Oh, no. That's a kill they couldn't have afforded to give up. Now, Peppo's still in the back of Donut, so perhaps he can make it a bit more expensive, but not exactly betting on him if it's a 3 versus 1. Quick tap on the bomb. Peppo waiting for audio info, and he's just going to get outgunned by Soulfly.
I don't know. I saw it coming. I thought maybe you were underestimating him a little bit there, but Yeah.
Especially because he gets the drop on the first player, right? Like, as he's coming into Donut, not being checked instantly. Maybe if he gets that first kill, a lineup's there. That's just fairy tales we're trying to write here, Josh.
They're the best kind of tales. Normal tales are rubbish. Boring.
Don't say that about my cat.
It's another buy here from Sinners, which is kind of bizarre. I guess last round came close enough that they feel like they can have another stab at it. And you really think about it, yeah, they did have a man advantage, and Banjo was on 8 HP, so it was a round that they shouldn't have really been losing. They fancy their chances third time round. But it starts off brutally for them. 2 casualties straight off the bat. No real map
Time
control.
and time again, we keep seeing Fireflux just win out those early engagements. Like, even when Sinners have won a couple engagements, they just aren't able to convert. But now we'll see whether or not they can still do some damage. Beatstick finds Kronk. A 3 versus 2, yes, but it's also an empty bomb site, so the bomb should have no trouble being planted. Shots missed through the wall. And now they can start nestling into some good positions. Not a bunch of util available for the CTs. Instant headshot. Soulfly's been so good. Peppo, once again, the man in a 1v3, but doesn't have the right weapon. Instant headshot found. Switches over to the Tech 9, and he's buying himself some time to get some more bullets into the back of his Galil. Perhaps wrapping around for the spam. He's got the lineup. He's very aware, but so is Soulfly. Fireflux, keep on delivering in these retakes.
Yeah, the HP was reversed there. Maybe Soulfly and Paz were low on health and Pepper had a little bit more of it, then that would have been an incredible play. But, yeah, he's low. He's trying to pepper unimpactful shots into full HP players. As soon as one comes back his way, that'll finish him off. So 3-0, and they're going for it again. This is insane. I actually really didn't think they'd make this call on the basis of how poorly last round started. I know they recovered it in 2 or 3 on 2 and managed to get that bomb down, but, it started off very badly for them. And the same's going here for round number 4. They've lost tons of map control. They've lost tons of health. It looks like they're about to lose the first man here as well. No, not quite. Zedco was tucked far enough, so Banjo won't spot him. But it feels like Fireflux are putting on all the pressure right now, and Sinners are just feeding them with these rounds.
You wouldn't understand. It's a mindset, I suppose.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's called the face it grind. It's called the already muted before the first round grind.
So I get on a 15 loss streak.
Miss Molly as well.
Yikes. It's a good night. How?
Not sure if that was their intent actually, but okay, at least they're lining up a flash.
This is ridiculous.
We should just have cameras on for this, right? So our face palms can be visualized.
This was bizarre. I mean, Sinners, came in with another force buy, but they didn't innovate at all. They didn't change anything. They went right back to this default. Fireflux used a lot of early util. They took loads of map control. And Sinners just stayed really, really stagnant. And then late round, decided to try and regain that control, play through those smokes. And, of course, Fireflux weren't going to let that happen. They're sat on the other side of it. They're waiting for the aggression. And, they just punish it, as you'd expect. Showing no mercy here either. They don't want Sinners to be allowed to save it. This is a dangerous game in itself. They've got that smoke down. Now, Fireflux aren't going to play through it, but to be honest, I wouldn't hate it if they did. Getting those kills after time could have meant everything. Even though, you have got to remember that 2 players saving there means that they have to force again. Is this just it? They just Galil merchants? They have no interest in ever being on a full buy.
They just heard Abraham Lincoln's speech, and they were like, force. That's what we gotta focus on. They keep forcing.
I was wondering where you were going with that. Something about abolishing slavery or something, I don't know, but...
No, I'm not. Not a very, Oh, hang on. Sensei.
Ooh, okay.
Surprisingly enough, 5th time's a charm, apparently.
This is what I'm talking about with innovating, though. Last round, just felt so bizarre. Had they have done this last round, I'd be all for it, even if it doesn't end up working in the long run. But you can't stay stagnant. You can't give Fireflux that leg room. Right here, putting their foot down, getting the flashes out, popping out of 8, changing that pace a little bit. Done them wonders. Fireflux having a call for the save here. They didn't necessarily have to. They could have had a crack at it, but made the most sense, I think, to just pull the plug. Will be the first on the board for the Sinners side.
Kinda surprised that it works at all, but I mean, more power to him if that can happen.
It really is the face it grind.
About as brute force of a start as they can possibly have, but the good thing on in this occasion is that now they're going to start upgrading their weapons a little bit. You know, they've picked up an M4 off the back of the previous one. They have an AK in the hands of Peppo, so soon enough, they could actually still be threatening the economy of Fireflux, because somehow, some way, despite not too many deaths coming through for Fireflux, they don't have a lot of money to back onto. Soulfly, perhaps he's been okay considering he's got 0 deaths. He's been performing incredibly well. But everybody else, they've got to watch out for their wallets.
Back to Sinners of old in this round, but they do have the A main control again. Perhaps the plan is to go for a late burst. HG does a little bit of tag damage onto Morisco. Nothing too substantial. They do start to reel it in a little bit here. Fireflux are very heavy on this A site. You can see you've got Skrunk just sort of bouncing between the two. He's very fluid between Red Room and that CT cross to hold the A main push. Got one on the site, one in Donut. Very ready for a late A hit. That's what I think they're expecting. Sinner's running down this timer. 45 seconds left. Here we go. Big kill from B-Stick. Ooh.
Oh, wow. Pazdo with the response. Grunk as well. 4 on 3. And they're trying to brute force their way onto the A site. Banjo down. Retake on the cards already, but they still need to get the bomb down. Sensei, before we can even come to that conversation, he's going to bring through a talking point. Molotov is going to be impeding their progression. Skrunk already in pole position to start fighting and interrupting. Donut presence from Zetko's good. Provides a clothesline for Skrunk to trip over and fall. Now Pazdo, he's already crossed over. There's a player in the back of the bomb site that he's got to contend with. Shock with some good shots, and that leaves Sensei 1-on-2, op in hand. He's got the scoped weapon, but does he have the resolve? Oh, he sees the side of the body. Shot to the buttocks. And it's a 1 versus 1. Needs to tap the bomb soon. Oh, he's going to go for the full stick. It's such an ambitious play, but it works out. Oh, Zegko's going to be kicking himself for that one.
Yeah, bomb's not flush with the box. It's a little too far to the left, and it means that Sensei can just come at it from a distance, tuck his head down, not be exposed. Sinners going to be feeling sore after that one. And how this has started, this hasn't felt like a Sinners map pick, right? This is their T side, and they're looking really lackluster. Again, rounds like that, allowing Sensei the opportunity to even stay competitive in those clutches. Just a 2v1 post plant there, tons of time and space. He's got an AWP, it's the worst tool for the job. Beppo, finally, with the big green of his own, being boosted up here towards the B site. Sensei on the other side, timing everything. Does not want to overexpose himself here. Skrunk will instead. Peppo draws first blood. The man advantage here for Sinners as we hit the minute mark. I'm still left just outside of elbow. They'll dash back. They'll go grab it. Banjo. The anchor on the A site, but he's only got an MP9. Last round got quite expensive, even though they were able to win it. So couldn't afford anything more than just the SMG. And the investment in the next isn't going to be much better unless they can turn this their way. Walking out, though. 3-man charge. Banjo, none the wiser. Not a peep has been made out of them. He got the drop. He dealt the damage, but couldn't find the kill. Morisco with another one to Soulfully on the rotation. And Paz and Sensei, again, just have to cut their losses here. They won't go for the rotation. They'll hold on to these weapons if they're allowed to. Peppo's looking to deny, but only the one. I'm not sure how hard they go hunting here. I think the Sinners economy has been a little bit of a sore spot so far. Finally, the luxury to be able to, hold on to a few rifles, not have to reinvest, start to build up a little bit of a bank is perhaps a little too enticing.
I'm still a bit worried for Sinners, though. I mean, it's not a fantastic start on their map pick, and they're already showing signs of desperation where they're going for all these haphazard plays. Their Ancient doesn't look particularly well drilled, if anything. It does seem like it's an in-the-moment situation, kind of relying on either the early or mid rounds. But there is some breathing room up ahead. Fireflux, they've got to chill out for a moment, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Tactical pause comes in, clear the air, talk it out, because they know they've had a fantastic start. They only need a couple more rounds to make this a super convincing one. But surprisingly enough, with all that dominance towards the start, they still haven't quite won the half just yet. So, that window of opportunity still open.
It feels that way. You see those stake odds popping up at the top of the screen, ever so slightly still leaning in Sinner's favour. Now, I imagine that those numbers were a little more one-sided when we kicked things off, but yeah, definitely with how things have looked at the start of Ancient, it does not surprise me that they have tied up that extra little bit. Low buy here, though, for Fireflux. They saved Sensei's AWP, but the rest are strapped for cash. So 5-7s, Kevlar, Banjo's got that MP9 again. He kind of whiffed with it last round, so we need to see something a little bit better out of him here. But pace is the intention. No. And it's a great start. And they've just spotted
and that's
the
an AK recovered. Well. That's the issue, right?
Oh, man.
Ooh, Sensei. The clothesline for Morisco set up. And there's also aggression from the ace side. And I'm not sure why Paz just runs to his death like that. Perhaps he's trying to find a weapon or something along those lines. But regardless, a 4v3 is a fantastic position for them to be in right now. They've got the rifle in the hands of Soulfly. You've got an AWP for Sensei. Banjo on an MP9. There is a lot you can do with this equipment.
Stick. Oh, it gets checked as well. Takes just about as much damage as he deals. Realistically, they should still be able to get this done, but there you go. That's what they needed. Tie up those numbers, get that AK out of commission, at least for a moment. But planting open is a huge mistake, and it's one that Scrunk will abuse. Peppo takes one back. Banjo, in the meantime, cutting off the rotation. And that's one of the snakes. Heads removed. And Peppo realizes that this might just be a little too tricky.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, the Hydra only has one neck remaining, right? That's Peppo. I mean, realistically, it is a pretty potent one to deal with because he does have the sniper rifle. Quick tap on the bomb. Now, he's going to peek right into him, Scrunk down, and Banjo, does he go for the full stick? Yes, he does. No, never mind. He gets off of it, but there's simply not enough time. It's a Glock out to try and catch him, but even if you get some shots in the back, it is not going to matter because Sinners, they have salvaged a round they nearly threw.
That was actually pretty horribly played at the end there from Fireflux. It feels weird to criticize them, given the fact that, they very nearly managed to pull off a forced by round win, but they knew that Peppo had the AWP. They had the information, and they've just fed him the first kill. It feels so bizarre. There's one way to lose that round, and it's that right there. Just slow peek into the AWP on ramp and leave him with a 1v1 with not a lot of time left on that bomb. Here we go, then. Just the pistols here for Fireflux. Sinners on the other side with it all to work with, of course. And a free B-bomb site.
Yeah, they're executing against a ghost down. Molly, smokes, all that for what?
Ooh.
At least they're able to find something for Fireflux.
A nasty
Mariska
surprise for
down.
Marisco, isn't it? Just
Peeks right into 4 USBs, and one of them is locked onto his head. Nice. I mean, not a bad outcome for Fireflux. You start off with just the pistols, get any damage done, more than happy days. I'm still not quite convinced by Fireflux just yet, because, you know, when you look at it from the perspective of Sinners, you know, having all these haphazard rounds, having some desperate plays, you might, as a knee-jerk reaction, want to criticize Sinners, right? But then you've also got to remember, if they're still managing to get plenty of rounds against Fireflux, then it's also speaking volumes about what we're seeing from Fireflux on the other side.
Big kill from Shock at the end there, not letting Soulflow get away with anything. So 5-4. Things starting to close up. Fireflux, kind of the last chance here to fight back and maintain this lead. AWP's out on either side, Sensei and Peppo. They've been pretty powerful forces for their teams, both up towards the top of the scoreboard, respectively. They're about to battle it out here again towards the B site. It's actually going to be B-Stick to wipe out the scoped rifle. Paz with another elsewhere, but Scrunk follows up, and Peppo just cannot seem to find it. Has to peek deeper and deeper, and in doing so exposes himself to the second B site player. Somehow still alive and kicking. HG will blow the smoke open. Chips the damage. Hit him further. Eventually, surely goes down. No, actually. It's another shot. Manages to escape. We do have the bomb here as well. Finding a bit of space towards this A bomb site. He could alleviate a bit of pressure here if he finds his kill onto Paz. He opens up a real opportunity. And this 4v2 that seemed dead in the water, it seemed like a done deal, could go back the other way. Big kill from Banjo. Now the information will be relayed here to Peppo. There's only one on this B site. They're split, and there's a very good opportunity for this Orpa to isolate these two jewels. He'll jump on the plant. Strunk will deny it, and Fireflux, yeah, just about get that one over the line. But it does feel very messy, very sloppy.
That's kind of been the theme of the game. Fireflux, Sinners, wherever you look, there is going to be something sloppy going on, right? Now Fireflux, they're in a pretty decent position to potentially even make this 7 or 8. So Sinners, they've got to watch out. Not exactly all the bells and whistles waiting for them in the subsequent round. It's not like money's all lined up for them. Marisco and Zedco, they're going to have to make some sacrifices. And Fireflux, they are treading very carefully. They're going to use their tactical pause, even if they're on... even if they have the advantage. Sinners aren't really looking like themselves today. Although, you know, you can categorize some of their general playstyle with a bunch of aggression, but this doesn't seem as calculated as you would from Sinners. Oh, wow, okay, Paz, hang on. What the hell are they getting away with? Zedco down, Paz runs straight into the flames. The audio cue should be good enough for B-Stick. He's ready and waiting. Stomps him. Sensei, though, happy to make this even Steven, and now it should be going back into a bit of a stalemate. There's an Opera on the B-bomb site, one on the rotate. How does this Red Room engagement take place? That's what I'm interested in, because there's 2 rifles that are going to be walking straight to Shock. They're expecting it. They're expecting a player to be ready to cut off their blood supply as the crux of the action starts to take place towards ramp, because they do have previous information there.
Scrunk seems to know what's up here. With 55 seconds left, and Sinners really relying on this Shock lurk, right? See how deep that bomb is? They don't really have any information towards this B site. They're waiting for Shock to make the play. Give them that.
Problem is, Fireflux, they have a player pushed all the way through A, so now it's becoming a bit too obvious that there is going to be a play towards B, and now they're ready for the lurk as well. Banjo from behind will punch a couple of bullets into Shock's body, and now it's a 2 versus 3 as they try and desperately get onto the site. Peppo with the open plant to give them options later into the retake. Sensei and Scrunk quite low, but they have a 3-pronged approach. Peppo doesn't do the full clear behind him, and now it's just Beastick remaining. Takes away the healthiest player. Sensei and Scrunk holding on by a hair's breadth as far as health is considered. A second shot found. Beastick obscured. No, the smoke's not good either. The op waiting for him. Gets it off the angle courtesy of the flash, and Scrunk can't get off the bomb in time to pull the trigger. Sinners with a 1v3.
Okay, you know, this is better. This is more like the Sinners that we're used to, I guess. They started off so slowly here. But an opportunity now to make this a 6-6 half, but tie it up at evens would be absolutely perfect for them. They'll move over to that CT side with their heads held high. And a bit of momentum, a bit of wind in their sails. UMP around this corner. Thought it might have taken that first out. The trade's there regardless. That is very bold from Paz. I'm not sure what he was really expecting to get out of that, to be honest. He had the support from mid. If they were also pushing, then yeah, it would have made sense. But by himself, no. It's going to cost them no longer a 4v4 instead. The numbers leaning in Sinner's favor once again. Seems like A will be their destination of choice.
At least that maximizes the chances for Fireflux because they've got the most players here. But they don't quite have the equipment. A pistol, an MP9. Not really much of a fight you can put up with it, but Sensei's gonna try anyway. Finds a kill with the pistol. Beastick now ready to fight back. And, you know, this isn't bad damage at all. Zedko's the only healthy player remaining. Banjo and Scrunk could still claw a couple of eyeballs out, especially since they can bring the B-side player over as well. Zedko through Red Room. That's the big chunk of information that's missing in their heads, but surely they're going to be a bit cognizant of it, right? They know they haven't checked for that in a while. It's getting more and more difficult to hold this A side down. It's all about whether or not the timing on the flank is good. Oh no, that's the leg peeking out, and Beastick quickly cuts it off.
Desperate rotation coming in, MP9. You'd expect him to clear this corner, to be fair, and he will. Head found. Takes a bit of damage in the process. Spots a leg. Had he just pulled the trigger, this would have been a 1v1. They're both so low. I fancy Skrunk's chances at this, but he needs to get a wiggle on. There's no kit on him, and he needs to speed this up. There's the pre-fire. Peppo gone. Beastick with just 4 tiny points of health. He's wrapping round. CT Scrunk reads it, and he's back on the C4 just in the nick of time. What a ridiculous clutch. And it's one that Sinners feed him.
Man, that is such a misplay, right? They shouldn't have gotten away with all that damage when there's just the MP9 and pistol combo. They go for a boost, they get punished for it. And then late into the round as well, just a 1 versus 3. Like, sure, I guess the one thing that's working out for Fireflux is the fact that, hey, Sinners don't have a bunch of HP to their name, but still, Zedko, alone in a duel, the healthiest player. Would have loved it if he played on an off angle, something of that sort, but no. Just the individual duels being offered up, and now Fireflux are going to be more than happy with what they got in the first half. Sinners, still within punching distance, though, so not counting out of them just yet. It is their map pick. I want to see how potent their defense is going to be.
It needs to be. Trailing by 2. This should have been 6-6. They've got the blender set up, and oh, it works beautifully.
Oof. The meat
Not like a bit
grinder.
of a scrap for a second, but yeah, they make that work.
In go the teas. Out comes the minced meat. Banjo, the only sausage not being put through the grinder yet, but eventually he will meet the machinery. Sinners, what a start to their CT side.
Yeah, that was pretty perfect. That was a good call, a good read. Exactly what was needed. One more then. They'll be good to go. They'll be tied back up and they'll have a freebie to get there. This is the best opportunity that they'll get, and they can play a bit of a bonus into it as well with these 2 MP9.
Listen, if I'm Fireflux, I'm trying to match Sinners free. I'm trying to go for a 4 spot. Am I a good player or coach or IGL by any stretch of the imagination? No. Should my opinion be taken seriously? Absolutely not.
Yeah, my opinions do not reflect the opinions of my employer. I'm just an idiot, and listen to me.
You reckon they're getting anything done with the Glocks?
Probably not. I mean, if they can find a kill, they'll be happy, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen. Okay, there you go. Soulflit's just found himself a little freebie on a greedy Zedco. Found an AWP. Not an AWP, an M4 as well. And no, he's trying to throw it on the map. Oh, wow, that's a shame. I like the idea behind it, but yeah, the wall a little too high for him. Now managed to snatch it away too, so awkward stuff. 7-7. Sinners upgrade one of those MP9s, taking a single casualties. A little bit of a blessing in disguise. You don't really want to be coming into a full buy round like this with 2 SMGs, but one is a little more understandable. And they'll only be up against the AKs here. Decent amount of util, but far from a full belt on every player. Sensors lacking. Paz has only got that single molly. I need to be somewhat conservative with it. Aggression here into middle, trying to get that MP9 active. How close B-Stick's playing.
Wow, great start from Paz. Zetko down with no refrag whatsoever in sight, and this deep Molotov also completely cuts off rotations for Sinners. Fireflux, they might have actually put Sinners in a position where they just go for the full save straight up. They're already out for the hunt. Morisco down. As the remaining 2 get into position to try and defend, they're quickly going to realize that the waters around them are going to have shark fins poking out of them. A Falmus and an Op. They love to take that into the next round. The Falmus down. Peppo, the most useful and expensive weapon in the game. That is also stolen by Banjo. Fireflux. They're inching on forward once more.
Yeah, back to winning ways as soon as they've got those rifles out. They have looked like the better team. I feel like they've played their better Counter-Strike so far. It'd have to be a bit of a turnaround. I wouldn't go as far as to call it an upset yet, but yeah, we need to see a little bit of a step up in performance here out of Sinners. But a couple of big pieces just going missing. Morisco, Zedco. Still down on the single digits. Struggling to find that impact. Peppo, as he has been consistently recently, looking pretty hot on the server. He's putting up numbers again. Aggression, trying to get up in their faces. Sinners will stretch their legs and put a bit of pressure here onto Fireflux. It's kind of a bit of a push-pull, right? They've taken the B slope control, but they've completely given up mid. So Fireflux are still pretty comfortable.
Information. Surprisingly enough, Fireflux, they've barely pulled the trigger on anything, right? Not much attention towards B. They only have 1 prong left there. Kind of just letting things marinate here in the donut. And the tricky part here is that you're not going up against the most stacked weaponry. You don't want to allow these pistols to become potent when you're running into them last minute. Flashbang comes out. Peppo waiting to receive as they start walking into the 5-7. That's one down. The Bomber's gonna have to watch out. If he dies here, that would be trouble, but no. Crisis averted. Molotov to the back of the site. Shock tries to desperately fight back. And it's realistically just Zetko remaining to do something about it. Even he's gonna take a pot shot. And eventually plucked off. Shock, he's been quite decent this game. 12 kills, 9 deaths. Not exactly gotten to be a part of too many conversations here. Hence the low death count, but gonna have to do a tad bit more. You look at the kill distributions, not really seeing much of Zedko, not really seeing much of Marisco. The other side of things, Fireflux, although the scoreline is as close as it is, everybody's pretty much even Steven, right? You're maybe seeing a 1 or 2 kill disparity.
Yeah, this has been very consistent, hasn't it? As you say, 1 or 2 kill disparity, quite literally. Everyone between 10 and 12 frags. It means that you can leave anybody in those anchor situations. You can put anybody in the clutches.
Can't really say the same for Sinners at all. It's such a shame. You never see Sinners in this kind of position, and surely they're just going to run into the Mac 10. Oh, okay. I like the flash at least. They did put the effort in. Make sure they can maximize the utility of those USPs. But even at their best, they're not particularly a threat.
Oh, blind. The Mac 10 still finds one. It's another one of those situations where, you know, if you lose an AK there, you're frustrated, but the Mac 10's happy to go down. Skunk's happy to find 1 kill, die with the Mac 10. That's whatever. This is for double digits as well. But hungry to find himself a kill here, but surely there's 0 chance for him. 17 HP. Paz doesn't look like he's going to regress without checking this corner. He certainly will if Peppo gives him a little bit of a tease, a little bit of a taste on the jiggle. Shock left all by himself. 1v4. Might catch a timing. Right, head over the top. P2K, not going to find it. Paz will strip it off his shoulders instead. And Fireflux, there it is. Double digits. 10 rounds hit. Now almost everybody on 12 kills as well. Sensei the only outlier there. So we really are even in terms of the frag count. Round number 18 we go. This is a really important one for Sinners.
If I'm on Fireflux, definitely BMing Sensei for being the bottom fragger, even though he's only off by 1 kill. That's just called a healthy team environment.
Yeah. You can BM him though. Sensei's an interesting player. There's actually a couple of sort of really interesting players on this Fireflux roster. I'm really glad that Banjo's in a good team now and actually having some successes. I think when he was on that Fnatic Rising project, he was really teed up to be this like next big thing. He was absolutely fantastic. He then ended up kind of getting outshone by Volt a little bit. Didn't really get that opportunity. Went to Havu, did okay, but you know, nothing crazy. And Sensei's another one of those players as well. I remember when he hit the scene, he came and played in the UK scene when he was like 14, 15. He played for a team called Peak, came to a couple of UK lands, like Epic LAN and whatnot. And everyone was looking at him like, wow, this kid's a beast. He's going to be crazy. And he definitely like had a little bit of spotlight on him, sort of going into his 18, 19 years old. But yeah, finally he's actually on a team that are sat within the top 50 and putting up some good results against some good teams. And yeah, proving that he is a very capable AWPer. And he's only 21 years old, so still a ways to go. Still plenty of room for improvement in his career. Marisco, an important kill. I stressed how much this round means to Sinners. That's why they called the pause beforehand. They need to make sure that they're all on the same page here. Sensei looking to even out these numbers.
Yeah, I'd love to see a bit of a turnaround from Sinners. We haven't seen much at all. At least the individual skill of Peppo still being displayed. We're seeing a bit from Beastick and Shock, but would love to see all cylinders start to fire off. At least a good start for Sinners. An uncontested duel at the start. No real damage being given back. With 50 seconds to go, Fireflux, they have got to start making a move. Molotov to the back of the B-bomb site. Slowly but surely inching closer, but that's also going to start to incentivize rotations for Sinners. There's only one player ready to try and be problematic in the event of rotations, but even Paz is going to be called on to duty for B. 30 seconds though. Now, can't really waste too much time. Luckily for them, Sinners have already exhausted all of their utility. Now, it's all about holding W and making it sure that you can line up your crosshair. Man, are they running this one low.
This is an incredibly dangerous game, and not one that they've played so far this map, but pulling the trigger late means that Sinners aren't very well equipped for this, but Morisco certainly is hitting all the shots, finding all the frags. Paz eventually trades it. In fact, he doesn't even trade it. Morisco's still alive. That was B-Stick to fall. And Paz has to get the hell out of dodge. He'll hold on to that AK. He won't get any round lost bonus. I think that's all right. Everyone else has got enough to comfortably buy around him, so it will still be a full investment. But yeah, running down that timer did not do them any favors. And it isn't even necessarily the clock that plagues them there. It's Morisco. It's the fact that they just couldn't trade him. He found all three. And he couldn't be stopped. 8 to 10. Sinners. They get it done.
And most importantly, I think it's just that they've kept themselves alive, right? Because they were looking at down the barrel of economic collapse beyond that point. Now, some breathing room, a chance to continue fighting. Problem is, Fireflux, their wallets are looking pretty damn fat. Still fight on. Zedko, good peek. Fine Soulfly. And a 4-on-5 very early into the round, not particularly contested. Some space has been given up to Fireflux, though, but problem is, there is a 2-man setup in Donut, and if they try and run through that, they are going to need quite the luck to make it past that AWP.
Oh, nice shot, Pepper. Timing on this is brilliant as well. Morisco, yeah, maybe could have found both, but it doesn't really matter. The crunch is perfect. And better stuff out of Sinners now. That little break, that little pause, doing them so many favors. And Morisco stepped up in such a huge way in these past 2 rounds, right? You think about, we were criticizing him, the fact that he was on 5 kills. He's just found himself a 3K in the last. Another one right there. And finally, finding a bit of impact here on Ancient, and at such a crucial time as well. Fireflux, we said their pockets were deep. Their wallets were fat, but actually that's no longer the case. Scraping the bottom of the barrel with this one. 3 AKs, a Tech 9, a Mac 10. If they can't make it work, it'll be an Eco in the next, and Sinners will have a chance to take the lead going into the final portion of this map. AWP on the rotate. Peppo got his work cut out for him. There's the first. Oh, what a shot!
Oh, great shooting there from Peppo. Dismantles the push coming through, and he knows that they're quite low. Switches over to the AK-47. Now, it's Sensei and Skronk to fight against the odds, but the odds are going to best them. Sinners, they have found a way to climb back into the game. 10 to 10, Fireflux. Despite their efforts, despite a fantastic start, the domination through at the start, Sinners, their CT side has yielded way more dividends than anything we saw on their T. And now you see some of the weaker links also stepping up. Now, Morisco's bringing some of the kills in as well. Zedko, he's got a couple. Not exactly a top-tier performance just yet, but at least they've got Peppo keeping them alive just long enough to make sure that they're not going to run out of breath in this particular map. Again, an opener.
Yeah, man advantage. Obviously, it's just against these pistols. You're not expecting Fireflux to get much out of this, but I actually feel like a bomb plant would go a long way. Look how much Peppo's doing. He's 21 and 11. As I said before, he was such a perfect addition to this roster. You've got a player like Oscar, and even in, he's getting on in his years. He's a player that a lot of players from his generation have sort of gone on and retired, gone into coaching roles and things like that. And he was still playing and playing very competitively and playing very well right up until he sort of bowed out of this roster. And it felt like the change that needed to be made was bringing in another AWPer, but bringing in an AWPer that has a high ceiling, that's young, that can actually develop and... Oh, what a shot from Banjo. Yeah, Peppo fills that beautifully. Peppo fills that role so perfectly.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think there's still a little while to go before the consistency comes to light, but it's definitely a fantastic start. Look at this, ring around the roses, Peppo.
Another 3K.
Sure that Banjo runs into the thorns, yeah. Great stuff from Peppo. 23 and 11 at the moment. Easily, single-handedly making sure that Sinners was alive long enough to have a say in the matter. And now Fireflux, they are very close to tapping out. Couple rounds until Sinners can get the W on map number 1, but this is, despite the fact that, you know, Fireflux are kind of falling apart now, even if they don't win this map, this is a strong enough performance which definitely inspires confidence going into the next 2 maps if needed. Oh, wow. Good opener from Sensei. He's going to stick around in the flames, even with hot feet. He'll be able to pull the trigger. One of the very few early advantages that Fireflux have been able to get against the CT side of Sinners, and they are going to be booking it straight to A. Much faster pace now, but they've got to watch out for Shock, because he is that one prong that can ruin it all. That's the headshot onto Banjo. Now they're going to have to worry about an extra angle as they're going for the plant. Do they opt to clear this out early on? No. The smoke having been deployed, pass boosted up. Shock's not going to move a muscle until the cavalry has arrived. He's waiting in for the reinforcements. His teammates to start coming in. 3 players teed up to start coming through from Donut. Sensei holding a hairline angle. Doesn't quite hit it. Zedko with the Kobe to get it done. Now Shock trying to serve a distraction as the rest of his teammates are starting to come in. 4 versus 3 still. The lineup is there, but Skrunk can't fire off enough bullets. They will start to go down. Soulfly still wanting to fight back. Soulfly somehow with 2 and a 3rd to get them off the bomb. And an unlikely way to get it done, but they will still net another round.
Yeah, that is ridiculous. Just staying afloat, tying things up at 11 apiece in the CT economy. Whilst they've got enough money to go for a buy hit, it's fragile. Once they invest into this one, there's no cushion. Risco knows that he's down to that FAMAS that's been left on the floor for it. They don't have a loss bonus either. Things have been going well for them in these last few. So if Fireflies can take 12, Sinners will be strapped to try and claw it back. Peppo, big shot.
You've got to give credit where credit's due, right? Fireflux, when they did get the opener, they were really good on capitalizing on... Ooh! What a hairline shot from Paz. Barely sees anything, just fires on the pixel, and that's that. With a minute remaining on the clock, some control has been conceded to both parties. Look at this from Soulfly, though. He's going to run right into the M4, but Beaststick is going to fall victim. Paz, another kill for him, is now quickly going to open up avenues. Fireflux, they might have not bowed out of this one just yet, even with the momentum the Sinners were starting to build up, but now it's on to the young Opper. Instant shot found. Is he going to pick the right angle as they're starting to move out of cave? Peppo is going to need support. The swing out from Chalk is good, but now they know where the last player is, and they can just take the bomb all the way back. Peppo desperately tries to fight Paz, but he is going to be walking the plank as Paz gets 4.
That's a huge round. Look at the money. Oh, it's just painful for Sinners. This is what happens, CT side. It's so cruel. It's so unforgiving. And what do you do here? You come in with pistols. You have to change something up. You can't just come in with the same approach that you have in the rifle rounds, right? You need to bring something fresh.
Sorry, is this a timeout from Fireflux?
That's what the HUD says. I mean...
Yeah, I mean, I would prefer if Sinners were the ones to take it, because they've been quite conservative with their use of it. That's a shame. Yeah, okay. Error, no nothing. And as well as Sinners did towards the tail end of this game, does feel like it's about to slip in between their fingers. I was about to give credit to Fireflux for getting as close as they did, but they might actually just pull off the whole W. That next map, Sinners, they're going to have to play on Fireflux's map pick. They've been no slouches whatsoever. It's a straight push into the A side. They're not going to be holding on to their horses whatsoever. Flashes to go through back. This is already going to be a round and a half for Fireflux. Can they get anything done in the nick of time? You know that this is a balls-to-the-wall play. They know they've got barely a percentage of a chance to get it done, but Beastic at least starts it off right. Soulfly, a good lineup, gets it done. Beastic, last man standing. There is simply no chance for him. And Fireflux, 13-11 as they knock out Sinners on map number 1. And now they get to play their home ground.
Wow, wow, wow. Okay, well, you know, especially in that first half, I felt like Fireflux looked like the better team. Now, Sinners found their footing, but maybe they just found it a little too late. They were playing catch-up throughout the majority of that map, to be honest. Often trailing. Maybe could have taken it and snatched it away towards the end there. But Fireflux just get it over the line and step up when they really need to. So, yeah, that's Ancient out of the way. That was the kind of one worry as well, you know. The one map that came into this series where we said, you know, Sinners do actually have a real advantage here. And at the end of the day, Fireflux have taken it on the chin. They'll go into map 2 of Anubis and then maybe even get this done in 2 bites.
It's a possibility, for sure. There's a very good chance now that Fireflux take it all the way through. Perhaps we even see the 2-0. And if you want to get it done on anything, right, it's your own map pick. It's Anubis. It's a map that is particularly known for favoring people who pick it, right, because it's got all these nasty little timings that you can take advantage of. And you know what? This would be a great win to have under their belt, to knock out the Goliaths that are Sinners and knock them out of the tournament, make your way to the playoffs when you're on the brink of collapse. Fireflux, they've got everything to play for, and Sinners, they've got everything to defend. But this is a story that still needs to unfold, and we're going to be watching the rest of it in about 10 minutes' time. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after a short break. Welcome back, everybody. We are about to go live with the second map of, well, Sinners versus Fireflux, and it wasn't exactly the best of affairs at the start for Sinners, was it? Like, I mean, T-side, not all that in a bag of chips.
You sound down. You okay?
No, it's just that my lighting is down, which might make me look a lot sadder than I am. Hang on. There we go. Now I look normal, don't I?
I thought maybe you were a Sinners fan or something. So it's not looking too good for them, is it? But obviously losing their map pick, they're coming into this next one. Now, we did talk in the pre-game about the fact that both of these teams are actually quite comfortable on all three maps. So as we go into this second map of the series, we go into Anubis. Sinners do still have a little bit of equity in there. They've had some decent results recently, but Fireflux, it's kind of their bread and butter. They've been playing it very, very well. They play it a hell of a lot. They played it 24 times in the last 3 months, which when you factor in that the last 3 months includes the player break and the Christmas break and whatnot. Yeah, that's a lot of Counter-Strike being played here on this map, and they've had some good results against some very good teams as well, actually. You look at just the past couple of weeks. They beat Navi Junior, they beat Ninjas in Pyjamas, they went full 24 rounds and lost 13-11 against OG, and yeah, some wins against some pretty formidable sides as well, even Vincilio, Endpoint, Gaming Gladiators, 500 and whatnot, sort of going a little bit further back than that. So, yeah, they're a good Anubis team. They're a very, very good Anubis team. And I think Sinners should be a little bit worried about this one. They've not had the best of rides here. There is a lot to be said for the fact that they're playing against generally higher caliber competition. And it's kind of strange because it's in the same caliber of events, but normally Sinners are like a playoffs invite team and things like that. So a lot of their results have been against, OG, Paravision, Bait, teams like that, so a wildcard in there as well. So yeah, there is sort of something to be said for the fact that they are playing against generally harder opposition, but I don't know. I don't have massively high hopes for them on Anubis here. They will have the luxury at least of starting off on their favoured side, which I think will be that T side. We'll have to wait and see. And yeah, that could give them an opportunity to kind of sort of get the ball rolling out of the gates hot and get some early rounds on the board. I think that actually they had a pretty decent end to Ancient, even though they ended up losing it. They had a really nice resurgence to bring it back to 11 rounds in the first place. So, yeah, they should still be feeling relatively warmed up. I think Peppo was obviously playing well above his ranks there in that last map. So if he can continue go into this second and output that same kind of performance, get that AWP out early on, then, you know, there's definitely still opportunities for them here. But they've now got to do it on hard mode. And in an elimination game, in the 2-2 bracket, this really isn't where you want to be.
Yeah, and I guess the worst part for Sinners is that Fireflux, although they've not exactly had a hot hand as far as their actual series wins are concerned, you just put Anubis under a microscope and you'll realize that there is pretty much a sea of green for Fireflux, right? You've already talked about it, but yeah, Navi Junior, NIP, Apogee, Copenhagen Wolves, Alaska, like, there's obviously a mixed bag of the types of teams that they've been facing, but the results have been mostly in the green. Now, of course, we're about to kick things off. Fireflux on the CT side, and you were right, Sinners will be electing to go on the D, and look at this, Fireflux. I love the aggression, but the response from Sinners is swift, and it is deadly.
Yeah, I like the initiative.
Yeah. I mean,
look at this, they're not letting up. Sensei's still there, he's still pressing all the way. How much space he's got?
Makes sense, right? That's rough. It did make sense. I did want to see even more aggression, yes, because they would have to eventually even out the numbers, but problem is now they have sent another man walking. Paz, big burdens on his shoulders, finds the bomb, and he might even be able to isolate the second player. Banjo's doing some good work as well on his lonesome. Peppo taps Banjo away. In the meantime, B-Stick is going to match Peppo's vibe. Sinners, it's a good start, but can't hate Fireflux for what they went for.
Yeah, I guess not. I mean, you can't pull the brakes there once you've committed to pressing down middle and you take that first contact. It'd be great if you could just back it up and have that man advantage, right? But you are sort of committed and you're just hoping that there's only maybe one or two there towards mid. And unfortunately for them, that wasn't the case. And they were met with some real brute force from those Glocks on those trades. But straight into a technical pause. Everyone's still in the server, but There appears to be some issues, so unfortunately we will have a short little break. Yeah, TeamSpeak issue. Okay, so hopefully shouldn't take too long to resolve. I'll take this opportunity to tell you about a fun Face It game that I played today. You ready for my fun story? So, played a Face It. It was on Nuke. Went into the game. We had a guy that was crazy toxic. Yeah, just every single time someone dies, he's like, "Nice, man, nice." Like, just nice. One of those guys.
Good job.
One of those people. Literally. It's like, guy peeks heart. I go 1 for 1, and he's like, "Nice, idiot, always dying to hearts." What do you want me to do? Anyway, right? We go 6-2 down. He leaves the game, doesn't come back. We then 5v4 with a bot, pull it all the way back, go to overtime, and then in overtime, he joins back and continues to be toxic. We ended up winning it, but only just. We started having a hard time once he came back. And yeah, I couldn't believe it. The audacity to leave, and then after all of those, we've clutched the game up, 5v4, taken it to OT, and then he comes back, and rather than being like, "Yeah, good on you guys," he continues to be toxic. I hope he's watching. Screw you, Green. You suck. It's always green.
It's gotta
In fact,
be green,
I think he was blue.
Regardless, we're blaming it on the greens.
Yeah. It's green's fault. Unless I was green. I wasn't. I'm yellow. I'm always yellow.
God, I love music. I recently found out that you can actually kill. You can actually kick. Oh, hang on.
Oi.
Have to hold that thought. Good little start from Banjo, and Fireflux, they might already be fighting back on the second round. Morisco, in the meantime, trying to create a problem, throw a bit of a spanner in the works on middle, but he gets 1 kill for his troubles. What? I just saw the trajectory of a nade. How does that not do any damage? What was that? Was that a smoke? Question mark? Whatever. Banjo, waiting behind the smoke, surprisingly just rifles them down with an SMG. And when all is said and done, Sinners will be playing on the back foot. Paz coming in from behind as well. He's got the 5-7 against the very low Morisco. And a 1-on-4, not exactly too fond of his chances, but Peppo's going to give it an honest crack anyway. Now starting to back off. He doesn't have the bomb, does he? No. And this is it. Best case scenario, you save your Galil.
What a round back. This is a strange one, right? I mean, for Sinners, they're going to have to force back into this anyway. They'll be on double eco, so Peppo holding on to this Galil and not getting the loss bonus isn't a problem. In fact, this is the better outcome. But, yeah, so bizarre. Fireflux. It was a force buy, but it wasn't a very good one. They only found 2 kills in the pistol round. They're on the CT side. They came in with just pistols. And it wasn't like they scraped through. They quite convincingly won that round. Sinners just dead in the water there in A main. And punished as a result. So Fireflux now onto a decent buy. They've got a couple of Galils that they recovered from the last. They've got a couple of M4s invested. That MP9 still on Scrunk, but shouldn't cause them too many issues unless Sinners can give them a taste of their own medicine. Fairly slow approach just with this default, but the way they're poised, seems like they want to try and go for a B split here.
Always a difficult site to hold. B-stick into the site. Tech-9 in hand. That's 1 victim. Looking for more, and he is going to find it. But Sensei there to start responding. Peppo, however, limits the casualties to just 1. Soulfly tries to follow them with bullets. He's only able to do a bit of damage. Okay, that's a successful nade right there. 2 versus 2. Now it can go any which way. Zedko waiting with the deagle. It would have to be a nasty flick that doesn't come to light. Banjo. 2 versus 1. Morisco isolated. He just can't find it against the 2 angles. Fireflux, what a way to be starting off Anubis. And, considering that it is Anubis, you get a few rounds on the CT side, you keep interrupting their economy, they're going to have a really hard time by the time that halftime comes around.
And remember how weirdly Sinners managed their economy in the early stages of Ancient and how that really hurt their early campaign. It feels like the stars are aligning for the same to happen here, right? Losing that second round, having to force into this third, and then getting the bomb plant in the third and 3 kills. I wouldn't be surprised if they go for another force, and that's what we see. You know, ordinarily the rules say, you know, the pretend rules, there's no real rules for anyone that doesn't understand. You shouldn't really buy here. You know, you got 2k, 2400 loss, eat the eco, come into the buy in the next, and, you know, give it a real stab. Instead, they fancy their chances again with the Tech 9s, and if they can't make this work, then they're just feeding Fireflux these early rounds, which in MR12 is a really dangerous game.
I was just gonna say, like...
Oh, I like that micro, that's cool.
He knows he's gonna die there, so he just tosses his M4 away. Man, that is brutal. Oh, that is such a matchmaking play. I love it, but Sinners are gonna start to put on the heat. Sense is still trying to fight back, but good for one just like last round. Rotations coming in. Banjo and Soulfly on for the 2 versus 3. And remember, they don't have a weapon waiting for them in B main. It was taken away from them. So with the bomb being planted, are Fireflux gonna try and go for it? I think they're keeping 1 foot through the door. Maybe if somebody pokes their head through, they can do something about it.
They're certainly playing for this. They've got a kit as well, so there's time.
They're on for it. They've even got a Molotov for connector, so they can certainly even try and stick the bomb. Uh-oh. That's the one contingency that they had in the site that's completely taken away now. If they can narrow it down. Problem is, Molotov is going to stop their vision. Smoke is going to allow them to get on the bomb, but staying on it, that's a completely different story. That's the Tech 9 rushing in, Soulfly with bullets to the back, and Sinners, in a very haphazard round, do get away with it.
Whew, and they are very lucky that they do so. There was a lot of 50-50s there in that round. And honestly, I mean, Skrunk's decision to get aggressive in B main, in hindsight, certainly wasn't the best one. He didn't have any support, no one to bail him out. In that position, right, you really want somebody close, whether they're playing con or whether they're just on the towards the bottom site, to them give you that support. You say, okay, I found that first kill. There's a second one here. Please, shoot me a flashbang. Come in to swing and trade me. The fact that he's just left on an island and, you know, knows that he's going to die when he gets flashed, or just throws his gun out the map. It's cool. It's a cool little micro, but it shouldn't really happen in a round like that. You should have someone there supporting him if he's getting aggressive.
Oh, for sure.
It's a bit of an issue.
He was aggressive for as long as he was.
Yeah.
There was maybe like 8, if I'm being generous, 10 seconds for somebody to hop on through and try and help him out. Ooh, good shot from Zedko on pass. That's Fireflux with 1 man out. The Sinners are playing this very carefully. They know that this is a T side that matters. They are on the brink of being knocked out of this tournament. At least want to head into the CT side with your heads held high. Fireflux, they've got all the confidence in the world right now. They know that they've bested Sinners on their own map pick. All about just rolling the ball over the net now. Sensei. Backside has been his domain. The Desert Eagle, his comrade. Holding on. As they walk into the site, is he going to be able to do anything with his weapon of choice? No. Sprays down, but nothing comes to light. That's Sinners with yet again a round secured.
Banjo's still alive and kicking. He has found one with the MP9, but at range, can't go and pick up that rifle. He's had a very good start. He's 8-3, and he's been putting up some numbers. He's been a real integral part of some of these rounds, but couldn't find the impact there. 2k in the bank, and Fireflux will not fall into the Sinners trap. They are just going to go. They'll go for a proper investment in the next. I sit here criticizing it, but Sinners did make it work this time around. Now they've got the lead. They've got a bit of momentum. They've got a bit of money behind them. They've got the weapons to work with here. Shock with that Mac 10 will be the one looking to farm a bit of cash here as well, just up against these pistols, stacked up towards the B site. It'll be Zedko instead, holding from range. Might have a little bit of a firing range to work with.
Oh, yeah. Bring on the stat pad.
Oh, he's flashed himself.
That's rich.
All right. Well, tiny stuff from Morisco, but yeah.
This has been a pretty entertaining game. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. With all the stuff that's been going wrong, like we saw Sinners with the force buys at the start of the game. We saw that little micro of tossing the M4 out, flashing yourself. We've seen a crazy play in Cave with the dualies. Lots of things that have gone wrong, and I'm here for it. Things going wrong in this match is exactly what makes this game right for us.
Yeah, and it just shows that, you know, you've got two developing rosters. I wouldn't go as far as to say new, but, you know, Sinners have made some changes. Fireflux are still climbing the rankings. It does come with those mistakes, but also it comes with a lot of flair and a lot of talent. That's what we're seeing out of Sensei. Boost up over the smoke. Big shot. Now Skrunk's going to be challenged, but only 1-for-1. Might not cut it. 3v3. They've lost control of the site. Now need to play for the retake, but they don't have a kit. And they don't have a lot of util. A couple of smokes. One incendiary. One flash. The second that bomb goes down, that fuse starts ticking. This could become a bit of a problem here for the CTs, especially now with a man disadvantage.
Almost a done deal for Sinners.
Bomb's still not down.
Yeah, they're taking their sweet time, but this Molotov's certainly going to make things easier. Hang on, they're creeping past the Molly. Morisco's going to have to hold on, and he does successfully. Sensei can't fire any more bullets out of that op. That's just the folly. Best weapon in the game. But it's a 5 and 2 star for Sinners. Kind of matching what we saw on Ancient from Fireflux, but obviously you've got to bring that into the conversation with the asterisk that it is Anubis, you know? We do expect a much tidier result from the terrorist side on Anubis. Fireflux is all about getting themselves a margin. Also, I'm not gonna lie, King, I do have the grand finals of Kato in the corner of my eye as well. Very interesting game there as well. Yeah, I mean, like, Vitality were about to win 3-0, 11-4 up on the last map, and now Team Spirit are coming back. Like, that's pretty crazy.
Begs the question. I bet everyone watching's got both open, right? There's no way that you're just here fully committed to the Fireflux Sinners.
Yeah, of course.
Swiss stage.
I mean, I don't mind mentioning other tournaments that are going on in this sense, because, like, obviously, like, this is very important for, like, just the grand scene of CS.
The pistol's like...
Personally, I would love to have, like, a cyberpunk-esque future where I can have 8 eyeballs and just have 4 streams of CS be injected straight into my brain. And
you
still
can
be
also
level
bet
7.
on them in your brain. Just think back.
Damn. You're giving a lot of people ideas. Tread carefully.
That's the future I want to live in.
Mm-hmm. Neuralink with gambling. Crazy.
Uh-huh.
Learn
Blink to confirm your bet. Blink twice to confirm your bet. That's how you Apple Pay. There, water in my eyes. Know that I can't blink.
Backing me up today, Josh, and so is this game.
Oh, Sinners. Oh, okay. Banjo's gone as well. Yeah, are actually giving us a really good start here to Anubis. Considering they lost that second round, I was worried for them. I really was. Having lost that first map too, but no, they're definitely looking better here. They're finding some real success. They're finding a real streak. They've got sort of $6,000-7,000 in the bank too, so a nice little fallback. And Fireflux, yeah, have to call a pause. Things are not going well. And quite often, they're just being dismantled on these bomb sites, right? These last couple of rounds haven't actually come particularly close. And it's been time and time again, these individual gunfights. There hasn't really been support. We've seen Fireflux going like 1-for-1 in the duels. So in terms of the numbers, like, it's not too bad. But they've been forced into these safe situations or these impossible retake situations where they go 1-for-1, they lose control of the site, and the retake's not really viable. So here we go. Falls through. Big green out on Sensei, looking to try and contend with Peppo, who has had a good start, but it hasn't been as fierce as we saw him in map 1. See if he comes into his element now that he has a worthy opponent to play against. Offline just jiggles for the info in mid.
Sinners. They're going to be changing up their avenue this time around. Ace site, name of the game, Banjo. Couple of scratches taken, but no casualty just yet. Needs to call in the reinforcements, and by the time the cavalry arrives, good old digits will already have been punched in. Banjo trying to get a head start on things, tries to get some damage in. Smokes having been deployed is slowing down their progression for sure, but now they're already lined up. This could be a successful retake, but the mollies, they keep slowing them down. The utility from the T's is good. Shock playing a bit of an off angle, trying to get the jump on Skrunk, and he's going to be playing the corner, so this is such a difficult position to contend with unless someone's coming out of camera. Banjo should be bearing the flag though. He's spearheading the push. Sensei getting ready to peek through. Pillar player spotted. Banjo finds a kill as well. And the T's are falling apart, but not before Shock can get some good damage going. Banjo, damage through the smoke. They're going to try and stick the bomb. The lineup is good, but Paz will interrupt. And Fireflux will keep this retake alive and get themselves a third round.
I love that out of Paz there as well. Just a meat shield at the end. Does Banjo get on the damn defuse? We haven't got a lot of time here. Little did they know, they'd actually connected with the spams through that smoke in main, but the retake was perfect. That clock being run down second by second. The util usage from Sinners was brilliant. The second they run out of it, they knew that they had to face the inevitable, those gunfights, and that's where they lacked. See those stake odds again, Sinners. Actually quite heavy favourites here. It's only 6-3, it's a very T-sided map. I think that maybe those odds are jumping the gun a tad, but we'll see how things unfold. Paz up close. SHG. Oh no, it's going to blow the smoke open. Does he realise Beastick's in the corner? Yes, he does. Big kill. Great start. Oh my god, what is that from Scrunk? What is he doing?
What a chaotic set of affairs. Paz, though, eventually found. Sensei from the back of the site still fighting Soulfly. Another kill to the tally. And when the dust is settled, it's just Peppo. 1v3. Waiting for someone to walk into his crosshairs, and he is going to get a morsel on his plate very soon. No one on the flank. But it's a tricky clothesline to get past Sensei. Misses a shot. The swing out is good. How does Peppo get away with that? That's murder. Ooh. And he even has a chance to catch Sensei, but just not quick enough. Fireflux. What a series of affairs for them to get through that. 4 rounds. And it's already a pretty respectable CT side. Add anything more to the tally, and they'll be more than happy.
Man, oh man. Yeah, had me on the edge of my seat for a second there, but I'm going to be honest, it's very rare that I outright criticize a play, right? I normally approach things with the mindset of, especially someone like Skrunk is calling the shots. He knows better than I do. I'm not going to criticize what he's done there. I'm sure he had his reasons. But the more I think about what he's just done there, I don't understand it. I just don't understand it at all. Such a bizarre move. Luckily, his teammates can get it over the line. Paz, they just below him. They almost got caught in his gun model there, and he didn't spot him coming out. But goes 1 for 1, that's fine.
Yeah, don't blame him. I mean, he's got such a difficult smoke to play around because you have to like so many different angles as they can pop out of anywhere. Another 1 for 1 trade. Not a bad position for Fireflux at all if they want to drive the point home any further. Soulfly in the back. Doesn't go for the trigger discipline play. Instead, he is happy to pick up what he's gotten. And that is going to pay dividends. Now he's got full control and information of A. He's got a kill. They've got the advantage. Now, they can start to slow things down. Just wait for them to walk into a bomb site. Mid will be the point where they'll be progressing. Beastick walking in, Op holding the angle. No, Sensei, don't peek that. Gets found by a headshot, but they still have another player to find. They know someone was lurking here. That's how they got the flank. Soulfly is unable to defend. And it's Banjo on for the 1 versus 2. A solid position that has been sacrificed. And now Banjo must try and reclaim their ground. Headshot found. Great stuff. B-Stick, just not enough health to have a fair fight. And Banjo should be able to take good advantage of it. Still expecting the player to be in main.
He's crossed.
So for Miller and B-Stick, the timing is impeccable to grant around for Sinners.
I'm really surprised that Banjo doesn't entertain the idea that B-Stick might have crossed or he might have good timing behind this pillar. But 4 kills, a brilliant clutch, and Sinners just about get their 7th out of this one. It's really bold there from Scrunk, how aggressive he goes. And it's just the 1-for-1s time and time again for Fireflux. These individual fights, rare to be supporting each other, rare to be trading off of each other. Final round of the half, and they're playing for 5. They got a low buy as well. If they can't make this happen, it's going to be 8-4. It's going to be a tricky one to claw back. They'll need the pistol. You know, we know that they're a very good T-side Anubis team, so no alarm bells ringing just yet, but you do have to start to think, start to worry. Sinners are playing a good game of Counter-Strike here.
They've at least been good enough on the T side this time. Definitely in a prime position to convert once they're on the CT side, and a bit disappointing that Sensei isn't able to get a double there, considering he did have the drop on the AWP, but it's still a good position for Fireflux to be in. 4-on-4, advantage in terms of health. And look at this, Crunk is venturing out into the open, out into the unknown. He might have the advantage, no, caught in between a rock and a hard place. B-site on the agenda.
Back behind it, Soulflake. Big kill, what a second as well, just before going down. Make sure he leaves his mark, make sure he makes it plausible for his teammates. Banjo and Paz coming in on the rotate from CT. In those digits, Zedko kind of stuck behind the pillar, 1-for-1, but Shot isn't necessarily aware on where the last resides. Has a decent idea he's coming from CT, but Banjo with a full belt of util pops the molly. Surely that spreads. Shock, how does he get away with that? The HG will finish him anyway. And it is locked and loaded. Banjo, love that. But I cannot believe that that fire doesn't spread.
Ridiculous. I think what's more unbelievable than that fire not spreading is the fact that the player can actually recognize that it is not going to spread, right? Because the actual visual aspect of the fire was right under his feet.
Yeah, that is insane. He's roasting marshmallows, but yeah, staying alive. We got to see that 1v1 from B-Stick's POV there as well. It was quite a nice adjustment. Either way, 7 rounds in the first half. It's good. It's a good half, but it's nothing crazy for T-side Anubis. They need to make sure that they still give us a serviceable defense if they want to get this taken to a third, if they want a shot on Inferno. Jump spot there from Zedko. I'm not sure what he's just seen, but there are 5 around that corner, so I wouldn't be surprised if he noticed something was off. Here they come. Good flashes. Zedko stuck. Big headshot. This is a brilliant defense.
Wow. Very, very nicely done. Crazy stuff coming out here. Didn't expect the pistol round to be as convincing as we just saw. Look at that in the replay. It's just every single player on the side of the Sinners hitting their respective shots. Can't get much cleaner than that. Did they not get a single shot in?
It didn't seem like it.
Well, in any case, this is an outstanding start for Sinners now. No, you've got the pistol round. You have the half advantage with the T side. It's really good work. But now actually making it through, converting on all these CT side rounds, it's easier said than done considering how heavily sided this T side is. Tech9s to play up against. Everybody waiting outside A, and this deep push from Sinners, it is going to allow them quite a bit of information. Epo all the way in the back is going to start to solidify the resolve of Sinners. Are they going to check for Morisco? Yes, they will. An M4 that can be picked up, and they still have lots of control on this A site. Somehow the CT is still putting their foot through the door, trying to fight around the smoke. Do they expect Sensei to play around it though? If he can get the drop, maybe we could have seen something, but no, denied courtesy of the miss. Sinners, a bit haphazard, sure, but they are able to get on to the 9th round, and now Fireflux will have to allow some breathing room to Sinners before they can start to fight back, and then they'll have to look over their shoulder on every round because they know that the margin of error is going to be creeping up behind them. Already going to have to allow Sinners to get to double digits before we can see a peep out of them.
Yeah, this is similar to how things started. The early rounds in the second half of the last map as well. Felt like there was a real opportunity there. Fireflux, they went 1 for 1. They got out onto that A site. It was so bizarre that they weren't able to take more out of that. They wanted to press for the control. They wanted to catch out the rotations and give Sinners no chance at the retake, but prioritize that over actually just getting the bomb down and getting anything out of that round. And instead, just kind of falls flat on its face. 9-5. Fireflux certainly won't find a 6th here. It'll be double digits for Sinners and Fireflux chasing their tails. It's bizarre. It's bizarre that this is on Anubis. This is their best map. They looked hotter on Ancient.
Shock, about to be fed some kills. Thank you, Mr. Shadow. Advance warning, and yeah, this is just a matter of Fireflux rolling over and dying until we actually see some weapons in their hands.
Oh, okay. Nice shot, Soulfleet. Wasn't sure if we'd see anything out of them there, but the single kill, a little bit of damage dealt. Important work. Chipping away at those CT finances, forcing those reinvestments, just making it that little bit more expensive. Round number 16 then. Here we go. All or nothing here for Fireflux. They lose this round, it feels like the map is done and we are destined for Inferno. If they win it, there's still a ways to go, right? But definitely feels like they'd be on the right track.
If you're Sinners, you're probably just scratching your head and wondering, how the hell did we even lose that first map, right? Especially when you had Pepo just firing off in the crazy fashion that he was, nearing 30 damn kills towards the end. Ooh, look at this crispiness from Paz. Open things up for Fireflux. Got teammates coming in for the reinforcement as well. Morisco, head on a swivel, finds Stu. And it's a 3 versus 3 at the end of it all. Should have never been allowed with how compromised Morisco was looking. But in the meantime, there is some space that is afforded on this B-bomb site. It's all down to the 1 versus 1 on Tours Temple, but instead Sensei will want to have a say in the matter, and he will be winning that debate. Morisco and B-Stick locked out of the B-bomb site as Fireflux start to get their hands dirty with the bomb. And before the retake even starts to happen, you can already see the decisions being made. It's Sinners backing off. Op prioritized over the potential of a round. And they know that with Pepo having as much money as he does and B-Stick and Morisco being able to drop a couple, they'll have more than enough for a buy. Is that going to run their money a bit dry? Sure, but a lot better than just running to your death.
I'll bring these into the next round. There is just about enough cash for them to fully invest as well. Beastick and Marisco will be able to drop. Peppo can buy himself no trouble. In fact, he'll be dropped that AWP, more than likely, and he'll drop an M4 over to Marisco. So, they're not out of the fight just yet. Saving these rifles are a very important piece of that. But as I said before, winning that round would have put them well on track to just close this out and take us to Inferno. Instead, they have given Fireflux an in. They've given them an opportunity. Here we go again. M4's out. AWP dropped over to Peppo. Wants to try and go for this aggressive comm fight. Accompanied with a flashbang and no one to be on the receiving end of it. He's going to get very aggressive here. This is bold and he's not going to hit the shot either. Just about escapes. That was a scary move. When he gets away.
I don't really mind the gamble because he did have a teammate helping him out.
Yeah.
All's well that ends well. Marisco, he's leaving himself pretty exposed. Shots to the side. And Fireflux, they've gotten in back into the game. Remember, money's starting to run a little bit dry for Sinners. If they give up this round, you're probably looking at a couple shaky ones right beyond that. 5-on-4, Fireflux, World, Oyster. Does that ring a bell? I think Ace Site might be on the agenda very soon with how much control they've already got, but they've got to deal with a two-man presence that is waiting for them. Banjo's in a pretty deadly position, but if they can find Soulfly, then the bomb will be in no man's land. Banjo just waiting to find them. The tripwire set up, and he's going to be able to find both, which means the Fireflux now have free entry onto the A site.
Sensei reads that there's going to be further aggression out of B main as well. Trying to hunt down that AWP. If you keep giving him the opportunities, he'll keep hitting the shots. Peppo will do the same. It's the snipers on either side that are doing a lot of the lifting in these buy rounds. And Peppo, just desperate to try and stay alive here, will be teed up for another. You got to stop feeding him, guys. The money's not too great here on the T-Sarf. It seems like they are just going to continue to shift walk into him one by one, which I don't think is the most effective way of getting the AWP out of the picture. But Banjo seems to think so, and he will eventually take it out. So there you go. No AWP carried across for Sinners. Fireflux keeping the rounds coming, and there won't be money here for the CTs either. So to be honest, even if they'd held on to that AWP, I don't think they would have forced around it. I don't think it would have had any major bearing on this round. But the fact that it's gone means they have nothing to work with. What? They're still going to try and invest. Peppo's bought another one. They've just got MP9s around it. I'm not sure about this. Sinners have made a lot of really strange economic decisions throughout this series.
If the op was there to begin with, I think their temptation to buy around it would have been even stronger. But even with not a lot going for them, they'll still elect to have Peppo be the spearhead. Do I hate it? Not really, because, I mean, Peppo's been doing the heavy lifting. I mean, we'll see. We'll see whether or not it works out. It's an ambitious play, yes. Is it a lot to be riding your CT side on? Sure, but if it works, we'll give them some pats on the back for it. If it doesn't, then we'll BM, as if we knew all along. We knew better. Waiting outside A, Fireflux. Waiting for something to come their way. Not wanting to make any of the first moves. Shock is going to be checked. He's actually waiting. Trying to bait for the AWP behind the pillar, which is not going to get anything, and now it's stuck. Flashbang to try and get off the angle, and it does have reinforcements around it, trying to get back on the angle. Peppo's going to be punished, and all that investment for naught, as the big green has been stolen from him. In all fairness, he had two ways. He had two attempts initially to get shots off, and then he has another player just hurl himself at A main to try and give the op another chance, and even that misses, so can't say that he didn't have a chance, right?
Yeah, but it's another economic decision out of Sinners that doesn't pay off. We've seen so many forces out of them, and I think of the sort of 4 or 5 bold economic calls that they've made, it's worked maybe once. And now they're in a tough spot. They're going to be on an eco in the next. Zedco and Beastick are already being hunted down too. It's a real question mark as to whether or not they're going to be able to hold on to these MP9s. It doesn't seem like Paz is moving quick enough here. So, yeah, no one's going to be close enough. They will hold on to these SMGs, but, you know, for what? It's 2 MP9s around a full eco. I assume it will be a full eco. I can't imagine that they force into pistols here, but nothing would surprise me at this point. And Fireflux have been given an in. They've been given a real opportunity back into this game. And, you know, I would have really appreciated Sinners just taking a step back there, especially after that AWP dying in the last round. It makes a little bit more sense if in that last round Peppo had been able to save that AWP and you say, all right, he's got a load of cash behind him. He could, like, drop a couple of FAMASs and there's a little bit more to work with. But, yeah, spending all of the cash, throwing all your eggs into one basket, and it not paying off.
Yeah, you're right. Just letting everything hinge on the AWP. We obviously knew better the whole time, and I would have never encouraged anything like it. I wouldn't have even suggested that it may even remotely be a good idea. That definitely did not happen. So yeah, I'm glad we're commentators and not players. That being said, Fireflux, T-side check. You've got decently close enough in the rounds. You've got that checked off. Money falling apart for Sinners. Every single box is checked right now. All they've got to do, let that ball roll through the goal. At least Sinners have the right idea as far as positioning is concerned. Players ready and waiting for 5 players, actually. For a second, I thought there might have been one on A. And they're going to try and cook something up. Sensei, though, gets away with a shot, and they will isolate Paz, but that gives up infinite information that allows Fireflux to now be in a position where they can back off. As the rotations start to come in, Fireflux, their resolve has not been shaken. They still want to fight for B. Morisco down to half. Shock heavily tagged up as well. Sensei gets some morsel on his plate and he's happy to gobble it up. Soulfly wanting to fight, and fight he will as Shock goes down. Soulfly denying the flank. They are going to be unwavering as they head on to B. Morisco knows he can't really do anything with that USP. Could just be running into the line of fire at any point in time.
Yeah, definitely should be. There's nothing for him to save here. If we can try and find a kill, then it would be happy days, but not going to happen. So Fireflux take that inevitable 8th. Paz will fall, but with the money that they've got behind them, I don't think they're too bothered. Sorry, they'll take a 9th, in fact, so that things go from bad to worse, right? Yeah, Sinners are now in another one of these must-win situations. Feels somewhat reminiscent of what we saw towards the end of Ancient. They looked very good. They looked like they were perhaps going to close it out. And then money plagued them at a really difficult time. They ended up losing control of those finances in the final 2 rounds. Here we go. Nice shot from Pepper. That's a good start.
One of the first few times where they're finding some good success. But their heaviest hitter, their biggest fragger, is already knocked out. Veto, who's been fantastic in the series, he might be needed still to secure this round. He's still got Shock to rely on, though. Fireflux? What is the avenue that they're going to approach from? They've left the bomb all the way back, so options are quite open on A. And if you look at how Sinners are positioned, there is a narrow opening in the window where you can potentially see the A side being compromised. Now, Shock is quickly going to realize that he abandoned the site for long enough. He's going to be a bit antsy, going to have to check every single angle. But this is by and far not a done and dusted round just yet. Lots of time to go.
Yeah, 40 seconds. Fireflux have really just slowed this right down. Morisco, in the meantime, wants to try and get a bit of information. Enough time's passed. He feels like he needs some info here, and he's about to get some. Flanking him from B main, Paz and Sensei completely none the wiser. It's an important kill from B Stick, and it's going to keep that second man busy, so that Paz is facing the wrong way. And leaves it all down to Scrunk, who will just throw himself through connector, doesn't want to be surviving. The money's such that it wouldn't have really mattered, but yeah, better to just let himself go down there. Sinners will make it 11.
You know, in that
Step up to the
3v4,
point.
it came down to whether or not the AWP connects, right? If Sensei hits the shot on the B-side anchor, then you would have the second player also just start to walk in, and that would pretty much mitigate the flank, because they would beat the timing, but you lose the Opper, you lose the Op duel in that instance. Sinners got the gates wide open. Now, a couple rounds away from the finish line, but Fireflux are always going to be nipping at their feet, not too far from tying things up. Leaving the bomb all the way back. Early control established for A. 2-1-2 setup from the CT side, and they've already had to forego some of the control that they generally should have had towards connector, towards middle. Fireflux wanting to play this in a bit more suffocating of a way. That early Molotov in main, that denies any aggression from Sinners. There's already a player scooted up towards connector as well. Lots of options here.
Minute on this clock. Bit of damage dealt, but no casualties thus far. The con smoke down. Shock just working his way forward. Look at this. Banjo's so patient. They're about to just walk right into him. He will only get one.
Knows there's more.
They're not going to press this any further. They'll just drop a smoke and fall away. But that's a great man advantage. There's only 30 seconds, though. They need to get a move on.
Two players waiting to defend. They need to win 2 fights and get the bomb down. Surely that's not going to be allowed, right? Somehow still punching in the numbers. Morisco down. Sensei with a no-scope looking for more. Zek goes down as well. And B-Stick, a 1 versus 2. His foot spotted as he's on the fadeaway, on the retreat. And surely Sinners aren't even going to try and press for this. It's just B-Stick remaining. Goes all the way, circles around. They know there's only one more place that he can come through from. Tries to go for the full walk. Hoping that if both players are playing from B main, he can catch them in the side, but that is a luxury that won't be afforded. Fireflux, man, they had no business getting that bomb down there.
Terrorists win.
I've been really enjoying this game, though. There's been a mixed bag of everything. We've seen the highs, we've seen the lows, we've seen some good plays from Fireflux. The individual mechanics have been there. Same could be said for Sinners. But I think the cherry on top of this is that both teams have had struggles with just bringing a unit together, just like full cohesion as a team unit. And that is what's allowing the chaos to culminate in the way that it is. The comms feel a bit clouded from both parties. And I'm glad to see that towards the tail end of this game, it's not going to be a do-or-die position for either team. Lots of money available. Oh, wow. They're going to try and push down Sensei. But they know that the tripwire is set up, so have to cool off.
I can't believe they only do 11 points of damage to him there as well. It felt like he actually took a couple of hits from those pistols, but whilst the threat was there, it wasn't inflicted. An advantage here for Fireflux. Round that Sinners didn't fully buy into. They took the smart approach. I actually thought that they were going to go quite deep into this with the rifles, but instead, it is just a half bite. They will have a full investment in the next. More than likely, this should go 11-11. I'm kind of feeling an overtime here in map 2, but only time will tell. Here comes the push.
Big push from Fireflux. It's got the it's got the potential of Soulfly's firepower behind it. Paz is going to add some energy to it. All said and done, Fireflux, you're good for the 11th. This is where the game gets interesting. I mean, it's pretty much teed up to be overtime, right? Like, with everything we've seen, I think maybe Fireflux are just a tad bit favored, considering it's their map pick. They're on the favored side. But I don't know, man. I believe in Sinners. I think they can take us to at least overtime. Heppo's been a bit quiet. Can't remember.
He has.
Last time we talked about his kills.
It's a bad time for him to sort of fall asleep at the wheel, isn't it? He's been brilliant. And it's actually a little bit concerning in itself that he's gone really, really absent in these last few rounds. And he's still up at the top of the scoreboard. I mean, Shocker's got one more kill than him, but he's still up there, you know? He needs to do something with this AWP now. The heavy investment to be dropped over to him. It's an important round. Sensei's been the one that's been taking the reins with his sniper. Generally, though, it's actually been Banjo. We were commending Fireflux for their consistency in that last map and how everybody was on the same amount of kills. This time round, it's actually not really the case. You can cut him a bit of slack. He's the man calling the shots, but Skrunk's having a bit of a rough time. Banjo's having a star-studded performance. And it's actually the other side of things over on Sinners where that consistency currently resides. But minute 30. Soulfly looking to get up close and personal here to connect. Smoke will impede his progress, and he doesn't even want to bother deploying that molly because he knows that Zedco will just back up and he won't be able to capitalize upon it. Won't be able to catch him in the kill.
Peppo pushed off the angle. One of his last chances with the AWP, but he's going to find the elbow. Soulfly down. Marisco wanting to push through the smoke, and he's going to get the advantage there. Fireflux are now being shut down. Sinners, that's exactly what they needed for the individuals to step up. With Peppo hitting a difficult shot and Marisco being dominant on middle, suddenly their luck has turned around. Sensei, the time to be missing shots, my friend. With 35 seconds to go, Sinners have guaranteed themselves at least a chance of playing overtime. And they'll be one round away from potentially taking us to a third. Fireflux, maybe they can get the bomb down there. That is in the cards for sure. Sensei trying to rattle off the digits, and now it's going to be on to Banjo to make sure his teammate can stay alive, and Marisco through the smoke doesn't even know how he's lined them up. Got a BM warranted. They've been struggling this entire game to get anything off, and Marisco, just some celebratory fire that Sinners are able to get something. Kick flips off the body, as Sinners are going to guarantee themselves in overtime, and now Fireflux. There is so much more to do, my friends.
You know, I said a moment ago, I saw an overtime written in the stars, and this is exactly why. Sinners have stepped up when they've needed to, and their backs are against the wall, and it's a must-win round. Outside of that, it's felt like they've struggled a little bit. Now, for Fireflux, that last wasn't a must-win. They had tons of cash in the bank. This reinvestment is comfortable. Sensei could have had an AWP. He opted against it. Wants to go for the 5 rifles here instead. Keep that versatility. And here we go. Overtime or bust. They win this round. They get to play a little longer here on Anubis and have a chance at taking this 2-0. They lose it. It's a full reset. And a third and final. One that both teams are pretty comfortable with. Soulflake aggressing in, plays in front of the molly, misses the shot, waits for the flashbang before the re-peek and takes both. That is so perfect. And he just weaves between his teammates' utility, and the support is just brilliant.
Every time you've got the camera on Soulfly, he's got something to serve. This time he'll be serving right over the net. Sinners feeling a bit locked out of this bomb site, but there's no option but to give a crack at it. Flashbang to go through. B-Stick first point of contact. Sensei in a difficult position to contend with. First headshot continues to spray. More damage. Zedco, there's nothing you can do but walk to your guaranteed death as Fireflux are going to take us to overtime because they've still got something to say about Anubis.
There we go. Yeah, I love that. Such a brilliant call there at the end. Just, you know, it's felt like they've actually had pretty good success over towards this A site when they overcomplicate things in previous rounds. It's when they've been picked apart. Just running it down, popping over the flashes, taking those jewels as they come. That's where they thrive, and they do it again. The further rounds we go. 16 now, the magic number both teams are looking to hit.
Oh wow, cheeky little play from Soulfly. He's been so good on the entries. And he continues to deliver some more. Molotov gonna stop that Opper from being relevant at all. Look at this. Look at what Sinners are cooking up in the meantime. Problem is, this push is going to be all for naught because they've got 2 players committed to the push. Shock is on the angle with the AWP. So if they decide to go down Temple and they bunker down on the B bomb site, suddenly that could completely waste the efforts of Sinners. But quite a bit of time is being spent here. Paz is expecting the flank. They're going to be ready for it. As they turn the corner, a shot to the back of the head. But Paz will be compensating for his teammates' damage. They're expecting another. No, they aren't. Zedco somehow able to find Skrunk. Flashbang to just slow down the general pace of the game. 45 seconds. Fireflux, they're all over the place. They're going to try and flash, make sure that that flank is taken care of. And now they can take it anywhere they want, Josh.
And that anywhere looks like it's going to be the B side. Maybe? I don't know. That's a big shot from Shock. And it seems like Fireflux are still kind of undecided on where they actually want to get this bomb tapped in. But with 20 seconds left, they need to make that decision. Peppo's just found another. This is now a 2v2. And Fireflux have kind of screwed the pooch on this one a little bit. I still think they get it over the line, but jeez, this comes so unnecessarily close. And they're still going to get it done in the post plant.
Yeah, problem is they're up against 2 AWPs, which means 1 shot away from certain deaths. Sensei, still unsure if there's somebody in the back lines. And Sinners, they've got the money, they've got the budget to go for something. Maybe not the util, it's just a Molotov in their hands. Well, let's see. Giving it a crack. Right through the smoke we go. Banjo, an impossible angle to clear if you're on the AWP, and that is why he's playing it. Peppo gets a kill. Molly's out main. It's a good Molotov, and he's somehow able to get the kill on Sensei!
What?
Peppo, how the hell have you done it? There's no way that round should have been allowed. A Molly to coax him out of position. Making some tea there at the end as well. Feels a bit personal, but Sinners, my oh my. That's a round you should have never been able to get against Fireflux. That shot from Shock to open things up. Peppo ready with the tripwire on B, and with Banjo finding the first kill, that never should have happened. Just watch this in the replay. First shot, bang, P250 swing out, and just locks onto the bomb like it's the back of his hand.
Honestly, they've completely trolled that round. From the 4v2 where they need to just group up and hit a site, they're all doing their own thing. They all get picked apart by Shock and Peppo. And then leave themselves in a vulnerable 2v2. They almost get timed out, right? They almost didn't actually have enough time to plant the bomb.
That round right there is the difference between winning the whole series 2-0 and potentially losing it 2-1. But look at this, they're quickening up the pace, but Shock is ready to handle the heat, runs through the Molotov, gets another kill in main, and he's waiting for more aggression. He's salivating over the prospect of more damage, but he's going to be chased down, some damage taken, flash to disable him, and it's just such a difficult fight for them to find. Paz trying to isolate the duels in main. They still have 2 players to collect. B-Stick not pulling the trigger just yet, but Paz is so good. Zetko, 1-on-2. Doesn't know if both players are in main because it's just Spaz that has shown his position. Still doesn't have info on Sensei, but if this is another clutch, this would be murder from the likes of Sinners, but it's not gonna happen. Fireflux, happy to match their vibe.
I mean, that's great stuff from Paz there. He's also one that had a little bit of a slow one before that round, but yeah, picking it up. Could have been 14-12 here, though, and they're still going to be kicking themselves about the fact that they didn't close the one prior. Either way, take a 14th here. You can hold your head high. Shock's money is broken. They rocked that double AWP in the last round. Losing causes them a lot of issues. A nice start from Sensei to get the ball rolling.
They're getting entries like this when they're getting rounds like this. I mean, all I can think is, damn, they could have actually had a 3-0 start on this overtime. A 4v2 fumbled, sure, but their confidence still unfazed. An unscrewable 5 versus 1. You know what the problem is, though, Josh?
Go on.
There's a CT side waiting.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
The CT side wasn't too bad.
I mean, I don't know. I genuinely just, I struggle to manufacture an opinion on this right now.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you. There's been a lot of mistakes. There's been a lot of really scrappy Counter-Strike. The way I'm looking at this is their CT side wasn't too bad. It was a 7-5 half, right? They were the ones that took 5 rounds. And a lot of the complications came early doors where the economy was a bit of a problem. Yeah, and they lost the pistol. They won the second round. They then lost the reforce from Sinners. And, you know, they lost a lot of early rounds just because their CT economy is kind of weird. Whereas right now, they're in a position where they will have tons of cash. They've got that AWP out. They've got the rifles. And we'll see what they can do with it. But, yeah, I do agree. There was a lot of mistakes with their CT side. There was a lot of holes in their defenses. They absolutely need to plug them if they want to get this over the line. Because right now, they're playing for 15. And Sinners are about to hit this B-bomb site.
Can Sensei maintain that form with the AWP? That's the question. Of course he can. Still playing off the back of the site. First kill found. Peppo, their prime fragger, down to 11 points of health. A nade to chase that shot. A huge chunk of damage onto Sinners. This is where you might start regretting the BM. They might have fanned the flames too much. Skrunk getting ready to peek out. The Molotov is going to make the position of the water player a bit too obvious. But they know they don't have to pull the trigger. They don't have to move a muscle. They have the advantage on either bomb site. They can get advanced information as well. Sensei, round 2. Here it comes.
Oh, that's a good flash.
Gets him off the angle, but problem is they're not going to capitalize on it now. They have to desperately get onto the site. Sees the elbow. They're trying to bait out Sensei, but somehow they've managed to find a little window where they can get the bomb down. Retake starting to be set up. Sensei, that's the opener. That is exactly what they needed to start kicking things off, but Shock is providing resistance. Fireflux, they should have this round in the bag. Look at how little HP there is available. Nade isn't going to be finding anything. They still have to clear 2 players out in B main. Sensei on the angle. He's just trying to make sure that the bomb can be defused. And that, my friends, is how the cookie has successfully crumbled for Sinners.
the worry for me there is there was no util for Fireflux. There was a single flash and a single HE for the retake. And I didn't think that that nade went deep enough to take out Shocks. I thought he'd actually stay alive there in the corner and then maybe be able to do something with that. But no, it takes out Shock and it takes away that sort of second prong, that crossfire that they potentially had. And yeah, an integral number when you're in a 5 versus 3. Comes down to 2, and it's a real big problem. 15-13, Fireflux with 2 map and series points, qualification points here into the playoffs. And they only need one of them. Sinners need to take both, and that won't get them over the line. That will get them to further rounds. Beastick with a very important entry. And a bit of space gained here towards mid.
In margins, a couple mistakes is all it could take for Sinners to crumble. But that could be said for Fireflux as well. Sensei uncharacteristic, but he redeems himself for that second shot. Knows he's being chased down. Flashbang is good. Tries to pop off another. 3 versus 4. A huge advantage right now for Sinners. At least they can force Fireflux to start taking their foot off the gas. Replayers coming in for the retake from CT, Josh. How is this one going to go?
I'm not sure they've got this one. Again, there's no util, right? There's an incendiary that comes over the top, a flashbang. But they need the firepower to work. They've put it into a 2v2, and there is a kit on both. Skrunk's going to tap the bomb, won't commit to it. They'll spam instead. It's an important kill. And Sensei swapped out to the rifle. Now he just needs to hold this down. No. There's no time. Shot needs the spam to connect. It's not going to. The favor, and Fireflux will get this done in 2 bites. What a ridiculous result. A great upset, and just a true showing of resilience there out of the Fireflux side.
Fantastic work. I didn't expect that outcome at all. I really thought that when Sinners started to bring on the heat, we would see this series go the distance, but Fireflux, in the nick of time, they're able to hold on to their horses, and we can somehow end up seeing a 2-0 victory from Fireflux. And that, of course, means that Fireflux have knocked the Goliaths that are Sinners out of this tournament.
Well, it's been a day full of interesting results. In fact, it's been an entire Swiss stage of strange results, right? Of some underdogs, of some unexpecteds. I mean, at the end of the day, I don't know how much you can really call Fireflux an underdog, but they did definitely come into this game as the as technically the underdogs. They weren't the favourites. And I think they came into this Swiss stage as well, looking at some of the other teams that were here, with some question marks and probably not expected to make it through. But they do so. And they best sides like Sinners. They outperform OG, they outperform Monty, they outperform some of the best and some of these sort of top 30, top 20 squads at the moment. So yeah, hats off to them. That's a great result. And I'm interested to see what they can do in the playoffs. Now, frankly, even if they don't make a deep run in the playoffs, I think that this is still a result for the roster to have made it to the playoffs in the first place, given the competition. But yeah, it seems like they have what it takes.
For sure. Fireflux, they have shown that they've got a lot of potential. And you know what? I generally don't bring it all back to the individuals. But Sensei was really a treat to watch. When we got a little bit worried that Peppo's running the show, somehow Fireflux were able to have somebody match him on their side and then some. So I love that. The fact that we saw all of that on Anubis, it was a great game to watch. There were a lot of moments of brilliance individually, and I think a bit of shenanigans in there as well, right? We saw BM, we saw all these crazy micros. So that game was entertaining, to say the least, and a fitting way to be closing off the main Swiss stages. But we'll quickly be taking a look at how the standings were looking towards the end there. That should help us see what we can expect in the remainder of the tournament. Of course, the teams to your right are the ones that have now been knocked out. We've seen Sinners be added to that tally, and the teams to your left are the ones that have made it all the way through, marked in green. Some of them made it through in a scrappy affair. Fireflux, Alliance, and Sashi were the ones that had to play the Snyder cut of this tournament, have to play all 5 games to get it done. But Bait, Fnatic, they were the ones that only had to log on 3 times just because of how damn good they are. So it's teeing up to be a pretty damn good playoffs bracket, huh?
It certainly is. It certainly is. I think we get to know who those invite teams are for the playoffs. Yeah, but yeah, I'm excited. You know, we've seen with the VRS system, and obviously there's pros and cons to it, but definitely one of the pros is just how competitive things really are. And actually, I say we don't have those playoffs invites. We do actually have those playoffs invites, and yeah, they're pretty hefty. You got the likes of Heroic, Ents, Namiga, 9 Pandas, some pretty good teams within there. So I'm excited to see how this playoffs bracket unfolds. I think that we're going to see some brilliant Counter-Strike.
Absolutely. And of course, if you do want to catch more of this action, it is going to be at CCT right here. The playoffs are going to be going live very soon, so you do not want to miss the action. Make sure you're tuning into all the socials. We've got our little handles there as well. We do generally retweet whenever we go live with CCT, or any other tournaments for that matter, but CCT is where it is at for now. Thank you all for tuning in. It's been a fantastic day, a fantastic set of games, and what a way to finish things off. Thanks for the broadcast, Josh. Love always having you by my side. And yeah,
Thanks, bro.
Can't wait for the playoffs.
Me too. Me too. Thanks everybody for watching. Have a wonderful rest of your evening. We'll see you all next time. Bye-bye.